Welcome back again, guys. How are you doing? I am using Caster Labs for the chat again, so if anything is said by any of you guys and it doesn't show up right away, I'm just trying out this new software, basically. So if it keeps delaying chat by any means, beyond, you know, taking a little bit to connect to the YouTube side of things, I'll probably switch back. But I like how easy it is to read on screen. So just let me know. You could, actually, I don't know how you could let me know. How could I do this? You know what I'll do? I'm gonna actually open the chat on mobile and see how behind it is. I'm gonna compare it with that. That's a good idea before we start. Yeah, how's everybody's day going so far? For anyone that was here yesterday, we killed the lion. Don't worry about it. We're not gonna, I'm not gonna torture you with gameplay of the lion anymore. It's all done. But I am gonna actually go through some of the main game today to just quickly get the glintstone wet blade for the cold infusion and the starfist. So it shouldn't take as long as I thought, I think, because Radon and Moog are dead. The capital actually is open, and I forgot that you could do that because I always think of Godric needing to be dead and or Renala and Radon. Moog is usually not accessible till later for the way that I play. So, all right, now we got the chat open on mobile just in case. And Twitch Drops keeps trying to spam me. I don't want to. What the hell? I don't want drops. All right, there we go. Cool. Open. Let's go. We got 11 hours 58 minutes on this character already. Insane. And Hamza bro, thank you so much for the brand new sub. I appreciate that. Welcome, dude. So yeah, we killed the lion. I don't think you get a fragment right after, unless it was already put in the inventory. And double check and just see if we can get another. Yeah, we can't get another increase there. Gonna have to go and get some more shards, so let me dip out of the DLC and see what we can do in the main game. I think first would be Laskia Ruins, so we can go to the Academy. That'd be smart. So we'll get the Glintstone key, get the Glintstone wet blade, and then I should be able to run right to Draconic. I'm trying to think of for the. Ooh, I might have to do Raya while we're over here. That might be smart, getting her necklace and everything. The Goonstone, that's a better way to put it. I like Goonstone. So Kale, I appreciate you letting me know that. That's awesome, dude. I do want to see his run, but unfortunately the last time I opened somebody's stream while I was playing, it actually wrote the whole YouTube VOD. So I'll check it out after he does it. If he does it, let me know. We can celebrate and everything, but I'm gonna watch it back later, just because of the audio stuff. Until I can route videos audio out of OBS and it not get picked up by the VOD, I have to figure out and test it just to make sure it's safe. But yeah, Gino's run unfortunately copywrote my whole video because he has audio through his VOD that doesn't get detected, but on mine it did. So just in case, even if there's a sound effect or an alert or something in general, just want to be careful with that. But yeah, let me know how it goes. Neon, not too much, dude. We're gonna get the Starfist today finally, so aiming to do that in the first hour or less, and then we're gonna go and use them on one of the bosses I have open, maybe Gaius.
Over here.
I kind of want to try Gaius and see how he is.
It's rather my mistress, but could I ask that thug only if you've
Notifications work this time. Advisor, nice, dude.
Oh, to bless a thug, please stop.
Also, Alto, what's up? Been watching your DLC YouTube video the last couple of days. Thank you so much for enjoying that and watching it. I appreciate it. Really, really good question I have for you guys that did watch the DLC video and that left a comment or enjoyed it. Would you prefer to see more of the areas and the basic enemies included next time I do some sort of like super cut of a full run? Because one thing that me and my editor were discussing is just that we both think there was too much boss fight footage and not enough of a ratio of gameplay outside of that. So what do you guys think about that?
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
Okay, we already did. Oh, we killed Boggart, so we have her necklace. What am I even saying? Yeah, we already have this. So maybe no, we don't need to fight the Deathbird either. Wait, maybe is the capital already possible? Because if the Deathbird was killed, maybe they did Raya. Oh no, because Boggart still technically was alive, and I don't think that he had been talked to. Okay, let me go back to her and see what is going on. Oh, Nico's not live right now, so when he goes live again, he'll be on the run. Oh, sorry, Kale, you're just talking about in general, so yeah, I know who he is.
Please, think this over.
But definitely let me know if there's like a day where he's on a run that's good and he does it.
Please. Oh, thank you. Did I forget? I see you are very to steady such. Please.
Okay, cool. We got that, and then right from here, we're just gonna go to Glintstone, get everything set up here, and then with the invitation, we don't need to use the invitation. Wait, do we have the medallions? I think you would have to, but I'm not sure. Let me check. No? Wait. Okay, we have to do that too. We have to do Fort Faroth and Fort Heights still, I guess. Okay, cool. Did I beat the lion, Ezzy? I did beat the lion, yeah. And it's kind of funny because the way I beat him, I went back and I watched someone else do it, and like my fight was harder than some of the fights I could find that had no blessings. Like my damage was actually worse somehow than no blessings. And even just the way I decided to fight him, I couldn't find a video of someone doing it like that, but I guess if you're doing like a no blessing run, that's part of the strategy, is figuring out how do you kill them faster, right? So I could have killed him a little bit differently, but yeah, I don't think that I'm as surprised now, just because I think the way that I was fighting him is not easy at all. It's the way that would give you the most challenge in phase 2 especially. So from last year, where do we go to get to Ray Lucaria? I'm trying to remember. Thinking this way? It's like pretty far away. Oh, we have the warp gate. What am I even talking about? You love exploring videos, less editing for you, and whoever likes the boss fights can skip. Okay, so include more footage of that stuff, less editing, perfect. Or if we have an edit, then a better ratio of stuff spread out across the video. My goat messed up something impossible. Oh, well, I wouldn't say there's a way to mess up the fight. It's like you kill him or you don't kill him. But I was wondering why I was having such a hard time on the second part, because I would understand how to get rid of, you know, the situation and avoid the danger in it. And then I would get into a scenario that was like very dependent on the camera angle or my placement, and it would happen to creep up on me like really quickly. So by the time I realized, it was already too late. I was trying to figure out what can you do ahead of time. And a lot of what it seems like is you just have to kill him before he can do many attacks in phase 2. It's just like a one cycle type of fight, or a double stagger fight where you stagger him phase 1, you get more damage done than half of his HP, and then in phase 2 you get one stagger and kill him from there. That's the method. It's kind of like Moon Presence in a way, but obviously you could survive the lion forever if you're really good, and that's what I was looking to do. I was like, I want to be able to play this fight for 20 minutes straight and not get hit and not worry about anything in terms of like my likelihood of succeeding. It's just, when am I gonna fail? Not like, oh yeah, I'm gonna fail this time, that time, that was sketchy, this is sketchy. I want it to be like very clean. It's a hard fight to play straight up. All right, so we got the stuff from here. Also, just to preface as well for this run, because we're focusing on the DLC bosses, even though I'm going to be killing some other ones to move through the main game just to get the necessary stuff that I want to get right now, I'm not going to do those fights damageless. Like, it doesn't matter if it is or not. So don't worry about those, but I will be doing each DLC boss perfectly before moving on, like we were talking about. And then in the future, you'll see the run with all the remembrances, and obviously the areas and stuff like that. That is the goal. So we got Ray Lucaria Gate. Ralph, how are you doing, dude? And then I'm gonna have to kill the Red Wolf, I think. Pretty sure. You know what? I'm probably going to hit this grace too. I should get every grace we can. How many rune arcs do I have left? Man, we fought the lion. That was at least, yeah, it was around 200 times or more. Oh my god. I had 699 at the beginning. And now we have, wait, was it only, maybe it was only 100 and something. Yeah, no, 400 and, oh no, we fought him more than we fought him 200 and, about 260, 250 times or something like that. Yeah, we fought him at least 200 times, like something like that. I don't know how long some of those attempts would be, and they might be immediate deaths. We'll say, you know, a good percentage of them are pretty quick fights, but yeah, it was a lot. Nice. I'm just curious for your own run, are you upgrading your weapon to full or weapon level 0? Everything is upgraded fully, as much as it possibly can be, other than the character stats. So max level weapon. And the blessing level I have now for the DLC is 9, but I could probably have it to, like, I think people were saying like 14 to 20. Like, one thing I haven't done yet, I haven't watched a video on like where the locations specifically are explicitly. I just had like a map with like lines drawn on it of the rough area, and then I was trying to find out where it is from there. But there's definitely some shadow blessings we passed that I could grab. I'm just gonna grab this because why not? Peralta, I've been doing good, dude. How are you? It's a hard game, Ralph. The game, I feel like this game overall isn't that hard. It's just there's things in it that are hard, right? That's my best interpretation. And you can play it in a way that's ungodly, but oh, don't kill me there. Don't kill me. There we go. If you're ever trying to get through a line quicker and you don't want to wait, just roll into somebody's legs and watch them buckle as you push them out of the doorway. And then just punch dogs. Always punch dogs. Easy. It's quite late where you are, so you're just chilling before you head to sleep. I appreciate you choosing to be here. Hope you sleep well also. I definitely slept a lot better today. Dude, I was running on, I think 3.5 hours of sleep roughly. Maybe even less. I know that at least for the deep sleep, it was probably 3 to 3.5, but yeah, I was definitely not well rested yesterday, and we did pretty good despite that, so I don't have an excuse today. Even though this stream's gonna be a little shorter. Or not a little shorter, a lot shorter. See how much we can get done right here. So I haven't done the wolf in a little bit, but I don't have any reservations towards it. I think it's gonna be fine. Kogi, what's up? Thank you for the good luck as well. I think luck on this run is probably the best thing. Even though I don't want to get lucky, I want to actually like learn everything. It helps. Like that last fight we had on the lion was really good RNG, for example. I tried to jump there. Damn it. Yay! The wolf killed me. That's impressive. Like Red Wolf is the easiest boss to kill that actually has good attacks and could kill you. Good RNG? Oh no, bad RNG. Oh, good RNG. Beautiful. Yes. Unable to acquire memory stone. Too many memory stones. All right, so he's dead. Now we just run through and get the wet blade so I can finally get cold on at least the balls even until we get to the Starfist. But yeah, I guess I got most of the setup for this is going to be running through Fort Height and Fort Faroth. And I think I have the Kaled Grace, so we should be able to get to Faroth pretty quickly. And then we're right back to the DLC. What do you guys think I should do second? If there's a vote for a boss that hasn't been killed yet. The only one that's dead from the DLC is the lion in general, so any remembrance that's left over, what one do I do first? Wait, the area that I need to go through is this one, right? Ooh. What is this item? I can't remember. Crystal Dart, okay. Do Rolana next? Okay, I'll do Rolana next. I'll try that. I was thinking something like that, or even Gaius, just because he has the 5 Shadow Blessings. Ooh, can I jump this? Imagine we can't make it back. Okay, we're good. We're good. Nice. I haven't seen a pendulum dude in a while. Wonder how he's doing. I feel like in the rain, that'd be kind of a terrible job because, like, you got a lot of metal. You can get rusted out just slowly patrolling in your big pendulum suit. He's probably got squeaky wheels. Like, in real life, he'd be like, ring, ring. He'd be like the shopping cart that you don't want to use at the grocery store from all this rain. What weapons are those? This is the Iron Fists. Or Heavy Iron Ball, sorry. I have it heavy infused, but Iron Balls is what it's called. You get them from Boggart at the Prawn Shack. So you have to kill him. That's the only way to do it as far as I know. Midra because you're evil? Midra's not... I feel like he's not that bad compared to Ridlana. I feel like he's maybe a step up from her on this run, but a lot of his attacks are pretty easy to punish. It's just... his health is a lot more than Ridlana's from what I remember. Let me get those runes back. Then can I warp? Ooh, nice. Okay, cold infusion immediately. Getting to Midra sucks. Yes, yes, and Jory and all that, that's gonna be one of the worst areas. Like the Abyss, oh, not looking forward to that. So we have Millicent. We have Fort Faroth. We can just run through there. Perfect. And then from there, I'm trying to think of the quickest way to get to Height. I guess it would just be from Limgrave still. Ooh, also. What do I spend the runes on? Oh, you know what I should do? The smartest thing I think I could possibly do for this run, just to, you know, in case I decide to do, you know, more with the character in the future, maybe New Game Plus, whatever, I should buy some items from the DLC, from Moore, maybe. Because, like, he has more rune arcs. I think he carries, like, 8 of them, so that's a good idea. And then there's some more stuff we can get. Where is he? He's in Bellarat, right? Or, like, right before Bellarat. Did I beat the Lion Spencer? I did, yeah. Backstab cheese against Jory? He'd be tough without it. I think that's the only way I know how to do the fight. That's how I beat him the first time. Where is he? He's right here. No? Did he move because I didn't talk to him? No, he's right there. Sorry, I keep forgetting. I think he's like lower on the hill every single time. Oh, he only has 3 rune arcs for 8,000. My bad. Let me see what else we got. All the damage negation stuff we could make that, I guess. Let me see what else we can buy in the round table. Can't wait for the edit of this run. It's mainly just going to be the fights for the edit. Then the full version will be probably, I would say, 3 to 4 parts minimum, maybe 10 hours each or something like that on the second channel. I might cut out some of the setup stuff that's more boring, but you know, keep all the important stuff for the longer version. Okay, so we got a bit more rune arcs back, and then what else can we do? We could transpose some weapons. Could buy some armor from here too. I don't know if you can use any of this stuff on... Oh, maybe Blood Boon. Is Blood Boon good on level 1? Yeah, we have those. I don't think I should be too worried about losing 90,000 on this, because again, we're not going to be able to level. So I'm trying to think of what else we can spend on that would make sense. We have pretty much every upgrade material at a very high rate, so it doesn't really matter when it comes to that. I think I should just run through and not worry about dying, because on Pharoth I usually warp out and then I lose all the runes. Lord of Blood Talisman is good for a bleed build. So if I were using the Starfist, you think that that's a good talisman to combine even on level 1? Like the goal on this character would be for the bosses that it's good against, I would use the Starfist, get the natural bleed on it, then get the Frostbite. Magic is useless at level 1 unless you get past Liurnia. Even then it's iffy. I do have the Glintstone staff on this character on the file. It was given Glintstone staff, or I guess like someone that ran through to get to the DLC grabbed that. So I could use some spells on this, but I want to keep it with no magic if possible, or at least like no magic attacks, just buffs. Some spells have good utility use. What would be like the best one you could use that I'm not using right now? For level 1. Oh my... Dude, what? Crazy. You have to proc bleed for the attack buff or bleed yourself. Okay. And what is it? What does it increase the bleed by? Is there like a percentage? Just trying to think of like if I was going to replace another talisman, the most likely would be the one that increases my faith to be able to use Flame Grant Me Strength. In the case I'm not using a rune arc, that would be the smartest. Which now that has been replaced by Blue Dancer Charm to just give me permanent damage bonus because I'm using the rune arc and I can meet requirements for everything. Axe Talisman's pretty good in combination with the Physic Flask I got because I have the spiked, cracked, and then the barb tier as well. I think staggers in general are going to be very smart on this. Oh, I don't have the torch. I forgot about that. Big rat without the torch, not smart. Oh, Source Seal's already there. Wait. Oh, sorry. We already got the medallion. I don't have to go down here. I keep forgetting. Oh my god. Maybe we can live. Let's try to live. Whee! Bullied by Rat Jr. You can use a spell that makes your footsteps silent for easier traversal through some areas. Oh yeah, Assassin's Gambit. So basically, now that we have Raya's stuff and the invitation to Volcano, we should be able to go and get the Assassin's Gambit. So I could kill, if I killed dude at War Master right now, it would be on the stool, I think. So maybe killing him would be smart too. Because I think you have to do it before you actually open up anything. So yeah, let's go kill War Master just so we can get Assassin's Gambit. Attack power increase for 20% for 30 seconds when you bleed. Ooh, so if you get a bleed within the 30 seconds after the first one, it's still 20% for that time. I didn't know I was gonna kill him in one hit, dude. I'm so sorry. I genuinely am sorry, man. I'm genuinely sorry, dude. I swear to God, I'm sorry, dude. I didn't mean to do it. He got shit on so hard. I imagine that was possible in the run. Oh, like if we did like a kill on him early on and we could one-shot him. All right, so from where we are, we got to get to Fort Height. We got Third Church America. Should probably run from there. Make your spiky balls hit harder after you bleed. Oh, like attack power. Sorry, not the actual bleed being increased when it procs again, but the attack power goes up. That's a pretty big bonus. Wow. So for us, like, we're not going to be able to use the red feather branch sword because I'm trying to do it damageless so that it's implied that my health is full the whole time when we do the fight. Like, I didn't take any damage before that. And because of that, I lose some attack power, but I think that the bleed one might be good. Where do you get that talisman? Is it in the sewers? Also, if this is basic knowledge for other people, don't be surprised. I actually don't know a lot of information about this game at all, despite what you guys might think. I know some stuff, but not nearly enough compared to even people in chat when it comes to like items and all that. So I'm still in the process of learning all of it. Like the bleed talisman, I don't think I've used one single time. I have done a build with bleed for PvP with Rivers of Blood, and maybe on that one, I picked it up and forgot about it and just didn't think. But in terms of actually like doing PvE and stuff, I can't remember ever using that. The boss in the sewer, the mini Moog. One mage with the 2 dogs. Is there oh, there's another boss in the sewer? I'm trying to remember. It's been a while. Okay, I'm definitely gonna grab the grace here just in case we die. Cannot fit through there, Torrent. You gotta get the cardio in, dude. It's in a side dungeon that you access from the sewer. Okay. So yeah, we might actually do that later on too. Okay, I'm gonna actually kill this guy too if I can manage to get him up here, but I want to grab the medallion first. Just in case, for whatever reason, again, like this character is something that I use Bloody Slash with in the future, because I'm gonna make save states for later when the run is done as well. He didn't even want to go up the ladder. Wow. Donate so we can get Torrent a personal trainer. Torrent's personal trainer would just be Fire Giant, probably. Dude, that man was almost dead before he slid down the ladder. He was almost a corpse sliding down the ladder there. What would happen if I killed him? Would he just fall off? Or would he continue to slide down and then die? All right. So we got that. Now we can go to... I guess the quickest way would be the warp gate in this area. Or near Rhea Lucaria. Hmm. We could also just go past EG and get there too. Because I'm trying to think of, do we need Bellum Church or that area at all? I don't think so. The Backlog's one-hit challenge in DS1. You want to see it for Elden Ring so bad? No, I didn't. I've never heard of that before. How does it work? Ooh, that was a really easy way of getting down there. Why couldn't it have been that easy on any of the runs we did? Like, Mr. Krabs didn't even get to react. We could have grabbed the smithing stone right there, too. Almost kind of looks like we're going to enter the Silent Hill game. Silent Hill DLC number 3 coming up. Torrent runs for avalanches and big man shoulder rolls. Yep, pretty much. So I guess we're going to get EG open here too. Even though, I mean, we have a lot of the Somber Stones. Might as well have his Grace too. Goodbye, EG. Enjoy your book. It's probably a picture book. I don't think he actually reads any material that's challenging. I feel like he reads children's stories, and then he puts the children's book inside an encyclopedia. And yeah, it's pretty obvious. I mean, like, his inventory is not that impressive. Like, why aren't you selling all the upgrade materials, dude, if you're reading that much? Have you not figured out how to get the smithing stones in your inventory? Only one talisman, too. Or does he sell a shield? I don't even know. I think it's one talisman and then maybe he has a shield or something like that. Stop disrespecting EG. Well, I mean, it's like the book is the same too. He hasn't finished the book, so I don't know if it's a real book, dude. I think it's like some sort of front for an illegal business, and underneath the anvil, he has some sort of like operation where people are harvesting parts of mythical creatures and then selling them on the black market or something. 100%. Yeah, for Commander Neil, if we have to actually do that in the future, I want the Bewitching Branches. And he has Rune Arcs too. Actually, we can get Rune Arcs from this guy. Perfect. You get 1 point for every shot that you do on an NPC or a mini boss. 1 point equals 1 level, so you can't level without one-shotting stuff. Some people weren't able to get the maximum. Interesting. So, like, when it comes to leveling, you have to basically take you're saying you take a base level class of any sort, and you have to kill, like, the first enemy you choose to kill in the game has to be killed in 1 attack. That's it. But that's without stat investments, and then the stat investments only continue if each boss is killed literally in 1 hit. So to me, I mean, I could already see like where you'd start. You do Taurus Demon with the plunge attack first, but I'm wondering how would you get enough damage to do a one-shot on like maybe Quelaag or something? Like, how would that work? Because she has so much HP that by the time that you need to fight her, you still don't have a lot of options to hit that much damage. So like, what kind of magic would you be using? You could get Upper Blighttown, Power Within. You could do Dragon Torso Stone potentially. And then like a lot of the extra damage that I understand from the one-shots comes from weapons that you wouldn't be able to get, or that would have to be increased, right? So I'd love to see that. If you have a video link, I want to see that very badly. I want to see how that's done. From what I recall, like one-shot challenges allowed people to be killed in 2 hits previously because there wasn't a way to do everything with 1 attack. Like, at least the first version I saw of those kind of runs, at least. Tom, what's going on, dude? How are you doing, Tom? And Miss B, been a long time. When were you last here? What were we doing? I'm curious.
I've been waiting. I knew you. I hereby take my hand.
Like, Raya's been waiting for you. Tom and Miss B, you guys were like late. She was waiting the whole time. Look at, she's been waiting so long that the natural weather conditions of wind and gravity have warped her spine, and she's got extreme gamer neck now and gamer lumbar, and no gaming chair could save her.
Give me your. I will pray.
We don't have chiropractors and insurance in this place, so we're fucked. I feel bad. Her posture is better than yours right now. We could make a really funny advertisement, like an infomercial with Raya. It'd be amazing. Please get me my necklace. It's like, did you know that this necklace can alert you in any situation to the authorities, whether it's a burglary, falling down the staircase, or a critical accident with other people? Life Alert is what you need to have posture such as this and never feel at risk of your environment. She's like trying to walk down the stairs, and she like leans too far forward and just does somersaults down the stairs. Thankfully, I have my pendant from Tarnish to be able to call Life Alert.
Now you belong to the drawing room lies, but be sure.
Okay, so we got the drawing room key, and then you got the bell bearing. So I think just joining to that extent is enough to be able to go and get Bernal's Assassin's Gambit from the Maiden Husk, or Finger Maiden, whatever it is. Just gonna open up this area too. And then we just have to run from Raya to Draconic, and I think right after that, I guess we have to do Golden Godfrey, or no, we don't have to do Golden Godfrey. Just have to run to, oh wait, I went the wrong way here. Damn it. I think, wait, maybe did I not? No, I did. Need the lantern. Just came in this way, we want to go this way. Yeah, we don't have to kill Golden Godfrey. We just have to run to the place beside him, the Coliseum thing, and I think we're ready to get back into the DLC after that. It's a must-watch, the one-shot video. Yeah, definitely send me a link for it in a DM. I want to see that. Okay. Back to Dectus Lift. Taking a break from progress, still working on the lion or a different boss, Gladius. I'm just taking a break from the DLC to get the Starfist now, but we did kill the lion yesterday. So a good chunk of the difficulty is out of the way, at least. And that's nice. How are you doing? Oh, I forgot to get the grace that was in the field over there. Which boss is next? So I think we decided we're gonna try Rolana and figure out how that goes off rip, but I have a bunch of other bosses accessible. I can run to them right now just by warping to the nearest grace. They're all open. The only ones that aren't open is Matir. Midra is not open right now completely. And then anything on the way to get to Midra, obviously. What else? I guess Radon obviously is not open right away. Putrid's not open right away. But mostly everything else is ready to go. Like we got the flower, we got Gaius, we got Mesmer, the hippo. There's the things we got there too. We got the lion already. I'm trying to remember all the remembrance bosses. Did I say the flower too? The flower is there. Bale, oh yeah, Bale would take a little bit to open up too, but I think I'm probably gonna do him last, or like near last maybe, I don't know. He seems like he would be very, very frustrating for phase 2. Like one thing that's not my favorite, I like fights that are very aggressive, so let's say something takes 20 minutes to pull off if you did it perfectly, that's how long the fight is, which Radon's probably gonna be a 15 to 20 minute fight to actually pull off, right? That's all fine, but if I had to do a fight that was 10 minutes, but the enemy doesn't let me hit them a certain amount of times per minute, like, and they're just flying away all the time, that is really annoying. I hate having to survive and not be able to dictate the pace that much, or have, like, trades back and forth constantly. So, like, the breakup in the phase 2 really is going to dwindle the focus, I think. But that's why, again, the build's going to be set up to actually do good damage to him, have the right weapon, and obviously the blessing level will be full by then, or very close. Because I think that, like, there's almost no chance of staggering Bale phase 2, and the interactions with him will be, like, very few and far between. What would I use against him? I'm still probably going to use the Starfist for a lot of the stuff. Just because on level 1 it deals the stagger, it deals the bleed, frostbite, and I can stack some of that stuff with talismans that wouldn't really be better served by using other ones, because I don't need to survive. Like, I don't have to have defense or anything. So the combination of that is pretty good. Like, for example, if I normally was using, like, the defense talisman, like Pearl Drake, or the what's it called, the stone one, or even the ritual shield, like, I don't need any of that. But Dinky, dude, I'm so sorry I didn't read this right away, but thank you for the Prime sub. And if you're still here, I appreciate that. New to stream, so you're not familiar with the etiquette yet? Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. Mainly if you're gonna send a link for a video in general, I can't, like, click it while we're live that easily, so it's easier for me to check it later. And any platform I have social media on where you can message me, even this one, you can do private messages. That's where you send the links, and I'll respond to you and let you know what I think about it once I check it out. All right, so Draconic Tree Sentinel, can I still kill him right away? We could do the cheese, we can make him fall off, but I don't think I have... Oh no, I do have kukris and I do have a bow. Technically we could. That could be fun, but I only have so many. Use the pest spears for Bale. Is that pretty easy to use? I don't know what the pest spears are. Rad, what's up, dude? You missed the lion? you didn't miss much of any kind of major progression from when you were probably watching, unless you only saw the very beginning. It stayed at a standstill for a while, where there were so many close calls. Like, he would have been killed within, I think, 4 hours if I didn't have to do it damageless, or I didn't make that a rule for myself. Because there was fights where we survived and we could have killed him. And just thinking of, like, the fact that I would die on purpose every time at a certain point and not even farm more information or practice or anything, it definitely could have been done way quicker. But that's not what I was looking for, though. I wanted to actually be set up to do it hitless or damageless. Okay, I'm just gonna take a crack at Draconic straight up and see what happens. You got the Statue of America anyways. Because I feel like if I screw up the cheese on him, or make him fall off the cliff incorrectly, he'll come back at me and kill me immediately, so straight up seems better. Ice Spear. Pest Threads, and then Ice Spear on the other hand. Okay. That was a mistake. Oh, but we got the stagger ability from the barbed tier to help complement the spike crack tier that we would usually have. And then we don't even need the strength one because we have a bigger reinforcement on these anyways from late game, so that's pretty good. Also, Ballad, what's up? How are you doing? I didn't say hi to you. I apologize. And then Gladius, welcome again. All right. So that's done. 2 seconds to go and get the Starfist, and then we're ready. I'm excited. I want to see how much better it is. Because, like, I swear to you, I'm not even joking. I swear to you, I watched a video of someone doing the Lion with Starfists, no blessings in general, like 0. Same upgrade level of the weapon, same character, everything. They did more damage. which is wild. So that means 9 blessings doesn't even matter if you're comparing Iron Balls or Starfist. And then I'm not sure what the talismans were. They might have been pretty good, but yeah, like I was shocked by that. I'm like, I thought it was going to be like 50% to 25% of the damage I'm doing, but what we're even doing is not even that different. So I probably could have done no blessings if we just had the Starfist from the beginning. Snarachi, thank you for gifting Shenvi a sub. I appreciate that. Welcome, Shenvi. Ice Spear does 25 stance damage per hit. In addition to this, oh, that's a lot of stuff. I like the sound of that. Anytime I can get surprise damage out of nowhere without having to attack extra is always nice, because we really don't have a lot of time to rebuff the character. So like just the base damage of the weapon with all the effects is the most important part for sure. I didn't go the right way here, but it's kind of like the old school way. The sketchy way. Doing well, Ballad? I'm glad to hear that. If people aren't doing well here, then I don't know. I'm gonna take that Erdtree avatar and I'm gonna I don't know. I'll put its underwear on its head, and then I'm gonna make it walk down the street. And if it doesn't comply, I'll punch it so hard that it turns into Dark Souls 4, and then we'll just play Dark Souls 4 and forget about it. It's a pretty good deal. It's quite rude of me. It is a little extreme, but you got to go to that kind of extent at a certain point. I don't think there's any other way. We're too deep into this scenario here. Like, I'm in the capital naked, running around with balls in my hands, and there's a giant dude trying to kill me in a doorway, and I haven't stopped to think about anything other than just how do I, at any cost, succeed. And sometimes you have to get desperate and you know, put underwear on Erdtree avatars' heads and troll them. I don't know. Slowbadon, what's up? How's it going, dude? In that case, you're not doing well, Pasta Cat. You can't say that now. You can't change from being good to bad. It's too late. Do you think it's wise to supplement probiotics? It kind of depends on what you're eating. So if your enzyme profile is pretty good, like you've built it up well, and you tend to digest things very well of all different sorts, I wouldn't say supplementing that would make a big difference compared to somebody that isn't in that situation. I personally, I have Pro and Pre's in my my green supplement, but I haven't actually had it for a while because I guess the subscription to it, like I changed the location of it, and then they're taking some time to reroute it again. But I do take a green supplement that has the Pre and Pro, and it does definitely make a bit of a difference with me because I don't digest a lot of things that well compared to maybe some people that I know. So it's mainly based on that. Like, best way to tell would be also trying it and then seeing what the difference is in digestion, in how you feel overall. And then also, especially like testing it with foods that maybe are not as that maybe that don't go down as well for you. It can help. You're gonna get pre and probiotic benefits through certain foods though, so you can just eat those foods if you can already tolerate them. I personally can't have a lot of dairy content, and there's a lot of probiotics in there, and so I don't get the benefits of that at the rate that someone does that spams a lot of dairy. Can you prove lactose intolerance? No, not really. You can't improve it much. It's mainly just don't have lactose or have very low amounts. It's the smartest thing. That's an adaptation that was made over time, right? So the people that have that, it's not like a thing you need to fix. It's actually for a reason. There's an evolutionary reason for that. Starfists, we got it. And then I think there's the talisman over here, but we already have that talisman on this file, which is kind of funny. Dude, Zinky, thank you for gifting 5 subs, man, to Bin, Bali, Crow Bakery, Not Land, and Core as well. Everyone that just got gifted a sub, if you don't say thank you to Zinky, I'm going to find you in a situation one day, 10 years from now, unsuspectingly, and I'm going to make gestures from around the corner where you can't see me watching you, and no one is going to know why I'm doing it, but everyone will witness it happening except for you, and I'm going to videotape it, and I'm going to send it to you in the mail another 10 years later. And if you're not around, your kids will find it. And if they're not around, their kids' kids will find it. And then Miyazaki's great-great-great-grandson will make a video game out of it. And it'll be the next Souls genre, and yeah, we'll make history. It'll be pretty cool. Okay, that's done. Round table. You have to eat more types of lactose to turn them against each other in your body. Turn them against each other. Sounds like Osmosis Jones, where everybody's alive inside the body. You got the lactose soldiers battling each other.
Don't pay me and just lay out your...
The Civil War of Lactose. Balls for hands. That's the question, is like, is it balls for hands, or is he just holding balls? Because we had a very out-of-pocket comment that I didn't even plan when someone was like, well, imagine trying to eat with the balls. And I was like, well, you'd have to lick the food off of them and smash it or something. And that was pretty, that was a hot take. So I don't think that I'm going to get into too much discussion of the balls anymore, just in case. But yeah, let's get this with Craigblade as well, and then Cold, and see how good it is. So, where was Rolana's Grace? Oh wait, sorry. This is, I keep dude, the map is so big for the DLC. Out of the corner of my eye, I keep forgetting that it's not the same map. It's different. So we had Storehouse Loft, and then we have Shadowkeep Main Gate. Do we have to kill the hippo to get her, or is she not even here? I'm pretty sure she's here, right? Do you have YouTube and the Twitch chat linked? Yes, everything's put into one right now. What I'm doing is I have my phone open just to double check and see if there's any issues with chat, because I started using a new software for it, and it took forever to update yesterday. There's a whole page of text that popped up, I think it was 2 or 3 times after not seeing anything. So if there's anyone having issues with it, let me know as soon as you can. Just type it in chat, and then as soon as I see that that's the case, I can switch the chat. Have both open, whatever. All right. Yeah, where is Rolana? Gravesite Plain region at the end of Castle Enzis. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's not in Shadowkeep, so the hippo is Shadowkeep, and then at the top of it is Mesmer. I think. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, now this is the area to continue from, I believe. And then below is where you get to Midra, where the other hippos are, I think. Unless you can't even go below there. Oh, wait, I'm thinking... Maybe I'm thinking the right thing, yeah. It's like somewhere down over here. Character looks jacked, wonder what his diet is. Pure dreams and aspirations. That's how he's literally injecting the fumes of his dreams into his veins. And just running on that. Doesn't even eat food. Literally does like 24 hours of cardio straight, no sleep. Basically kind of like Chuck Norris and Santa Claus combined. Oh my god. What? See, maybe I would have had a chance if he did the swipe attack, but he had to hit me with the quick one. I okay with spoilers? Oh, I've played the DLC before. This is like my DLC playthrough is done, so you guys can say anything you want. It doesn't matter. You could tell me even about things that I didn't even find, and I'd probably appreciate it at this point. Anything? Yeah, like as long as it's not against TOS or whatever. But yeah, like don't want to be getting in trouble. The dog dies at the end. Dude, are you serious, man? Okay, so the thing is, the whole time I was alive, like everyone told me dogs don't die, and they just go somewhere else. Now you're telling me this. I mean, there's like too many problems with this statement now, because now I don't know if I can look at a dog again. And the movie's ruined too. But like, yeah, I wouldn't have bought a dog if I knew they died. No, I'm joking. All dogs go to heaven. That is a movie, right? I'm pretty sure that is either like the subtitle of a movie or the actual movie. Okay, wait, let's get out of there first. No way. You can totally get to Mesmer, Romina, and every other boss. Other than Consort right away, you never have to kill the hippo unless you want to max the scattered fragments. If you get the fragments from killing the hippo, it might be smart to do him soon. But I actually, yeah, so I have Mesmer's area open. I can run right to him within like 2 seconds. You are right about that. I think, so again, like if you want to see the map that I have, once I get a safe spot, I can look over everything we have open. But as far as I know now, it's, you know, after we get to Rolana, it would be access to Mesmer, Hippo, the Shadow Tree Avatar, Gaius, and whoever else is like right after those, right? The dog goes to a nice farm upstate, yes. You can't see me. My movements are imperceptible. Oh, he's getting nervous. He's getting so nervous. When's he gonna punch? When's he gonna unleash the attack? Oh, never mind. He killed me. I was getting too fancy. I could have ran away. They actually drew me in. Their calm, collective demeanor and professional just appeal as knights that are doing their duty and everything. It allured me to not pay attention. Wait, that's the same room that we came in from, yeah. Never mind. Okay, so now I know the guy with the spear is incredibly strong. Or I'm incredibly weak. Oh my god, an arrow to the foot is almost death. Okay, wait, never mind. Oh, there, yep. Yep. This is cool. You've never heard of any video game doing that? Oh, for the accessibility of all the enemies. I think this is the best structure you can have for an open world game that's ever been done, since they combined the formula of the legacy dungeons with the fields, right? It's such a good, like obviously I think like there's Zelda games did something kind of similar, but like on a very small scale. Definitely not nearly as dense or, you know, challenging, whatever, but it's like for them, they set a new standard for what I'd expect out of an open world game, and I'm looking forward to seeing how other developers that make even unrelated types of stuff handle their worlds when it comes to the building of it. Do you only stream for a living, Curbs? No, actually, so it's the opposite. Like the stream does pay the bills for sure when it comes to like just if I'm going to be honest about revenue, like a lot of the revenue from the stream is mainly sponsorships. So throughout the year, if I did like 4 to 10 different contracts, whatever, or I said yes to some of the things that I'm offered, and I like those types of deals, a lot of them being launches of games, whatever, that's pretty good. I could like really go up the full-time streaming thing again and just be like, yeah, guys, you could sub and you could do this, hype trains, like all this stuff, do like marathons, stream like a ridiculous amount of hours, and I could make it full-time without a doubt. But I actually put a lot more time into the video side of YouTube now, so the back end of that, the actual video making, I do my own editing a little bit now for a new channel that's happened, and some of the music channel I've done quite a bit of the editing and stuff like that, and recording. So I have some other projects, and then I actually started doing consulting for people's YouTube channels as well. So I've helped quite a few creators along with my editor. We've ran a team of 2, basically helping people get more out there with their video setup and everything, and just explaining the fundamentals of how you structure a video upload, and also helping them like change their content to be a little bit more engaging at times too, like that guy was. So that's a focus. I do fitness nutrition consulting as well. So two different types of consulting. There's this channel, the main channel, and the second gaming channel as well, but only this channel and the main YouTube channel are applicable for sponsorship opportunities right now, but the 3 are monetized. And then there's like other stuff even beyond that too, but like a lot of it is just kind of spread across those main things evenly. And then the only thing that's going to be added into that in the future, well, the 2 things would be the music channel becoming more of a job, or more like of a work effort where, you know, it pays off in the end. And there's, you know, we could do sponsorships through them for certain types of music stuff, or people, you know, like it enough where it, even well partnered, it actually does okay for revenue. Like that's another thing to be built to that level. And beyond that, then there's the new channel that I haven't talked about too much, but when you do see it and it is in full effect, that one also, the goal will be to build it to being partnered as well. And then there'll be 4 YouTube channels that are partnered that actually could be focused on, not evenly, but decently enough to have a video out fairly often. That's the goal. With the main channel obviously still being the most important. But yeah, just streaming full-time, definitely not. Definitely don't, like, I could just record and not stream in general. Like, I don't have to share it, but I do like sharing the process. I love doing the streams regardless. So I said I'd always do that even if it was for free. Like, there's like literally if there's $0 in it, it would still be enjoyable. And I think it's actually more valuable for that anyways, right? I think when people start doing their content, I tell them, like, you could record a lot of things for videos, but you, like, if you stream it though, it's like you're building some interest around it, you're gauging interest, you're learning things from people, they're learning things from you. It's a good community building experience, and also gives you some skill sets and some tools for carrying over into making long form content, edited content, and knowing what people enjoy, knowing the landscape. So I think it's important, even if you never did full-time streaming and you just did full-time YouTube, even to do streaming, you should. Everyone I know that did one or the other hardcore never actually tried both. Like, they always hit this wall where it's like they can't understand how to adjust into it. And I think that one of the things I appreciate the most is I did them not simultaneously, but I switched into doing videos off this platform early enough to kind of speed up the process of that rather than doing it like later. And it's a really good, really good experience. Didn't really feel like it made any sense originally, but now it's like the exact opposite. Oh my god. Okay, this dog needs to be killed. Ah, damn it. Honestly, that's great. You're already a workhorse. I wouldn't say I'm a workhorse. Like, I don't like to use terms of like, oh, working hard, this, that, whatever. It's more so I enjoy a lot of things. So I'm like, how do I turn everything that I enjoy into something that has a produced outcome? Like, I can produce something out of it or make something tangible out of it. And so if I'm doing music, I'm already playing it. If I'm already doing other things that are hobbies outside of even gaming, I need to find a way to package that into something that is more than just my enjoyment and my time. Because I already have tons of my time I'll invest in moments I'll have where it's not shared, but I might as well turn it into something and learn some skills based on that too, or refine previous skills that apply to all of them. It's a waste of time to be, in my opinion, doing that and not getting better at the same time, right? Because it's already going to be hard to figure out how to be good at all those different things. But I just want to be decent in the things I enjoy and make some cool experiences out of them. That's the biggest goal. I don't think there'll be many more things added to that spread of ideas in the future, but maybe just bigger versions of them or different levels of it. Oh, this opens, okay. Oh, man. So close. We made pretty far. That was scary running through there. That was one of the most tense ways to get through. Do you know what the best way to gain strength is specifically? For example, you want to improve your weighted pull-up 1 rep max. The best way you could do that then is program everything you do on your body around that being the focus. So when it comes to like what day you train what, make that more frequent within the week than any other type of lift. And make sure you're getting proper recovery on it. So every time you're going back to it, you're fresh, but just make it as frequent as you can with being recovered. And if it's also in a program where you're doing other movements, do that movement first before anything else. Always. Never do it last, never do it second. Always do it first every single time. And you'll start to get the most you can out of your body with that movement. And from there, the best example I can give for improving strength is micro increases. So if you can get micro plates or like even 2.5 pounds, something like that, and you're doing weighted, let's say with a 45 plate, make it 47.5 pounds instead of 50 pounds. And you'll gain strength quicker that way, in my opinion. And it won't really feel like it's much more work, especially on those days where you're not as energized or whatever. Like you could have a lot of more outliers or variables that don't affect the strength curve as much if it's very gradual. You can also look at it in the form of repetitions too. Let's say you're comfortable with 45 for like a set of 8 or something like that. Just aim for that 9th rep. Even within 2 weeks of doing that program, repeating it 2 times a week, 4 times in total, maybe 1 increase of just 1 rep within that 4 sessions is amazing. Even within 8 sessions, that'd be pretty damn good on a single set. But if you can add 1 now to multiple sets of it, that's cool too. I would recommend, like, so basically to sum that up, train in rep ranges that are also not 1 rep max territory with the same movement also. Switch between doing the heaviest load on it. You can for a low volume scheme, and then do a high volume version that is about 60% of your 1 rep max or something in that territory as well, just so you can actually gain other benefits than just the raw power from the 1 rep. You're still getting hypertrophy in there. You're getting you know, the right signal for growth and exhaustion. The maximum you can get from that. You're making sure that it's trained sufficiently, and you're also giving yourself a break from the nervous system. Like how extensive it is on your nervous system, the fatigue from literally just training the 1 rep all the time. Yeah, it's got to be the centerpiece of the, like, basically your life becomes now you're training to specialize in that lift, and everything else falls towards the backdrop. So you still train everything else, but you don't put it first, and you don't train it as often. For me, right now, I'm in a similar situation where I've been in it for a while, like where my back is like a very weak part of my body by default, but I've made it one of the stronger muscles. And so I always lead with back no matter what, most of my workouts, and I probably will for like the next like 3 to 5 years still, until I'm happy with my vertical pulling being in proportion to my horizontal pulling, and my horizontal pulling and vertical pulling being so good the hypertrophy reflects and catches up, you know, the bad genetics I have with my back to the better genetics of the, you know, the other muscles that might not need to be trained as much. So to do that, I have to get my back way stronger relative to other muscle groups, just because obviously at the strength level I have now, the size of it's not really that ideal for what I put in compared to someone that has better genetics. So I need to specialize in that more often, which means just training that first on a day where I'm doing another group, whether it is a pull day in total or it's literally like an antagonizing group or fully up or fully low or whatever. It's always the first priority. All right, so we're at Rolanda now. We did it. Nice. Getting leaner is a hack for weighted pull-ups too. It definitely can be, but the problem with power to weight ratio on it is that, like, when you're getting leaner, then you have a less sufficient amount of energy supply just directly from the correlation to the calorie deficit. So unless you're in maintenance range, being in a deficit of even 250 to 500 per week will make you less performative when it comes to the macros that you can utilize, which would, again, you want certain carbs. If you're having a carb diet, having the glycogen is going to help with the, you know, not being depleted, not feeling like your energy's lower. So whatever your energy sources you're running on for the training, assuming it's like a standard diet that's balanced, there'll be some mitigation of the effectiveness because of the deficit of calories, but the power to weight ratio is better obviously being leaner. So there's a sweet spot for it basically. If you get too lean, obviously your nutrition won't let you produce as much strength or power energetically. But then if you get just the right amount, you'll start to actually have an easier time, obviously, managing your body weight, and the relative amount of force on the muscle will still be pretty sufficient to be able to progress. If you're too heavy, you can do less things and gain more strength, more muscle, but you're most likely going to have a correlation now with your cardiovascular ability being less. So your work capacity goes down. Therefore, you actually cut out reps you could achieve strength-wise on a pure contraction basis. So like eating more is going to make you not cardiovascularly conditioned as much in some cases, unless you're really dialing in your work capacity. And then being more lean, being more like, just because the correlation with it, with the way you eat, would more so lean towards your eating probably a little cleaner if you are at a deficit versus like a very big surplus, because it's very hard to eat whole foods at a very high rate. It's like sickening sometimes, right? And these are all just like really nitty gritty things. I don't think you have to think that much about it, but there is like just a sliding scale of adjustments and all these nuances that depend on so many factors. But ideally, yeah, find a good power to weight ratio for your body in terms of how lean you want to be if you're going to be training body weight kind of stuff like that. And you can also look into training grip strength separately. So, because the points of failure are cardiovascular exhaustion, contraction failure, and then grip strength when it comes to the pull-up, assuming you have good form and everything. Rip. Don't use Starfist. This fight's way better with range, Lou. So I appreciate the suggestion, but I am going to use the Starfist, I'll be honest. One of the things I want to avoid on this run is using any magic or anything that shoots a projectile. Like, I do want to be making contact with a weapon. So we might switch to a weapon that has some more range in the future, but as much as I do appreciate that, we are going to go with the Starfist for this one right now. I'm curious with the Rune Arcs too. I don't think I want to learn the fight with Rune Arcs right away. I think I want to kick it up a notch later. And then I can still do the whole heirloom thing or Flame Grammy Strike. And switch it back after. Just got to pick a better talisman to switch it back with because it's far away. So I remember some of the attacks that you like to go for on her. That's one of them. Anything with a crossover is pretty good. But it happens differently depending on what attack she starts with, right? Oh, yeah, also one thing to adjust to on this. I didn't do this with light roll for majority of it. So it feels like I'm stopping her combos a lot more than I planned to. Like right there, she should have gone into another attack, I think. Nice. What have I got? My physic pot? I got the spike crack crystal tier and the stone, I think it's the stone barb. Back musculature is by far the hardest to understand how to properly target. It just always felt less intuitive for you. But you learned a lot over time. I agree with that, yeah. A lot of people that ask me questions that are strangers too, even if I'm just doing a lift in like the regular gym, over the course of doing that, it's always been about how to like get the connection with the back. Even clients too, like a lot of them have a really hard time with the visual cues in the mind and like the physical cues and all that. So I just think of it as like, just imagine your arms are deleted from the elbow. Like you don't actually have like a forearm and a hand, and you're literally trying to straighten the upper portion of your arm as far down as you can with your shoulders at the most relaxed position to almost touch the ground with it, and then you're moving it forward and backward like a lever that's trying to squeeze down as much as possible and then pinching something between your back and the elbow. And the point of interest you actually think of is your hands aren't existing, so like they're really just hooks. That means that your grip strength only kicks in heavily like when you're about to fail, and you don't actually grip that hard. So you can actually disengage the forearm muscle a little bit better, and then it's going to take a bit of tension off the biceps too, and you won't be pulling with your arms as much and getting a really good activation for the rhomboids, upper traps, and then lower lats as well. Yeah, ironically, even though it's harder to target, it's one of the easiest cues to explain and understand once you do that I know of. The ones that are more intuitive that people tend to do well with by default, the cues for those ones, like some of the push muscles and other types of, even like how you would visualize a machine versus like free weight versus a cable or whatever, it's like those things become way more complicated, but it tends to be that people have an easier time with them, which is interesting. Nice. Okay, just that instant attack right there. Or not even instant, but just the side back punish kind of thing. Gotta watch out for. And again, we're not gonna continue the fight and beat her if I do get hit. I just want to practice it, so gotta build up the knowledge a bit. I think even going for like the jump R2 or a regular R2 might even be smarter. If I feel my timing is bad, I'll just change it to that. Yeah, I need to stay closer. That was going to be another good one. Just more stamina now. It's actually interesting, gripping less tightly to disadvantage the forearms. You'll have to try that. Yeah, part of like bodybuilding or optimization of like biomechanics has to do with like the mind tricking. Like you have to trick yourself or make like a profile of how you visualize something, and it can be different for different people, but there's some points of interest you want to focus on, because mind-muscle connection beats physically perceived mechanical perfection, in my opinion. So like, you could have two people do the same thing and a third person watches it, but like the reason the first person, even if they had the exact same, like on a cellular level, their bodies were exactly the same, like they were clones, they could do the same thing and the one person gets 25% better results or more or something like that. Even though the person that watched them saw the exact same things happen based on how the mind is operating of the person. So if their visualizations are making a better mind-muscle connection, you're getting a stronger contraction based on certain cues that can't be seen by a third person, right? So you actually want to get really, if you get really good at that, then you don't even have to do as much. You're probably way safer from like injury and everything, because you're much more aware of all the little positions of things and the forces that they're producing and where you want to be focusing that. And therefore it's like just way easier to get hypertrophy out of it too. But for raw strength, obviously momentum, just raw force production and leverages are way more important. So when you see powerlifting, it's not going to be controlled. The nuances are not the same. You're really just trying to move that object, you know, and there's a science to that too, but it's a bit different though than trying to leverage the best visual and mental cues, whatever, out of hypertrophy. There we go. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, spicy. Nice. Was that third or fourth try for this fight? I think we're on number 5 or 6 now. Plan on going in a calorie deficit again soon. You know, there's no such thing as a spot reduction, but you want to slim your face again. You want some good tips for that delayed. Fast for as many hours as you can after you wake up. Wash your face with ice cold water. And don't eat a high ratio of sugars and carbs, especially like later in the day too. And your face will be a lot tighter for sure.
24 months. That's
you can still eat like a lot of food. Just make sure like majority of it's not stuff that would bloat you as much in the face. And even if your face is puffy in the morning, again, just fast and do the cold water with the ice. And there's benefits for that other than literally shrinking the face, but like for a temporary amount of time. But it's also just good. Cold water is good for you. It'll wake you up. So it's a good one. Also happy. Thank you for the 2 years. Welcome back, dude. That's amazing. I hope you enjoy the brand new badge. You got the cool one with the fire in the background now, the Pyromancer one. How have you been doing? Have you seen any of this playthrough yet? Whoa. Perfect. Oh. Okay, our only issue here is stamina now. I'm going to add a bit more with this talisman. So my damage is going to go down a little bit, but I'll take that, though. Just to have the stamina. Cool. Nice. That's such a slow attack that she has. I don't know why they did that. It's like almost too easy to punish. Maybe I'm missing something with that. That frostbite buildup. Might want to have a torch or fire bombs. If this fight tends to work better playing it really fast, because then I can proc the frost again. I think that like just letting it wear off though is a smarter idea for the later bosses, or anything that's like really hard, because it's too much focus to have to like reactivate it and all that. And then you have to think like how much damage are you losing by not going for the DPS in that situation. Should have gone the other way. Dark Sun, how are you doing, dude? Not gonna lie, you haven't watched any Twitch in forever, so you just popped in. I really appreciate you resubbing then for the 2 months, despite not being on Twitch as much. Oh yeah, what do you guys think about the new Zelda game for anyone that played it? I'm curious, because Galaxy, my editor, has been playing a lot, doing the hitless run of it. Might be the first one ever, as far as we know. And it looks cool. The fact that you actually have to like use the environment quite a bit to progress and to like kill enemies, all that seems very creative. Interesting attack. Okay, there's like a weird flick of the wrist one that's slow. I played Nioh. I have played Nioh before. I put about 20 plus hours into it on the stream. And after that, I was just like, man, I can't really play this anymore. I'm trying, but it's gameplay wise, it's okay. It's not too bad. The story, I don't like at all. The style, I don't like at all. And the actual experience kind of felt like something that wasn't finished to me, like, or that was maybe in an earlier phase and could use a lot of work. That was my take on it. There's aspects of it that are better than some of the other games for sure, like the color-coded loot system that allows you to, you know, sort through the rarity. That's a cool option for people that like that, but also the fact that you can use every weapon on level 1 without having to have special items at just like a little bit of a lower level of effectiveness. That's something that they should add to this. I've said that plenty of times, but obviously they don't have a reason to in this one. It would be cool if they did. The Nioh playthrough is on the YouTube. Or I think, wait, did I even put it up? I might have not put it up at all. Because around that time I wasn't focusing on YouTube the same way, but maybe it might be there. If anyone finds it, let me know. It would have to be like years and years ago. Oh, sorry, wait, Ballad, you're talking about Galaxy's Run. What's your strategy for the talismans? 1 for higher HP, 2 for damage, another for defense. The one that you're thinking for high HP is mainly just to have stat bonuses so that I can use certain castings. Like, for example, if I have Radagon's Source Seal on, the endurance is good. Oh, sorry, no, not even that. No, my bad. It's to continuously boost the damage by a little bit and the endurance by a little bit, and then I can still get the same benefit of casting Flame Grant Me Strength if I just switch to this talisman as I'm going through the door, right? So it's mainly for that. Oh, I keep forgetting though, if I switch back to this, it decreases the HP, so. Gotta find another talisman that is closer in the menu to the 2-finger heirloom. Which one is the closest? Probably the stamina one. What's my prediction? Which game is FromSoft making next? My prediction is that it's gonna be, and this is not final or anything, I might be wrong, but a game that has less RPG elements than something like Bloodborne, but more than Sekiro. So an ARPG that's very, very light on the RPG elements, and it pushes the standard of quality farther forward from where they left off with something like Sekiro in this, but is not as big of an open world as Elden Ring necessarily, though has more density to it consistently. That's my guess. I don't know what the genre is going to be. Futuristic versus, like, you know, maybe something that's more out of the sci-fi realm or whatever. I don't know. But, like, the actual formula for it, I think, is going to just be, like, furthering their stuff that they couldn't touch base on in this, with some of the things they learned along the way with this game, too. They tend to do something like that every single time. If you think of every new IP that's not from the trilogy originally, of, like, anything with sequels, it's always just another project that takes some of the base formula of that previous thing and then adds something to it that makes it different, and focuses more on a different aspect that it's not as heavy in the original one. So Bloodborne did that a little bit. Sekiro did it a lot of it. This game brought everything with the trilogy to realization that, you know, this is what it looks like at, like, a high quality level with way more content and everything, and a way deeper story, written by someone that actually is a, you know, good author from what most people say. And yeah, their next thing is probably, again, pushing the envelope more for, like, the mechanics and the quality of the visuals and all that, and immersion, but then still including some customization. If I'm right about that, clip it and then use that as a clip when it comes out. Your boneless soul stream is something you think about from time to time. You know, it's actually really weird, Ballad. I don't know why I watched that today. I didn't watch the full thing. I remember I clicked on it because I was trying to check for something to do with the video, the way it was set up. And then it skipped to the part where I was on ONS. And it was pretty funny, actually. It was a lot funnier than I thought. But I'm glad you actually enjoyed that. And it's so weird you mentioned it, because I haven't actually went and seen that video since I launched it. And people haven't really even talked about it since that time either. So that was one of the best mods ever. It was so funny. I think that they have one like that for this, don't they? Maybe I was imagining. I swear I saw Lobos in his title. He had said he was doing that on this. That is wild. That combo is crazy. Don't remember which number we're on. Galaxy. I don't know. I haven't kept track of how many attempts on this one. The thing that you're most excited for is the DS3 Plus Ocarina of Time multi-world co-op randomizer. Yeah, so basically, I forgot to mention that. So Galaxy and I were going to do a co-op run where it's Ocarina of Time on one end, and then obviously we're doing the Dark Souls side of it, and you have to complete. Is it like getting all the items or some sort of thing for completion to win on both ends? Basically, you interact between the two games somehow. Like, there's things that require both the games, and you have to co-stream it. Might have already seen it before. I haven't actually even, like, watched what it looks like, but it sounds amazing. So we're gonna give that a crack and see how we win. Boy. Okay, just one basic attack there. Let's get away and then heal. Nice. So if she jumps away, I gotta be a little bit careful there. Beating both games, we have to find items for ourselves and for each other's games. Oh, wait, so I can find an item in DS1 and it actually pops up in your game for you? That's pretty cool. I want to see a tag team race of that. That'd be really cool. 2v2 on the same seed as well. That'd be amazing. I wonder, do you think it helps if I know about Ocarina? Like if I knew more information on it? It's one of your favorite games of all time. Such a formative experience as a kid, Ballad. I really enjoyed trying to play the game when I was a kid, but yeah, I'm on the same page as you for sure. Like it was a really, really cool game. I still think it's really, really interesting. It's one of the coolest games that have been made, just with the way they did the soundtrack, specifically the limitations on what they could do for the music and how they pulled off all of those amazing soundtracks that are still nostalgic to even me, not even being a Zelda fan. And then obviously like the way the map design worked, the fact it was 3D, you know, it broke out the series into another level, and I think it was the best one that I've watched at least and played a little bit of. But I got stuck in the beginning, and I only had probably about an hour to 2 hours maximum some weekends to play. I wasn't allowed to play during the weekdays, and I also didn't own the game. I had to rent it, so it was whenever I had it rented, and that would only mean I got to play it like probably 1 or 2 times every time I rented it, right? So like my playtime wasn't sufficient to make progress that quickly, and then I didn't have a strategy guide, and I didn't have like brothers and sisters or anyone telling me like how to get there. A lot of the friends I had that beat it, they had like their older brother or sister play with them, or they read a book. But I was always asking, like everyone even to this day, who knows somebody or who is someone that beat that game by themselves at like the age of 7, for example, or 8, without any help? Because if you did that, I feel like you must be like a special type of person, because that's a hard thing to do. And given also that you didn't have unlimited time to play it, like let's say you obviously still had to do other things. But it would be impressive, because I played it when I was 7, and it was like, it was brutal, man. They show up for you as glowing stones visual, but the names are items from your game. Oh, cool. Okay. Makes sense. So the good news is this fight is not bad up to phase 2 without even having a rune arc. That's really good news. So I think that when we get this, it's not going to be a problem at all in terms of like the time investment. See, I need to make her follow that up. So one roll away from that if she does the uppercut just to make her attack again is pretty smart, I think. Ooh, there's that frost. Nice.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
I feel like every time she does that, I have a harder time getting her to follow up than to stop. It was like the opposite on the first playthrough with that medium equip load at the beginning. Rad. Dude, thank you so much for the gifted sub, dude. To Silky. I appreciate that. How's it going, Rag? Or Rad, sorry. Oh, God. Radagon? Your real name's Radagon, just admit it. You're trying to throw me off. You were planted in here for a reason, oh God. Miyazaki wanted you to distract me. He's like, gift us up, maybe you will die. That's not too bad. So, we're almost phase 2 there, and then at the point that she transitions, we get a guaranteed stagger. I remember from the first playthrough, there's tons of time to do that, so there's no doubt in my mind, even without the Physic Flask, we're gonna get the stagger. And because I haven't gotten one early, I might even save the Physic Flask so it carries into part 2, and then we just do some ridiculous stuff on the transition. So I just need to survive until then. I think I'm gonna use a Rune Arc for this now. How did you know? I don't know. I saw that Rad and then I saw G and I was like, okay, if Radagon had a short form name, or if he was like a mob boss, or even like a top ranking goon for a mafia, his name would be Rad G. Either Raddy G or Rad G. Like, I think that's you. It would also be his hip hop artist name as well. This fight is juicy, dude. Unreal. Oh my god, I think I just heard. Ooh, my ribs feel weird. I think I just inhaled really weird there. Oh man, the air in my freaking lungs just made me feel strange. I shouldn't have laughed. That was instant karma, dude. Oh my god, dude. I literally came on to stream for 2 hours and I'm like, yeah, we'll do some setup to get the star fists. And then we just killed Verlana. That's amazing. Oh, dude, I like inhaled in such a weird way. Now my freaking ribs hurt. Oh my god. That was pretty good. I didn't expect it to be right at that point. That was amazing. Got that really good RNG, and then like, dude, that last hit, I was like, is it gonna stagger? If it doesn't, I'm dead. Because there's no stamina and I'm going for it. It's pretty lucky at the end, but yeah. Dude, Rad, thank you for gifting Happy Sandwich a sub as well. I appreciate it, dude. That's insane at how much easier that was than the Lion. It's shocking at how much easier that is. That means that when we do the next thing that's like a step up from this, it probably won't take that long either, right? I did plan to stream specifically just for 2 hours today, guys. We have about 10 more minutes before we hit that mark. I think the smartest thing for me to do so we can do a long one today is just, or sorry, tomorrow, is just to call it right now, and then we're gonna come back and do like 4 to 6 hours tomorrow at least. And I want to kill the hippo and one other thing, minimum, in that stream. But Putty Night next. For Putrid, you have to unlock him, right? So is he available now? You have Corona, and it's a blessing watching you and calmly dying on the couch of Festus. Oh man, I hope you get over the COVID as quick as possible, dude. I've had it twice. One time wasn't too bad. The other time was actually the worst headache that I can imagine. And I have never had a real headache, in my opinion. Like, I've had minor headaches here and there because of something, like having way too much caffeine, not sleeping, whatever. But like, I don't actually get spontaneous headaches. Some of my family gets migraines, and I have no idea what that's like. So this was like what I'd imagine like the final boss of like a migraine would be. So yeah, I hope you don't have that bad of symptoms too, or they get better and all that. What time tomorrow? I'm not exactly sure about the exact time tomorrow because there's some stuff I have to do before we go live, but it should be much earlier than today. So the Twitter, I will let you guys know on before I go live. And the Discord does update everybody as soon as I go live. There's a bot in there, so check out the links in the socials command. As long as the bot is turned on. Is the bot turned on? What is happening with the bot? Oh, it's not connected. Of course, this one time I'm trying to do this. Okay, I just got to reconnect the bot really quick. But yeah, it's going to link all of the other YouTube channels too. So if you want to see the music that I've been doing, and you want to see the long play version of anything gaming related that makes it to the main channel, especially like the first playthrough and all that, it's in this command. And if you have a TikTok, you can follow it. There's going to be some more stuff on there in the future. I think we might have even removed it from the command. Yeah, but anyways, what's up, guys? Welcome back. Good to see you. Sorry about the false start there. We're having some technical issues with merging both chats from both platforms, so there will be no YouTube chat today. For anyone that is watching on YouTube, you can come over to Twitch if you want to talk. Otherwise, until I fix the problem with this new software we're using to merge them, we're probably going to have to just focus on Twitch chat. Give me 1 second, too. I'm just going to turn on the light, and then we'll start this. All right, so I think we have around 13 hours on this character for the DLC. Just killed Rilana. We got the Lion dead, too, so 2 bosses down to the Remembrances. And a lot of the map open, too. So yeah, 13 hours, 36 minutes. Today, I have about a few hours or so, and I plan to get at least 1 more Remembrance. That is the idea. I did grab the Starfists yesterday, so we have those. That was most of the beginning of the stream. And then I think my blessing level is still 9. Let me double check. Yeah, 9. I don't think we have the 3 to upgrade. So, just killed Rilana. There's still some options of things we can do over here, I think. Or I guess Shadowkeep. We have the Hippo. It's an option. We can go to Mesmer right away. We could do... could do Gaius and get 5 Shadow Blessings immediately, which was actually what I wanted to try right away. I wanted to see how bad it was, so I'm going to go there first to the Shadowkeep back gate. Just going to make sure everything's actually working properly here before we continue. I think we're good. Yep. Bitrate says it's doing really bad, but then on OBS it says the opposite. Interesting. Also, I have 240,000 runes. We got to figure out how to spend those. Maybe in the round table. Oh, wait, we can go get Assassin's Gambit too for the areas. I forgot about that. We didn't come back to grab it from over here. You have a problem? You're doing no-hit Bloodborne, but you can't record a video more than 60 minutes? I don't really know what to say about that. I'm not somebody that... I don't do the submission process for Hitless anymore. Like, I gave the team to VSweat and Goes on Ghost, so technically you'd have to ask somebody that represents them. Because, yeah, I don't know what the rules would be. If you're trying to submit the run to get it verified, I wouldn't be the person that could answer it. But if you're trying to do the run for your own satisfaction... and to share it with people, then you might as well just do it in 2 videos. Who cares, you know? It's up to you. If it's more for your enjoyment, then do 2 videos, do 3 videos. People will like it anyways. If it's legit, I think you're going to get some attention regardless, but I wouldn't worry too much about it having to be in 2 parts unless you're trying to get it verified. And also realize getting it verified doesn't really mean anything at the end of the day. In my opinion, verification doesn't make the run better, but it does help people find it a little bit easier if they go on that website. Okay, so we got Gambit. Eruption, I don't know if that's worth it. Quite a bit of other things we can do here. We got the parry skill, the no skill. Okay, what else can I buy? Yeah, pretty much nothing. Do the spiky fists do bleed buildup? They do, and then I have it with frost infusion, so it does frost and bleed back and forth, sometimes at the same time. It's pretty nice. Falcon, how are you doing, dude? Yeah, I haven't been around. We took a break for the beginning of the DLC, so it was like 2 months away from streaming. Played the beginning of the DLC, got about halfway through, took another break for like probably a couple weeks or something like that. Came back and finished it, and then like since we finished it, we've just gotten right into level 1. And I would say we're like, what, 10% through this, maybe 15%, something like that. And I'm trying to figure out how I can spend these runes. I don't know. Got some stuff I can transpose that we can't really use. We could buy the equipment here too. Might as well just buy all this stuff. Like, this character would make a really good PvP character in the future. If everything was cleared and I had all the equipment from the DLC, we could use it just for DLC PvP. And then I can level specifically just to 120 if I farm enough runes. So I'm definitely going to make a backup of the save file just in case. And I guess let's just go do Gaius. Let's see how it is. Wait, where's the map? There we go. There's channel points now? Nafalo there is, yeah. Frost and Bleed is your current build for the DLC. Super good combo. I think, like, especially on level 1, it's the go-to. If you're not going to do anything super fancy or that takes a long time to set up, it's one of the quickest ways to do good damage for sure. Yeah, I can just imagine on a leveled character how good it would be, because we haven't done a run yet that has Bleed on it for PvE in general. I've only done the Iron Balls for a leveled character. And I've tried a little bit of the Starfist, but not... Oh god, I forgot. Tried a little bit of the Starfist, but never actually did a full run with them. So this will be one of the first playthroughs, and then the actual damageless run of the full DLC will probably be with Starfists or something like that. Trying to get a job, a few opportunities, but can't make it to the offer point. Super frustrating. So you're in the process of doing interviews? Is that what you mean, Falcon? All right, so if anybody wants to make a prediction on how this is going to go, just not even betting with the points, but literally just a rough prediction, I'd love to hear it, because I have no idea what to expect when we actually start doing this. This guy was kind of hard on the first playthrough, but I also was very stubborn. I fought him on Torrent for a lot of it. Curious of how easy it'll be without it. Dead again. Okay, wait, actually, before we even get into it, let's not even buff. Let's just fight him. Let's just try to, like, remember the attacks. And then I'll put time into buffing and everything, but we'll just try to see if we can even survive. The buff sequence takes longer than the fight. That's what it seems like so far. It's gonna do like the minimum, just chug the flask and do the Craigblade. I guess well, you know what? We have time for this too. We can just do this, or maybe not. Oh. So the charge attack is going to be a problem for sure. Yoda Gaius again, yeah. Okay. Feeling that one. That was pretty good. I had a punish. I think I had like maybe 2 even on that. And on this fight, I think if we get him staggered phase 1, it's a done deal for phase 2. Just got to be very, very quick. Oh, game sound. Why does nobody say that? If the game sound's muted, how does no one mention that immediately? That's crazy. And not that it's anybody's fault. It's my fault, obviously. But that's shocking that you wouldn't mention that. Unless people have the stream muted by default. I don't know. It's interesting. Thank you for pointing that out. Oh, dead. So that one's a weird attack. You have to basically lock off to dodge it properly. But you have to also be very good at knowing just the range of it, it's very deceptive. "24 attempts in total, really. That's very short. That'd be incredible. I was thinking this guy, he might be someone we just try out for a little bit and then we don't even try to actually kill today, but I'm just kind of curious because he's got so many of the fragments behind him that we would get, I think, almost 2 levels actually for the Shadow Tree blessing. Whoa. This is a good attack. This is a really good attack. Now you can do this. I couldn't move. Okay. Yeah, we want the double hits from the fist as well, I think. I don't think we want to be doing one single hit, so it's going to be similar to the lion. If I can get both of them, it's going to be way more damage, and he'll stagger within, I think, 2 to 3 engagements at least. You thought you had selective hearing for the moment, listening to your voice and not the game? Yeah, I was going to say that's... must be scary, actually. I wonder what a stream would be like if you had all the audio muted but the person. It's mainly a podcast then at that point. That one comes out quick at the end. I gotta be a little bit careful with that. But basically, that attack is the only thing we need to punish in general if we want guaranteed punish windows. There's a couple more, though. Obviously, there's the slam. It's a bit of a quick recovery, but if we get on the side, he shouldn't be able to do anything but that combo to start. Maybe the magic thing where he digs in the ground, and then the head swipe, which is kind of hard for me to dodge sometimes, but I could learn it. And then also, alternatively, we could just try to get him to phase 2 to practice by doing the torrent method that I figured out for the first playthrough, but I want to actually do this for real. Yeah, that head attack's fast, man. But you could do it still. I'm wondering if maybe him recovering out of the dash isn't a good idea to punish. Yo, you can see the eyeball of the boar as well. I didn't even notice that. Perfect. Again, I went a little early on that. I gotta figure out what is the animation that the boar does before he does that attack. I think it's like a, maybe his left, my right head turn. Like he turns his head upwards. Or sorry, sideways. Yeah, he does like a big scoop with his head before it. I gotta count the attacks though. I think it's on a count of 6 in total. I'm pretty sure. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. It might be on the 7th, but I think it's either 6 or 7 total. I was trying to go for the visual, but that's not good enough right now. At least, how many bosses have I done? I did the lion and I did Rulana so far. Oh, it took you 3 days with a pretty beef strength tank. Can't imagine fighting him level 1. The good news is the damage isn't bad, but yeah, surviving sucks though. It's the main problem. Yeah, 3 days. I'm not surprised. This guy's kind of an asshole. Boy. Okay. So he does the kick right there. I can go backwards too. It's an interesting attack. Pretty easy though. Just don't want him to charge out of nowhere like this. Yeah, that's the scary part. Okay. Got greedy there. I rolled randomly. Like, so the one thing on this DLC too is you can't, like, a lot of bosses, you could try to roll to make space to be smart so that if they do something that like starts the attack off inside the character's hitbox, you can avoid instant death or like a frame 1 death or something. But like they seem to be really hard to play if you roll without a reason. It's almost like I need to start running away from him and then roll right away, but I don't want to be that close either, because if his head swipes, I can't see the attack from being on his side the same way. I wonder if this is even safe right here. I guess it is. There we go. Okay, I got that one now. Perfect. Oh, okay, so he can swoop around and then do a head swipe on the other side too. What build am I using? I'm level 1, and then I got Starfist plus 25, Cold Infusion, Craigblade, Ash of War. And then my talismans are Radagon Soreseal, Ritual Sword Talisman, Axe Talisman, and Viridian Amber Medallion 2 at the moment. Cheese, what's up, dude? How's it going, man? Where are you at right now in your trip? Also, dude, this DLC is so good. I know that you've already played it. You're talking about it and everything. You're trying to keep it a secret when we're hanging out, but it is so crazy good. It's silly good. Like, it's actually... It's a step above the Bloodborne DLC for me, which was my favorite DLC. So, yeah. About to hit up the gym. Nice, dude. I hope you have a good workout. You're in Saskatoon right now. Oh, wow. Okay, wait, how much farther is that from where you were when we last talked? Because you were in Saskatchewan, right? Whoa. You can kind of save yourself on that one. Ooh. Good damage. Again, we don't even have the maximum amount of buffs right now, so it's okay. Oh, we got the double hits going. Nice. Okay. I like that. Delayed swipes. Very scary, but this attack I remember. Okay. Get away from that. This one's weird, though. And then you can just kind of do the swipe. And then if he goes into that close, I have to roll immediately. Cannot react to that easily. Is it worth playing cards? This DLC, yeah, 100%. It's more south. You're headed to Calgary in the next 2 days. Nice. Nice. Let me know. It's kind of funny that you're headed to Calgary as Faraz is leaving Calgary and coming here. Should have picked him up like on the way and then came back over here again on his flight and then like went back to where he was after. Yeah, I'm hanging out with him tomorrow. Yeah. It sucks that you're not still in the area because yeah, we're hanging out for the day tomorrow. Didn't know that. It was random. I didn't know he was coming here either until like maybe a week and a half ago or something like that. Wish they made the DLC for Sekiro. Finished your 4th playthrough last week, Sir Jack. What do you think about the add-ons they gave? Like the skins and the gauntlets? To me, that was kind of like a free DLC. That's what it felt like. Like Inner Ishin and Genichiro and all that. Yeah, it would be cool if they made like a dedicated DLC. Whoa. Couldn't move there, I was already crouching. Button didn't work there. Nice. For a visit or straight up moving? Oh, it's just for a visit, yeah. Like, I'm just going to see him tomorrow. He'll be here for a little bit longer than that, but just very funny timing that you're going there shortly after he left. Ooh. Oh, okay. I locked back on, that's why I died. Is the DLC free? No, it's I think it's like $40 or something like that. The DLC is about I'd say minimum 30 to 50 hours of playtime. So it's basically a game. Like it's bigger, it's more hours in playtime than like a Souls game by itself that they've made previously. And I think the actual total amount of square feet is, it actually takes up a significant amount of the square feet of the base game. Like it's very, very big compared to what they originally said it was. I think they kind of just, They didn't really lie, but they didn't mention like the how vertical and all the layers and everything. At least like the extent of it. It's hard to get the idea. Bloodborne DLC will always be the very best in your mind. Nothing you've played holds a candle to Bloodborne personally. It is a really cool game, for sure. I actually was talking about this earlier, but there's somebody that offered to lend me one of their jailbroken PS4s so we could do Bloodborne runs. They're modded, but I'm looking for the PS5 jailbroken, so if I can't find that, I'm gonna take them up on the offer. But yeah, I'm trying to look to see how I could maybe modify mine at the current frame rate, or sorry, firmware. Not frame rate, the firmware. Or just buy one. Because I want the 120 FPS and all the randomizers on that. It's gonna be amazing. And if we also did a run ever again on it, that's good. I think 120 FPS would be amazing to do it in. Okay, so he just does that, then recovers right there. I get to attack him again. Could go early on this too. Back away, and then if he starts charging... If he starts charging, I don't know. I feel like it's not, like uphill, you're dead. Maybe, oh, Bloodhound Step.
Let strength
Bloodhound Step would
grant,
work,
so
I think.
the world might be mended.
Probably be a little bit better.
So the world might be mended.
I'm not a fan of Bloodhound Step, but we might have to try it. Oh, but how do I'm gonna have to kill the dude in the Everjail, right? Is that how you get Bloodhound Step? The Ash of War, you have to kill the dude that has the Bloodhound Fang? Or am I thinking wrong with that? Karan, thank you for the 11 months, man. Welcome back again. Thank you for the Prime. Almost at 1 year. Ooh. Nope, dead. PS4, CODs back in the day, had to get 2 PS4s to jailbreak one of them. That's amazing. Is the DLC world same as vanilla, or is it a new world? It's the same world, just a different time. Oh, I guess technically no, it's a different place, but it's connected to the main story for sure. You need tips on the life at the moment, aka? Suicide keeps going through my mind, never done anything wrong, but everyone seems wrong at the same time. Sorry, everything seems wrong? If that makes sense, sorry to bring the tone down. Well, so for me, like, I don't think that any comment someone can make can change the tone unless I allow it to. So people that are saying that you can't talk about real subjects that might be, you know, a little darker or like negative, like that ruins a stream. Those people, I think, are probably don't have a good relationship with themselves developmentally of dealing with problems, so they can't handle other people talking about their stuff. Because it's really a bad excuse, I think, to say someone can't mention something like that on a stream. So yeah, don't feel bad about bringing anything down. The best thing I could speak to on that subject is you have to think of how much potential there is in the situation, right? Like how much potential you have, the potential that you've lived up to this point, what you want out of life, all these different things, like what's ideal for you, no matter like how you feel at the moment or not. It's you kind of have to have a separation of your ideology from the state of emotion, and then figure out some tangible steps like day by day to improve how you view everything. But you do have to improve your relationship with yourself enough to realize that your life is worth valuing on a different scale that is not allowed to go to that territory, you know, if that makes sense. Because like at a certain point, like there'll be the opposite end of the thought spectrum, I guess. But I've been there before too, and like it's really interesting how things can change, but they can change like so drastically that as long as you don't put a limit on what is possible, I think that you can solve the situation. But you do have to be in that state, be in those emotions, and work through it by having a focus. If you kind of just don't have a direction and you get lost in that, then you'll spiral. So just have some sort of like actual solid goal of where you want to see you end up, even if it's just like a loose goal. And also surround yourself with things that bring you the most joy, or if it's not even joyful, maybe like the least suffering. Try to not, you know, be around toxic situations, environments, people, interactions, whatever. And, you know, follow your intuition. Try to build your intuition up a little bit more and listen to what's right. It's my best take I could give on that. Also know that that's a very normal thing. Like, unfortunately, a lot of people have experienced that before on different levels, but It's not like you're broken or that like it's a weird thing. It's just, it's a very possible state of being in the spectrum of all the things you could be. But because you're in that sliding scale, you can also slide up to the other side completely. There's no permission you need from anyone or like any kind of like special condition. Everyone's able to do it. So you just have to put the faith into it, the belief in your goal, and continue to persevere through everything. Ooh, I gotta wait twice. Not bad. Ooh, 3 times. Give me some. Oh, that was bad. Bloodhound Step is from... Oh, it's from Dragon Bear. Yeah. Okay, wait, we could go there. We could go there. I could get that too. Great words coming. This is just personal experience like that I can give. There might be many different ways to say the same things, or like the right person that you need to say the thing says it to you and it hits differently, and it's not me, but that's the best I can offer. Definitely digest things day by day though. Don't try to like internalize things at a level of seriousness that can't be met yet with your current moment. Unless again you're just planning for certain goals and you know like you might not get there the way you think you will, but believe in the process of it, know the general roadmap, but don't like put so much intensity and seriousness into like having to get out of this state right now. Just kind of be aware of it and be like, you know, like navigate it, but like be in it though. Like allow yourself to be in it, and allow yourself to know it's okay. If you're rich, you'd pay for someone like me to be your mentor or something like that, Rock. Unfortunately, I think that there's a lot of people out there that take money for that kind of thing, but like really a lot of it's just free information. It's just, you know, I don't know. Basically, you can also start off with thinking of everything you haven't done. Like if you had a problem, for example, or you're in this situation, think of everything you have not tried and just do things you didn't do before. Like always do different things that you haven't done, even if they don't make sense, just to see what happens, right? So if I'm going to believe something's a certain way, I got to also like try to approach life in a way that I believe it's the opposite at the same time to see like which one actually makes more sense. So if I'm going to be like, this is this, and then this causes me a problem, then maybe it's like, okay, it's not that way, it's something else. Let's live with it being this way. And if that brings less problems, then obviously it's the better thing objectively. So, or it could be subjective to me and not someone else, but try different things, try different ways of solving the problem that don't feel comfortable or don't seem like they make sense, and listen to, you know, feedback you get. If the people that are giving the feedback have been there and it seems constructive, at least like you have a feeling that it could be good, it doesn't hurt to try. But also ask for help if you need the help on things, and accept the bad days and the failures of certain things and the setbacks and the stumbles. Like that's just basically important. Like you can't, there's no way to navigate anything perfectly. You have to fail, you have to stumble, you have to probably hit like some of the people that are like doing well, even in the eyes of someone where they'd be like, oh yeah, that's a mentor level mindset. Like they probably were at such a rock bottom that you probably have never even imagined it in a lot of cases. And that's where they gained a lot of their abilities, because they had to. It was one choice or another, and that was the better choice, right? Whee! He gets really far away on the end of that attack. Oh, dude, what? It's that easy? Oh, I should have buffed right away. Oh my god, guys, this is insane. So good. I panic rolled there. You hit the head twice in one jump attack. Jump attacks hit twice with weapons that are double weapons. You have to be high up enough, and you have to go through the enemy's character model at a height that connects twice. But like in certain spots, even on the lion too, typically the side of his neck, we were able to double hit with the fists. And double hitting with the fist 2 times back to back on a lot of bosses literally staggers them right after the second one, because it's like 4 hits basically. It's like 4 regular heavy attacks, which I think 3 charge attacks are the equivalent of stagger of 4 regular R2s. Something like that, something in the middle of that, right? So if you could just go for the double hits anyways, you might as well. I'm gonna do a rune arc on this one and see if we do better. You can find all the information you want on Google, but reading stuff's obviously not the same as having someone telling you in that kind of way. You're on a personal level. Yeah, exactly. It's the packaging, the information, the moment you need to hear it. Like, again, like you could have someone that asks for help with something and they won't help themselves even though you're giving them the best information until they are ready to. So like them even asking for help's not even really real. It's just they think they're actually trying to do something, but they're not ready. So it takes years for them to literally just do the same thing you told them to do in the first place, which is how they solve it. But even reading things that will help you don't matter if it's not the right time. So any information, even me telling you this, might not even make sense if it's just not matching up, and later on maybe it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Because everything's about when you're ready to accept certain stuff. So that's why I would say, like, don't try to force anything to be a certain way or think you need to not be in that state. Just accept it and go with it and be like, that's just one of the, you know, the hurdles. It's as simple as that. Obviously easier said than done, but like when you start to do that, then you allow yourselves to, you know, have more freedom in the situation and more flexibility. And it takes up less like energy, I would say, to be in that state if you're not over analyzing it or internalizing certain aspects. Nice, that one's hard. I gotta go backwards on that. If I'm that close, I gotta go behind him. Notice that the bacon blinks. Dude, like he has eyeballs that you can see that are pretty big. I didn't notice that. I thought that his helmet like had slits or maybe it covered the eyes a little bit more. Like he had guards over them, but yeah, like you could see the eyeballs pretty easily. Is there not a ring that activates at lower health levels that makes you hit harder? There is actually, so it's Red Feather Talisman. One of the conditions of this run that's not written in the title, just because it wouldn't matter if people probably wouldn't read it or notice anyways. I have to do every fight damageless, so that means that I can't even have lowered health from entering the fight, since damageless requires you to not do any type of health loss regardless, meaning that I can't get the bonus from Red Feather. But it's worth it though, because like I haven't really seen many examples of people doing all the bosses Remembrance in the DLC with no damage at level 1 versus just hitless. Having the fact that there is a disadvantage in the damage, right? Feel late because you started university last year, but you're 28. Yeah, so that's a good example right there where maybe you're just making it a bigger deal. But really it's like that was what you're supposed to be doing. You know, maybe it's the best thing for you at the time. But you can kind of make like a prediction on that based on what's happening because of it. So if you're in that experience now and you feel like it's too late, if things are pointing towards getting better because of it or improving, then it's the right thing, obviously. There's people that are like 70 years old that are going to university next year, right? It's all up to you. It just depends on how that serves you, how it serves other things around you the best. But like making the game a comparison is actually like probably the biggest problem, because even if you wanted to comparatively exceed expectations of others or whatever, it's like you can't actually use them as the actual guideline. You have to use yourself as the guideline until you reach people that are above, like maybe they're on goals that are like later in your life. Then you can take knowledge from them and everything and incorporate it. But you should only be seeking people like ahead of you to learn from in these aspects, and then only targeting you as like your own opponent or your own like person to improve upon. So you're not in competition with other people, you're in competition with yourself. Because those people, unfortunately, majority are actually living as if they're in competition with other people, and they're actually falling behind because they're paying too much attention to those situations. You almost have to live as if that's not actually an option, right? Or it's too slow, and it's like you're gonna get swept up in all these emotions that make no sense, that are just part of our society now. And obviously everything's over stimulating, usually in the regards of like other people's lifestyles and you being pushed, them being pushed in your face and you seeing them, especially on social media. So highly recommend don't pay attention to anything like that either. Don't make any comparisons and just be realistic with what's going on. No one's ever too late to start or finish college. Life happens. Exactly, yeah. Like, it just feels that way because typically people expect themselves to be there at like 18, 19, whatever. Because that's just like what majority of the cases are. But that doesn't mean that's like how it has to be done or utilized, right? Bud, thank you so much for the 49 months, man. How are you? Many older people have to change their career several times during their lifetime. It's not too late at all, ever. Yeah, exactly. And we're in a time where you're more likely to change your career way higher, at a way higher frequency than ever. So it's like this is going to happen to a lot of people, whether it's like segueing into something that is an applicable skill set or learning a whole new skill set for education, right? Ooh. Okay, so there's some positions to be in where I could start off going that way, but then I'm already gonna die if I roll backwards. So I have to keep going that same direction. But I have to choose a direction right away based on how far away I am on that. So it's either back or around his shoulder there. Let's see if I can just really dial in those double hits again. What's going on, Chris? How are you doing? From Argentina, 25, and didn't go to college, rather did masters in literature at an institute, finished at 22, and now you're starting to see that teaching might not be your thing. Yeah, there you go, and that's normal. That's not a big deal. It feels like it's a massive thing because these things take so long to resolve in terms of time. Like, it could take years to transition into something comfortably, whatever, but like really in the scape of things, like if you don't make that decision, you're still going to have to choose something later anyways. So you might as well just like realize right away, this is just the normal flow of things. Like, there's no pre-written like or predetermined thing you're supposed to be doing in any regard really at all. You just life's made to make you feel that way, and that's mainly your surroundings and other people that have also taken that information from other people as well. It's not like they derived that opinion themselves, right? A lot of the most original points of view have the most contrast to the actual majority of information out there of what you're supposed to be doing. And again, at the end of the day, like I think a lot of people, especially if you're family, if you have a family that's educated or something like that, they're going to expect you most likely to be educated. Some people might even want their kids being educated at the same school. They want them to do the exact same things and be basically like a cut and copy paste of them. So it's like, that's not always the case, but it is for some. And it's dangerous because like it might not actually be the best thing for the person, right? It might just seem like it is, but then again, the person pushing that also might not know what was best for them anyways, and they just thought that that was the case, then they realized later that's not even really that big of a deal. So you always got to be ready to like reform your perspective on everything with this stuff. I think it's always open for new interpretations and new developments with it, and you'll be fine. Because there's no need for anything to be a certain way. Okay. Oh, so escaping that way, I'd have to run maybe? I don't know. Maybe run around his back? Nitrom, what's up, dude? Appreciating the life lessons. I'm not trying to give a lesson. I'm just giving my experience on the subject, really. If you take it as a lesson and it helps, that's amazing. But again, this might not be the best information that you need to hear at the time. So hopefully with somebody it helps. Frost, yeah, that's definitely important too. Usually also it being bigger than like just an immediate goal that's small is super huge, right? Like if it encompasses a lot of small goals along the way and it makes up the big picture, then yes. Especially with like having impact on others too, if you can do that somehow. That was pretty easy to roll right there. Okay, you can roll back on it again. It seems like I'm gonna have to go back and forth on that attack if I'm stuck really close to him. Getting about to do physiotherapy for your knee, but you want to say that when it comes to goal setting to help get over stuff, it'll help tons to work on improvement and not just doing it to do it. Improvement can be addictive. Well, yeah, so that's another thing too. But even so, like even in that statement, I guess my best way of interpreting it would be that the process actually is more important than the outcome, because being outcome dependent on it getting better is inevitable anyways. Like you do have to, like the ideal situation is to do that, so you might as well make the journey of doing it intentional and absorb a lot of value out of that too. Because you can, yeah, you can definitely just do things because you just are, you know, you have the notion you just have to do it, but the way that it's approached is very important too. Make a more lasting impact or better results for sure. Okay, so then he misses again after the second swing. I wait to roll, and then I roll the head stomp. And at that point, when he does that head thing, I think that's right when he does the quick attack after, so I should be fine with one more roll there. Just gotta wait. So you do the first one, rolls across, wait, roll back towards the side that's not the one he can reach me on. And if he doesn't change the attack because of where I'm positioned somehow, then it should be good. Bard, I'm sorry to hear that, man, but I guess, like, again, that did teach you some stuff as well. It seems like it wasn't for nothing, right? Oh no, he does that stomp, and then there's a couple other things right there. It's so funny looking at the eye of the boar. It's like a blue eye. Okay, let me think. Let's try to do the method that I did on the first playthrough for phase 1 now, just to see if we can get some experience from phase 2, because I kind of know what I need to know roughly for phase 1, but it's not dialed in yet. See if we can maybe just skip to phase 2. Hard to actually connect the hits here. It's cool how many buffs you can actually put on him. Oh, on the character, you can put so many buffs. It's crazy. Like, you can have so many icons going that it's like bigger than like the total health bar by like multiple times on this run at least. It goes across like halfway of the screen. Maybe that wasn't the best idea to do that. I'm thinking like even if I do land the hits on every time he dashes, there's so much more time I have to survive for that I might as well spend that time just doing it the way we're doing it. Is like, not only my weapon being shorter is going to be an issue, but he can still hit me even when I try to trade with him there too. Also, I got pretty decent at this attack. Like, it's not too bad now to roll for it. Not having stamina after that's a problem. I gotta really manage the stamina on this fight super well. Hardest boss, level 1. I've only done 2 of them so far, so the lion was harder than Rolana by quite a lot. And I think that technically Radon would be the hardest. Like, if I had to guess what I'm going to spend the most time on, maybe because the lion took 9 hours and I was doing it in a way that wasn't as ideal as this right now. Radon might be quicker than 9 hours, but I'm not expecting anything shorter than like 5 to 10 hours on Radon at least. If I get it quicker than that, amazing. And then yeah, other than that, Mesmer might take a little bit. I'm sure Jory might kind of be annoying, but I don't think it's going to take forever. Midra should be pretty easy. I think it's just Mesmer, Radon, and a select. Oh, Bale. Bale might be pretty tricky. Okay, let's be a little bit less greedy here. And then I'm not going to punish him when he turns around from this at all yet. Gotta watch out for that one too. Jory's infuriating but not hard. Yeah, we could probably kill Jory pretty quickly with backstabs and all that. The Lion Guardian? Yeah, the first lion that you find in Bellarat, like the original lion, is the one that took the longest so far. Curse you, Bale. Imagine he's just holding a bottle of alcohol. He's like, curse you, Baileys. He's like, I'm out of coffee. Curse you, Baileys. You see that one-shot pot only run from A and run? The dude understands buff stacking pretty well. The one-shot pot run. Oh, is it with those pots that you pull out of the ground that are gigantic? I saw like a clip of someone doing that, and I was wondering what the hell that was. I thought it was like a mod or something. I was very confused. Like, I'm like, wait, there's pots you can throw that are that big? Ooh, that's actually a better attack. If I go on his right side after he does that one, particularly. Not bad. Don't start the sprint that close, please. Thank you. A little bit late on that. Maybe the hill, too. Is this the Sekiro guy? Oh, like, Gyobu. Yeah, he looks like Gyobu, for sure. Anyone in chat dread reaching 30? You think it's when you truly lose your childhood, but your 20s seem to go by in 10 seconds? AK? I'll be honest, man. Like, it heavily depends on, like, the experiences you have and, like, what's happening in life by perception of how time is passing. So I feel like, technically, certain things have gone by slower and faster depending on like the time frames, but you typically end up having a lot more going on when you get older, so it's like more responsibilities, more things set up or established, whatever, so it's like less time to maybe do other things that feel like it stretches time out a lot longer. Might be dealing with a lot more people as well, so it's like, you know, they just things pass by, maybe more responsibilities where you have to do things for other people. But I wouldn't say I dread, like I actually have reached that point, and I wouldn't say it's dreadful. It's probably better than previous time. Like I'm looking more forward to everything else more now than ever. Like, and I think that's gonna keep progressing. That's kind of how I look at it. But that's based on what you're doing too. I don't think like age as a number dictates you having to feel a certain way. Like I have some friends that are like, oh, my back has problems, this, that, whatever. I'm getting old. And I'm like, that's because you're letting yourself do that. Because you believe that's how it works. So you're doing things that contribute towards that, then accepting that you doing them is just the actual way it works and not that you did them. So you could do anything you want in a different way and it's going to give you a completely different result. Of course, eventually you're going to like, you know, get older, deteriorate, whatever, slow down. But like, no, it doesn't have to be at a certain rate. And even your experiences don't have to be a certain type or caliber based on age range or what decade you're in, whatever it is, right? So, I definitely think that 20s flying by very quickly is yeah, it's just going to be dependent on what you're doing. For me, some of my 20s felt like it was super slow, and then like there were a couple years in 20s that felt like the year went by in like a few days, and then there's some years where I learned more in that 1 year than I learned in like 8 to 10 years before that. So like it just heavily depends on so many things. How many years do I have? I actually, so I just reached 30 not too long ago. So I'm speaking from the other side. It's not that bad. But that's going to be a different answer for everybody. It depends on how you've done things, right? Like I was under the impression that like I'll probably continue to keep, you know, having more things to look forward to in that regard. Well beyond 30, like even into 40s, like I'm looking forward to that too. But I didn't used to think of it that way though, like when I was really young. I think that life is better typically around 35 to 40 than it is even at 30 to 35 or 25 to 30. But that's heavily dependent on how you live. Ferris Bueller said that said this best. My bad. Life moves really fast. If you don't stop looking around once in a while, you can miss it. For sure, yeah. After COVID, the sense of time is weird. It definitely screwed up a lot of things for time, for sure. It was an interesting period. It was very disorienting. All right. I somehow jumped past where he was and I couldn't see. Cannot believe you're turning 26 next year. Let me know if that ever changes though, because I swear I had the same thing, and then like eventually now it's like I actually look forward to celebrating the birthdays, and like I don't mind getting older at all. Like, and then everybody's asking me, "Oh, well, you feel older?" It's like, no, actually, technically, like in the last few years, I actually feel like I'm going backwards. Like I'm younger, like at least physically, mentally, and experientially. Like all these things have reversed. It feels like just based on changing certain things in life, right? Like I think even 20 to 23 felt worse than now. Like not even just in terms of the events, like literally just physically and mentally it was way worse. Oh my god. Okay, so we're just gonna exit on the left like that. We might not be able to get a big damage. Should we just get out of there with a normal punch? Got stuck here. I don't know if this is dangerous. I was thinking too much about the stairs. You had a personal challenge whenever you started a new job. You'd cut your hair really short and grow it out for at least a year. Time went by fast because of that. That's pretty funny. Yeah, like where your attention tends to lie is heavily going to be depending on how it feels to have time pass by or perceive time, for sure. That's why, again, like if you are in heightened states of emotion, you know, for the positive side of things, and you know your attention's in a certain place, like time can fly by, and also you could do things physically that you wouldn't even do if you felt depressed or unhappy or whatever. So like the cells in your body actually like help you achieve certain things in a way like that. Like you'll actually even notice if you get into a certain like lower state, your body will actually physically become heavier. Like you'll feel like things have changed materially on a material basis, because they actually do try to help you do whatever you're consciously trying to achieve, right? So it's like the simple question, like everyone remembers like a time where like you were so excited, like even just the kid on Christmas, like reference is a good one regardless of what point in time you're at. Kid on Christmas will skip breakfast, like literally fucking wake up like way earlier than, like not even sleep a full night, like be running up and down stairs, jumping, doing backflips over presents and shit like that. But like then like you introduce them to like trying to eat vegetables or something else, and it'll almost be like they want to die, or like it's a zombie, right? So it's like the states of emotional charge and also all this other stuff can make you definitely operate a certain way, or time passing a certain way, all that. Budbones, again, thank you for the 49 months, and Nitrom, thank you for the resub for 2 months as well. I think I probably said that, just making sure I'm not missing anything. Pedro, what's going on? Am I leveling up the blessings? Yeah, so I'm on level 9 for the Shadow Tree. Sigma, welcome back, dude. They went through the same thing, had the masks on, everything was closed. Yeah, there's like repeating events like that happen a lot. For sure. It'd be really funny. I don't know if I saw anybody do it, but like it'd be hilarious if someone had a COVID mask that actually was a plague doctor, and they just wore that every day. It's like, I want to see people get creative. Like, well, where's the Master Chief masks? You know? God. Before you start having Rice Krispie joints when you reach 29, snap, crackle, and pop. Yeah, you did mention that before. I remember that. It's funny. I had a guy, like I used to live in this building where the guy that ran it, like the manager of it, came in the gym one time that was in the building while I was like lifting, and he was just like, oh man, I wish I could still do that one. He's like, my shoulders just crack every single time I try to move. And he's like, that's, and I'm like, oh, that sucks. And he's like, yeah, that's why I stopped doing it. And I was like, so it's funny because like to me that's the exact opposite. Like I would be like, that's more of a reason to do more of it if it's like that, because that means that you're you have impingements or that things aren't moving properly. So you need to actually like look into your rotator, look into shoulder health, mobility, train that, reinforce that, then go back and actually do the strengthening so that you don't even get into an immobile situation as easily again, right? but that was his reason for stopping. So I think Rice Krispie means go. Let's do it. I rolled early on that one. I should have waited. I can react to everything on this, I think, because if he gets ready to start sprinting off and I'm point blank, I'm dead anyways. We might as well just like pretend that I'm just sitting there until an attack happens and then I roll. No rolling unless something happens. I might die a little bit more doing that in the beginning, but it's going to be better. It's wild that you're 30, you look 26, Chris. That's hilarious. I've gotten so many different compliments on that, and like I've gotten, I'm 40, I'm 22, 23, 26, 35, like everything, but the in-person ones are usually like lower than my age, which is nice. On Twitch though, I've gotten like 40 and stuff like that. It's pretty funny. I think epigenetically when I did the test recently, it said I was 23, so like my body thinks it's 23. It used to be like around my age or probably higher than my age before I started to like actually take things as seriously consistently, but that's what I was saying, like the way you actually operate, feel, whatever can change epigenetically. So you just have to kind of make the degradation of the body slow down, and kind of like the age number value surpasses that rate of degradation, where you know it would accumulate to like the degradation level that's expected of something that's years before you, or it could be sped up where like you go and get a test for something like you have the biomarkers of someone that's maybe in this a decade older range, for example. Like my uncle, he had a situation where his knee was the knee of an 80-year-old. That's what they said. That like an 80-year-old would have this problem more commonly, but he wasn't even close. And then we fixed it quite a bit, so now it's not like that. Yep. Good. Oh, what? He can do that too? What? Man, this guy's got every punish I can think of. Crazy. It's because you act so calm? I know quite a few people that are pretty old that like have the emotional intelligence of a 12-year-old, so it's not really like, I don't think age reflects anything with that typically. It's just maybe the subject matter you talk about or like what you're interested in could dictate that. Like I know quite a few people that are a bunch older that are very much babies for sure. And I'm not even close to perfect. Like I definitely am not. I have a lot of like tendencies that are not the good ones that you want to keep from being a kid. But yeah. How tall am I, Bard? Almost 6'3", actually, between 6'2" and 6'3". Forget the exact amount of centimeters. It's like 189 to a 190 something in that range. But yeah, I actually had a goal of like trying to get to 6'3" because I knew that like my posture was terrible for a long time. So I actually was measuring 6'2" at the peak of like growing, like when I stopped growing. And then I got shorter than that after that. And then I actually went beyond that and went to like almost, it was like 3/4 of the way to 6'3". So, and I know I can still get my posture a little bit better too. So we'll see one day. It's 190, so yeah, it would be about 6'3" then. It's just a little bit under that when I've measured, but then I've had other people do it and they're like, no, you're 6'3", and I was like, I don't know. I feel like it changes throughout the day for sure. So it might just be that they caught me at a time where you're the tallest, which would be the morning, I think. So, and then I've had friends that they claim they are 6'3" and they're shorter than me. So I think they're lying, or, you know, something's going on. Need to do a recheck. Doctors can measure it accurately? Yeah. Got to go get that done and see. I don't think I actually asked them what my height was last time, or if I had a thing that even was printed out that said anything. Like I did get it measured in not that long ago, like at least a couple years ago or so, but I can't remember what they said. People don't know how to measure themselves. Yeah, it's like a couple factors. So it's like, how do you how do you stand naturally? Are you trying to force like being taller, or are you actually naturally this height? You know, the time of day, like I said, also the type of way you use, like the tool you use to measure, and the haircut as well. So like if the person measuring or you measuring or you're actually measuring skull height, not hair. Like that's another factor too. So yeah, that's the tricky part. But I just say that because that's what I know right now. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's more or better. But last I checked, yeah, around 190 centimeters. Oh, he can just go into that. Amazing. The black plague bird masks were wild. It's so crazy how long the noses were. Should be part of a routine physical. Yeah, exactly. The thing is though, like I actually the last time I went to get a an examination that was similar to that, it was for another reason. And they did that, but I was so focused on trying to see if they actually knew what they were talking about with the problem I had, because I already had done like all my due diligence. I'd already checked to confirm certain things, but I went to a different person to see if they'd be a good candidate to be like a more permanent doctor in my area. And then they actually like told me something that immediately dissuaded me, and then I just never went back to them. So I was more focused on that. I think that they probably mentioned something about the height and I just didn't pay attention, because that's not why I was there, but it was part of what they were doing as well, out of all the different tests and everything. Wait, Chris, you're saying in the last year of your literature, master's in literature, you're in COVID and online classes and it felt empty? I think that's one thing that sucks for someone that needs to learn in person. Like there is definitely those who succeed remotely, like they don't need to have the person there, and then someone that needs that person to be in a room with them. And it's actually funny too, because a lot of people say that if someone actually has a lot of information to transfer to you that is valuable, that you want to be within a certain amount of feet from them. Like you don't want to be too far away, even if they are in the same space. So the best thing to do if you're like in the presence of someone that's a master of something, or to really get the best out of it, is you need to be like very close. You have to sit as close as you can. I don't think that would apply to every single lesson in university or college, but you know, depending on what it is, like a lot of the people that have had mentorship or some sort of like teacher for a skill or anything, like they've said like there's a transfer of something that's like intrinsic that you can't really like gauge, but you need to be there with them, and you need to be in their presence specifically. You can't be too far away. Worried about building muscles and looking like Johnny Bravo? I'll be 100% Bard. Here's the reality of it. Anyone that's afraid of looking a certain way, that's like too much of a certain thing, usually is like comparing the examples to extremes. Like you have to think of how hard it actually is to grow in general. It's almost unlikely you'd be able to get to a point where you look like Johnny Bravo in reality. Maybe in your mind you do, but like it just takes a long time. It's a long process. So you're probably not going to go overboard. Even if you train the best you possibly could and train hard, it's not going to actually like be that extreme. It's what I tell a lot of like, I have a lot of female clients where they'll be like, I don't want to look like a man. I'm like, it would be impossible for you to look like a man unless you took drugs. Like it's just not really a thing. There's no natural female fitness people that I've ever seen that actually look completely like a dude in the muscle department way without taking a drug. It's you're not meant to hold that level of contractile tissue. The body doesn't want to, right? So their FFMI is not going to be that high, no matter what. Like unless you have like a genetic anomaly inside of you that's just extremely rare. Like maybe if we believe that Ronnie Coleman wasn't on gear before he went to Olympia originally, like that would be a weird example that's one in like maybe hundreds of millions, if not a billion or something like that. But even then, we don't know. We can't prove that. So it's like you have to think of, do you ever see people that are in a regular fitness environment that you know are not like athletes or competitors of an extreme level that need to perform or whatever, that look like monsters or whatever? It's like, no, not really. Did you beat Mesmer? I haven't actually tried Mesmer yet on this run. I was going to today, but I thought that maybe Gaius would be smarter first, just because he has the blessings right after him, and it's 5 of them too. Yeah, we're just gonna try this out and see how it goes. I might not actually stick with it. It's a little tricky with all the running that he does on the boar. Nice. I like it. I like it. Ooh, that's a good spot to be in for that one. Okay, so yeah, you want to be on his other side there. Cool. Okay. What if we get one more stagger before this? Ooh, that's a bad spot, but okay. Can't see. What are we doing here? Yeah, I had a feeling it was that one. I thought he was going to come around and do that the first time. Monan, what's going on to my AI? Yes. 100%. Seen one dude before that you knew he wasn't on anything and it changed your perspective of extremes. Yeah, there's some people like where you can say their FFMIs may be in a range of 26 plus and it's like, it's very impressive. And they might have, like, there's a gene that's of certain types of descendant, like depending on your cultural background, certain predisposed genes in certain cultures have the ability of expressing themselves, and you can get people that have ridiculous FFMIs or fat-free mass indexes, but like, it's just not as common. And then on top of that too, it's like what we think we know about how you train and everything like that's not actually the real story. It's just something of a semblance of what's possible. Like no information we know about any science or anything like that's ever complete, really, right? So some people just do things that other people would be like, oh, that didn't work for me, but it worked for them, based on so many different factors of how you live and just your genetics, whatever. And then there's some people that will do the same things, two different people get similar results, and all the in between. But I think the biggest thing is just finding good programming, really, and just consistency, not getting injured, and progression. Like there was a dude at my old gym where the guy that had the best physique in the old gym that I went to that was most likely not on anything, didn't train like anyone else I saw there. He actually lifted very light weights. He didn't lift anything heavy. It was super, super light, very high rep schemes. And like, to me, I was like, it's interesting just because the amount of energy he's spending to do that doesn't seem as like efficient, but maybe for him, like that's what makes him feel safer and he doesn't get injured as easily. And it keeps him going more frequently, and maybe he actually trains super high volume with that, like every day, super high frequency, right? Who knows? Like he could actually just go every day, and that works for him. So there's tons of different layouts you can do. I get in there? I think I should try to get in there every time. Running relatively little in this fight? Really? Sometimes you drop working on arm strength since you play the drums for 5 hours on weekends anyways. Might be overdoing it. I had a situation recently like that where I did like a PR on curls with Easy Bar, and then I hit up drums for 2.5 hours like the day later, and then later that day also did something else. I can't remember what it was, but there's something else that I was carrying something that was heavy that required me to have like the contracted position of the arm for a while for the bicep, and then like, dude, like I literally couldn't even unbend my arm the same day, or the day after, sorry, the training. And I'm you know, like it wasn't from the actual exercise, I just overused that one part with all the things perfectly. It's hilarious. So yeah, I get you on that. If you're doing 5 hours of drums, you gotta think of like, okay, we can't be toasted completely. Gotta pick your battles there. So you can kind of double dodge that first bit. Interesting. Wonder if we can make him attack more by doing any of this stuff as well. Okay, so he goes into that after doing the kick if you're still there. That's also fine too. He only ran for the charges, mostly rolls and hitting. Okay. 5 skips for Gaius. I can't wait to get those. Do DOMs get less frequent the longer you train for? Like in terms of like how experienced you are? Yeah, like basically there's a like the DOMs in the beginning are always way worse, or they have the potential to be way worse. But like if you were to be able to like exert yourself to like actual nervous system failure or near when you're experienced, you can have similar like pain or like what's it called, soreness, but it's like nothing compared to the beginning though usually. And even the endorphins are different too. Like the endorphin release, you won't really like get high from it after training for a long time. It'll just be more so principle of like you just decided to do it. So it's more deterministic than like a roller coaster of like the chemicals and everything. You probably, it's still, I think your body still dumps them, but just not, it's just not the same after a while. So like for people that I've trained that are like newer, I always tell them like you got to get addicted now to the feeling of like after, because you're gonna get the endorphin rush. But really, like for me, there's a lot of times I'll train and like it's amazing. It might be the best session I've ever had for that lift or whatever, and like it doesn't, I don't feel much different before or after, just maybe a little bit more tired, right? Although I can say if it has been a while since I've been active, obviously, and then I do a crazy session in the gym or whatever, then yeah, like you feel a lot better for sure. You can notice the difference. But if it's more consistent, you're more or less not noticing too much. What talismans do I have? I got the Sword Seal, Ritual Sword Talisman, Axe Talisman, and then the Amber Medallion too. I'm starting to think raising recovery speed might be smarter though. I don't know. Because we already get more stamina with the rune, right? So what if I did stamina recovery speed? And also, you guys were saying there's a Turtle Talisman +2 in the DLC that I haven't found yet. Good old Gaius. I think we're gonna make a breakthrough on him for phase 1 and just have it pretty consistent after this next little bit here, because all the attacks are there. Like I have all the punishes. That's very fast. That one got to be ready. So okay, I'm gonna ask somebody that's probably done this more than I have. Like, do you not recommend punishing the attack where he runs away from you and then, you know, trying to end up closer to him and doing that jump attack? Is that too much? Because I could hit him with a lighter attack as well. Just kind of punch him on the boar's head and then take a step back for a second. Because it seems like I'll die a lot on the... You didn't jump when you punished. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, it seems like I step back and then he'll do that crazy combo with the head, and then the head will get me on the next attack, right? Yeah, that seems better. Yeah, you still have time. You still have time to just dodge the boar's head. I just got to get used to it. Because if I can get a double hit on his head too, like we're getting a stagger so fast right off the bat. If I do regular attacks, it doesn't seem like there's enough opportunities back to back where it's likely I'll even do a stagger. Look at this little fish. I don't want to give it too much food because it'd become this huge whale. I'm sorry I didn't see that earlier, Chris. That's funny. I wondered, because I had a fish that I literally found it in a creek at camp, and they let us bring them home if we found them, which was kind of stupid because like they're not supposed to be fish you just have at home, right? And I got this like super, I don't even know what kind of fish it was. It was like a really dirty one, and it was like big, and I put it in this super small area, like this super small plastic tank thing, and I literally thought that if we fed it a lot that it would actually grow even bigger and it wouldn't fit. But it actually ended up dying by eating its own poop, ironically. And we fed it, but yeah, it ate its own poop for some reason. What's my physic? Spiked, cracked, and stone barb. That's a really unfortunate start there. But yeah, like you guys could see, I got the double hit. Boom, easy. Does the left side have reduced random attacks? The left side, typically, if you're standing in front of him and more to the left, he'll start that combo that does a combination of his like swipes and then the boar's head moving, and then at the end he does the really quick poke. That one's one of the best attack combos to have happen often because it has a big window to punish. But on the other side, he like puts the lance over him and like just kind of pokes you really fast. It's so hard to see that for me. So I've been trying to avoid that attack, even though I'm sure you could punish it. It might be smarter to just be on his right side, I don't know, or technically his left, our right. So that one, if I dodge later, I think again you can double dodge it. Gotta go sideways though, and then go back immediately. Worked at a pet store and through high school, we had one dog that would eat its own poop in front of the customers before you could clean it up. That's hilarious. Oh my god. The boars from Duke's Archives. It's exactly like if you fought a boar from Duke's Archives, and then the guy from Demon Souls that has the lance that runs at you on the bridge outside the old King Duran area, like where you have to get the mausoleum key, that's literally the combination. If I had to make a comparison. He attacks you first, you go for a second hit, push him for a rhyme. Push him for a rhyme. Are we making a mixtape here? What's going on? Ooh. Yeah, again, I have to be ready. Basically, after landing that, I have to be ready to push a button immediately. What's my shadow level at? Nerflix, it's at 9 at the moment, which isn't amazing, but I'm doing okay damage. It's not terrible. And again, we can come back to this guy, but if I get him cleared right now, we get 2 upgrades for the blessings, and then I want to try Mesmer after that. Just need a little bit of a better flow for phase 1. Obviously, the situation of attacking him and then trying to get out of the area is the hardest right now. But I don't want to slow down on punishing him if there's like a window to do it. So let me see if I can dodge this a little bit more to where he's going. Punch and then get away. Here we go. He didn't follow that up. Interesting. See, that's the attack I was talking about. The punishes on the other side. It's kind of weird. Ooh. Yep, okay, I can dodge that, no problem. Might actually be good. And I was not greedy, but like anticipating the boar's head slamming again. You have to be able to react on a very quick time frame. Long combo attack was very fun to dodge through the pig instead. So that, yeah, that'd be crazy to be able to do it that way. Is the camera. Naked versus the commander guy? Well, so the thing is, Nerflix, I'm doing a level 1 run, so you can't level the character, but like for each fight in this run, it's to be done damageless, meaning that if I even took damage in this fight, like at the end, I'd still have to die on purpose and do it again, because the final video will just be a montage of all the fights done damageless, and then it's good practice for me going into an actual full run damageless of the DLC. Kind of like building up to that. So the naked thing is just because of that, because I'm going to have to die anyways if I get hit. So what's the point of surviving, other than maybe learning some stuff? And I think we're learning pretty good. See, okay, I had the idea there. I knew he was doing that just a little bit later on that one. I think once I can get that, then he might go into another series of attacks. If it doesn't make him have to queue the running attack out of that big turnaround thing, then I'm pretty safe there too. But if he does, then might not want to even punish his legs then. Because a lot of it, again, a lot of the danger is just recovering from me attacking. It's not actually his attacks being too much or anything. It's like literally just the time frame. Ooh. There we go. Still too early. Okay. All right, I'm gonna stop hitting him when he goes to the dash. I'm gonna wait to see what he does. You're ashamed that you had to glitch this fight to beat him level 1? You had to glitch it? Really? Damn. Don't mind DOMs in your chest, back, shoulders, but DOMs in your biceps really limits you to function. Yeah, it depends on, I guess, how much you're using stuff, but if it's good enough, if it's a really, really like overtrained or like heavily trained thing for someone that's new, like no matter what it is, like I think the legs are always gonna get you the most because you have to walk, right? At some point. Standing up, sitting down, and walking is brutal in that case. Help you improved on developing a sense of tension due to the accuracy analysis of the enemy's movements. Interesting. Yeah, I think like one thing you can do with reacting to certain things, like your body can get very tense in decision-making moments that are very quick, or like they have a lot of risk to them, for sure. That was close there, so I went for it. But again, if I dodge the first part, I can't get the second part unless it's on an angle. Found him one of the faster level 1 kills because of how the phase 2 is pretty similar to 1. That's what I'm looking forward to. There's not a big difference once we get to the second part. And then he won't do the attack that he does when I'm on Torrent either, so I'm safe from one whole attack. He has the missiles or the meteors that fire on a delay. It's like 2 rounds of them. That's fine. It's pretty easy. He's got the missile he can fire still. He can do all the same other attacks. So I think really in phase 2, it's more so when he like jumps in the air, dives into the ground. With me being on foot, I might want to get on Torrent for that. God damn it. It's insane how much more stamina the fists use than I thought they would be. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the, I guess it's Viridian Amber Medallion. No Rune Arc at all. Still dead, that? What? Okay, cool. It's a dollar store version of the Radon meatballs. Apparently they trained together. They're good friends. I think Radagon was also Mesmer, Radon, and this guy were really good friends, according to the lore. Remember when you're at your peak of high intensity with deadlifting 10 by 10 of 135 with 1 minute between? Ren insisted on trying it and you advised against it. That sounds pretty brutal. 10 by 10 deadlifts? What? With 1 minute rest? Okay, we're good. Nice. Chilling. He's gonna do the thing where he swipes. Yep, I'm good. Good. Caught it. We're safe. He's doing this. We're good. Just charge attack and then get out of there. Perfect. Run away from that. That one's rough. So Boar Head Slam into immediate charge. Anyone beat the DLC level 1 yet? Oh yeah, tons of people have done that. If you're asking if anything's been done, everything you can think of has been done on this, except for like really, really tedious challenges, as far as I know. Usually pretty quickly, but as far as I was told, people had a harder time on this one than anticipated. So, like, there isn't, when I actually went searching, there isn't as many runs as I thought there was, but there is pretty much a run for everything you can think of from what I've been told, and the few things I've seen, it covers a lot of it. You get used to it, but not used to deadlifting at all. If you're pushing it, it's definitely, again, it's the most taxing lift for your nervous system, right? Most involvement. Why'd I roll early? I thought he was doing the other head slam. Ooh. Gino's working on the tedious ones. Well, okay, I wouldn't even say that. Like, what he's doing is not even the tedious ones. He has a special version of, like, his category of stuff is not really like what I'm even talking about. That's outside of, like, majority of people's interests. But, like, even though I do agree those are tedious, like, what I would consider tedious on this is just a regular run of hitless or damageless for the whole DLC. Like, that alone is already way different than the other stuff. So I would call that like the starting point of tedious in the DLC. Mainly just because, again, you're gonna have to, like, get really good. Like, you have to get way better. There's not as much handicaps or things that seem to work that well. Ooh, tried to escape there. Waiting for someone to do poop throwing only DS3 no-hit run. the dung pie run. That would be pretty fun, actually, if you could do unlimited for them. Maybe I'll try that. Has that never been done, ever? Because not everything can be poisoned, right? So if you think of, like, the impact damage on it, what is it, like, less than 10 points or something? If it has a pretty good damage output for, like, actually hitting the dude, then I might try that. Just know that obviously deacons are going to be a problem because of the time, and then I guess everything else you just have to survive, right? Aldrich might be kind of a pain. How many hits before you stagger him? Just literally 2 jumping R2s connecting completely will stagger him very fast. That's why I'm trying to, you know, I think in the beginning, again, I gotta, like, find a really reliable way to do that, but I might have to figure out how to dodge that combo that I'm okay with dealing with far away. Like, I have to deal with that super close. So I have to kind of get used to counting it without seeing it too. I'm gonna have to get pretty good at not seeing it. That wasn't that bad. That was pretty good. Get ready to take off. Yep. Called that one pretty well. Nice. I got greedy there thinking that the stagger would happen if it was a double hit there, which it might have, but physics flask priority ran out at that point anyways. Oh, man. What's going on? And Nando, how are you? Refreshing to watch you again. I'm glad you're here. Welcome back. What was the last thing that I was doing that you can remember? How long has it been? Also, I appreciate you making it back, too. What led you here? I'm curious. Rita's move and find the R2 openings. How many hits before you can stagger him? Yeah. So two of the jump attacks. I think for the charge attacks, it would be 3 or 4 of them in pretty quick succession, and that's the issue. Is like I can't really pull that off that easily. At least with the way I'm playing it now. But there might be ways I could attack back to back and then have him miss me on the next attack. I don't know. It seems like also if I go really deep into the boar's head when he recovered. Oh, he forgot what he was doing. Forgot who he was. Like if I go really far in here, he doesn't seem to do the slam as much. That was a pretty good blind dodge there. I just gotta get that last part. So I think that when I'm assuming I need to do the last roll, I don't even need to roll at all. I can wait and then just delay it. I don't need to roll twice there. DS1 no damage. That one was legendary. Okay, so that's a while ago then. Was that all content or just like one of the base runs with just the required stuff? Damn it. Might be worth even building up, instead of trying to even go for like more heavy attacks after that, just building up straight up punches at that point. Has any of the other bosses given you as much trouble as the lion in this run? This one is a contender, but like he is actually supposed to be hard though. Lion is kind of weird because I don't feel like Lion's supposed to be hard on a regular playthrough as much as it is on a run where you have to do it perfectly. But yeah, Rolana like was super quick. I killed her yesterday very fast. It was like less than a 2-hour stream we did. And then I made it to her like even in the second half of it, and we still killed her pretty quickly. He wants to do the big swipe. He wants to. He really wants to. Getting those double hits, nice. Follow up, cool, I like it. Nice. Go around, hit it. And then we'll just punch. Nope, dead. Oh, you can kind of run to the right after that and maybe even have him miss you. I feel like I might have seen that happen before. All right, we're getting some good progress here. We're cracking through. So famous in a parallel universe, I'm a playable character in the game, Gladios. That's hilarious, dude. How have you been? What's up? It's actually funny because technically I was in DS3 as a character, but that was only in the Convergence mod, right? And then my character was not even that strong. I killed myself in that mod very, very fast. V-Sweat's character was ridiculous. I absolutely hated V-Sweat in that run. Oh my god. And Gino's character was pretty, like he was okay too. I feel like they should have rebalanced it to make V-Sweat's character Gino, and then I don't know, like maybe just something different for both of us. But it was funny though. Nice. Panicky. Did you fight this bloke on your first playthrough unassisted, Bun? I've never done a first playthrough of any of these games with summons to win a fight. So, I don't even think I even completed a fight with a summon successfully my first playthrough of the first, like, of Demon Souls or DS1. So I'm a really not a big fan of summons. More so just because I feel like it makes it harder in some cases, and I'd rather have a longer fight with more focus on me, knowing that at least when the boss does something, like, it's looking at me and doing something, rather than, like, I don't know if it's going to turn towards me or if it's going to, like, stop or do something else, or it's going to attack then turn while it's attacking and attack me. I need it to be a little bit more predictable, so summoning makes it very unpredictable. And then, like, the summons typically don't do a lot of damage, and they have like a ridiculous amount of health, but they don't really do a lot though either. Spirit summon wise, I definitely have to try some more from the DLC for fun sometime, maybe on a special run, but I'm not a fan of those either as like a go-to. I think they're just a cool addition to the game. Ah, damn. Oh, sorry, you're talking about how chat told me to get to here. I got to Gaius with the help of chat, as well as Matir and the Sunflower, I think, was just in between that. Like, we already opened it along the way. I missed them, and then I think I missed Bale too. I think they told me about Bale in the first playthrough. Amurte, how are you? How have you been? Staying near the end of the sword is dangerous. Really? So where would you stay then? Chris, I will see you later. Take care. Don't feed the fish too much. It's gonna become a whale. Boy. Oh, wow. It's like he's just not doing anything, then boom. He tried to go under it. Easier to get hit by the tip of the sword for some reason? Really? Okay. Yeah, I can't, like, me not being able to see information, like me trading the visibility for that is the scary part. It might work. Again, if you can count the timing of the attacks, you don't have to see anything, but it's like, that's really hard to do though. And it's not ever going to be as accurate as being able to see everything. That's why, like, in a lot of runs I've done before, like, I get super panicked if the camera angle is terrible, because it's like, I know that in the next second there's going to be something I'm going to have to guess. And my guess might be like 90%, but I want it to be like 95 to 100, you know? Okay, that was good. Good. Oh, again, I should have waited, just backed away. If I see him doing that, roll late, and then I'll space the head from the boar by just running, and then roll the attack. I keep forgetting we can turn around and run pretty fast. It's a Murtex. You're the first person you ever watched on Twitch on a Dark Souls playthrough. What was I doing during that? Also, I do remember you like 100%, but I'm wondering what was the playthrough at the time? Like, I want to know how long ago it was. The pig swings a certain way. Yeah, it does like it's like from the outside in, inside out, and then it looks like at the very end, maybe like a mini outside sweep or something. I don't know. One thing too for a lot of the fights, like, it's hard for me, unless I've played something like extensively, I don't even necessarily rely on explaining all the visual cues and being able to even tell you how it's done. Like, there's a kind of a feel to it at a certain point. It becomes more important to me than even being like, oh yeah, I noticed that this exact frame, like his hand moves this way. I've had other people mention like, oh yeah, you can see this attack when he does this or that, and I never even knew for a lot of the things that there is even like a small cue, like someone's hand rotating, or like their face turning, or like a shoulder height, like some sort of really silly thing like that. That's very mysterious, right? Because for me, it was more of just the feel. I was like, okay, as soon as like there's movement on the screen to a certain degree, after that, it's this many seconds, roughly. But yeah, I got to pay more attention to specific areas, like region-specific cues, if they're there. There we go. That late dodge is so good. But I gotta keep going though. Gotta keep running. Imagine if you could tame the boar. I would just basically, I don't know, I'd introduce him to Winnie the Pooh, and he'd just be like Piglet. He'd be his friend. And then he'd become a cartoon and not be dangerous anymore. Yeah, I probably should have actually done this inside the arena.
Wow, streamer does the buffs before he even goes inside the fog gate. Unoptimal.
It hurts every single time. Ooh, here we go. Nice, nice. Keep dodging, keep dodging, keep dodging, keep dodging. Oh no, see, it's that one, the second last one. If I have the delayed dodge into the double attack not hitting, then I need to sprint after like 2 rolls, and then the last roll isn't even important. It's just roll in. I gotta start sprinting. Ah, dude, it's so hard to get used to though. Because again, like we didn't play phase 1 like this originally, and then when I was in phase 2, it was kind of just, again, like brute forcing it by being stubborn. I wasn't even doing. And then the last fight, I just pulled off these kind of methods really well. But obviously I got hit and stuff. It wasn't perfect, so. You do vividly remember that you took me on a raid of Cheese Whiz, who was one in 1 of 4 in his first Demon Souls playthrough. Really? That was the day. Interesting. That must have not been the first time I raided him, because the first time I ever raided him, he was fighting Manus on DS1. But that's crazy. That'd be a really long time ago. God. It's funny, I feel like a lot of the people that I introduced somebody to, or like that someone came in on a raid from or whatever, it's like a toss-up of if they even stream anymore. Like some of them don't even do content full-time, they do other things, or they do even more stuff or different stuff or whatever. It's been a long time since then. Some kind of fire. How are you doing? Long time, first time. I like that. That's a good greeting. I'm gonna use that next time. I'm gonna steal it from you. Hope you're doing well. We're trying to kill Gaius level 1. I'm starting to understand how it works, but yeah, just gotta get a little more. Fuck. Gotta pay attention. I gotta be like quiet during the fight too and focus. I got like super focused on the lion, and it definitely did help, but. One of my ways of learning, I do like to speak things into the brain. So like, you know, doing the play-by-plays does solidify a lot of the methods for me. Because then I can kind of like debunk, like, okay, did I say something? Did I call out a thing that wasn't exactly true? Like, was I wrong about my assessment of it? If I'm just trying to react to the stuff and not assess it, it's really hard to make a plan for it, I think. It's been 8 years, wow. Yeah, it's funny, he actually was just over recently. He's going across the entire country on a road trip, and he's already done a lot of it, so. A lot of things change for that. Ooh. Running. There we go. Finally. Oh, I panicked there. Oh man, there's so much panic on this guy. You're very bad at the game, Fire, so you watch me and imagine what it's like to be dope at Elden Ring. It's kind of funny, dude, because like I honestly probably have close to the same amount of hours as most of the people in the chat. If not, like, there's probably a significant amount of people in the chat right now that have more hours in the game in total. Ironically. Like, I think it's... half my playtime in general is the first playthrough of the DLC in my first playthrough. So I only have like, I think it's like 300 hours of time spent that's not in a first playthrough. Whereas like, there's a lot of people in chat that have 700 to 1,000 hours just playing PvP, doing multiple playthroughs, whatever. And then like the actual people that are good have 2,500 to maybe 4,000 now or something like that. It's like in like a pretty weird range. It was like 2,500 last year is what I was hearing. It's pretty normal. So we got to catch up a lot. But I appreciate that you are along for the ride on it. Like we're definitely going to get a lot better at this. I don't feel that good at this game though. I definitely know I could get a lot better. Much better at, like obviously if we're going to compare it to DS3, it's night and day at how good. I could go back to DS3 and do some ridiculous stuff even right now, probably. Don't think you put that time into games, period. So even beat Elden Ring, though, typically a playthrough is over 100 hours. So it's like, if it's ranging from 100 to 200, typically. Actually, wait, sorry, I was wrong. My first playthrough was 104 hours. So DLC playthrough, yeah, it would have been would it be a quarter? No, it would be a third of the hours so far. Because I think I surpassed 600 before the DLC or so. That's me saying that I'm bad and built different. Well, yeah, I'm awaiting the time still when I become great at this game for sure. It'll happen. We got to put in the work for that. I said by 1,000 hours I'll be good. Like I'll be what I consider good, and it's getting there. But now we got the DLC to also include in that. Forgot what happened. He's like, I give up on life. Again, like, why do I have a habit of doing that? That's so weird. What do you need to be able to do to consider yourself great? Have competency of like most of the items that exist in the game and have used them in various situations that have demonstrated that I'm pretty good at utilizing them to their full potential. I'd say being okay, like mediocre to okay at PvP is pretty good as an extra. Being able to do challenge and speedruns at a level that is within the top 5% of the world minimum, like usually top 10 leaderboards towards world record would be good, or actually getting a world record in a lot of cases. But I think in 1,000 hours getting a world record's a little bit like of a weird goal because most of my time again was put into other stuff already, so I haven't done like an incredible amount of speedrunning. But I did get one record that was on any percent that was small, right? Like, you know, like again, covering every single type of style you can play as, and also on top of that, being good enough to be able to teach other people to play better too would be like another thing. I can't teach people that much about this yet. Wee! Ooh! Yeah, we're getting really juicy here with like some of the maneuvers. Except for he like turned as he did that. That's crazy. You've seen most of your challenge runs, so you feel like I'm already there? It depends on the criteria, really, because like again, if you were going to play this game, you're going to run it and do like no damage, even no leveling, no damage. But you used a weapon that's like not even that optimal to do it with, and like you could have done better methods, and like you're still not really fully knowledgeable on all the builds and setups. It's like a lot of this game has more to do with information than it even does playing it. Like literally, and none of the other games are like that at all. They're always the other ones are all still more about playing than the information because there's not that much stuff to know than the other ones. Be someone in Elden Ring Sherpa and co-op. Well, we actually have some stuff planned for sure that will be related to co-op in the game. Most likely seamless because seamless co-op's better than the regular, but. Yeah, I definitely am looking forward to that. I was actually talking to some people today about planning a run out like that, and regardless of how it actually pans out, like it's going to be fun to do a co-op. Remember you doing a random use what you get weapon type of thing? Had to beat Manus with a whip, it was nuts. Oh, I remember that, yes. The Manus with the whip was scary. That actually took a long time, even though I knew how to do it too. I hate whips in DS1, oh my god. Like, I think DS2 whips are funny because if you get the spotted whip, the one that's poisoned, if you critical someone with it, I think you can instantly poison them from a critical or something. At the very least, you build up most of the bar, so that was a ridiculous looking animation too. Punching someone with a rope in your hand doesn't look like it would do much. So the fact they even animated a dude punching someone with a rope is just like, I don't even know how to process that. Ooh. He had a weird, there was a weird spread on the meteors there. Damn. Starting to imagine me like Mr. Miyagi standing back and watching someone get bodied by the Golden Sentinel over and over in the starting area. Well, we had a video or like a series of videos from Twitch Rivals where the job was I was picked as a captain to teach two people that didn't know this game that well how to get through it effectively so we could achieve points in the form of different objectives as a team. And then we did like a massive tournament at the end in PvP arena. And it was actually hilarious. Like, we did pretty good considering I was probably the weakest captain in terms of knowledge of the game. And like, they also, like, their starting point was like pretty beginner overall. So like, it was really cool. It was such a fun time. Didn't expect him to do that. Being able to anticipate stuff on this fight is weird for me. I can't anticipate that well. Or I can, but I need to get better at it. It was fun to watch the rivals. Yeah, it was so cool. Like, because also one of the aspects that make it better is like everybody does content, right? So it's like they have they understand how to like take the criticism and like not like, you know, get too beaten up by it and move through it quickly. Like, they were really not hard to work with when it came to the mindset. It was perfect. So that's why I think we got some really cool situations. I think Millennia on that run was wild. Like, when I basically had to finish off Millennia for one of the two people as a summon with latency and a build that was pretty much just as good as level 1 or like close to it in terms of survivability and damage and all that. It wasn't too well put together, but oh, that was crazy though. And at that point, I don't know if I was on New Game Plus or not, but the objectives required us to do quite a few things. So I think we might have been on New Game Plus, or just, again, because the scaling maybe it made it more difficult. Ah, I thought he was gonna stagger there. Like, as much as that was like, rivals aren't always organized that well. They sometimes don't even pick people to commentate that actually know the game, so it's like they're just talking about stuff that isn't as deep as they could when it comes to the situations. But despite it being typical rivals organization, that was so fun. That was like the best event of all time. So I'll try to bring those vibes back when we do a co-op run with some other people, but it's most likely the people that join me, most of them probably will know either more than what I know or like a decent amount. The stamina management elements, yes, that is the hard part, I guess. Especially with this weapon too, it does a lot of stamina used to jump and then do the attack. That was really cool for a start. Looking great. Getting ready to take off now. I was waiting for that. I think you just have to almost expect it and just start the ball rolling. Oh, that would have been good if the jump in was a little bit better. Stagger was coming up again right there. I could feel it. Like, one more probably would have got him. And then we are deep into phase 2 at that point, and we repeat that a couple more times, and we're good. Didn't think they'd be getting that far. Imagine Rivals would have been like, getting to second boss would be an achievement. Yeah, this was like, we played the full game, I think. We played a lot of stuff. So, yeah, we got pretty far. Part of the thing that you guys didn't see with that, if you did watch it or you remember it, that was like the craziest part, is we put so many hours in off stream. Like, I think most of my life during Rivals was literally just getting on as soon as I woke up, communicating with the team, coordinating what we're doing for that day, like checking our like objectives and everything, getting everything prepared for it, because you could, they just said you could grind as much as you want off stream, so we'd have to set up everything, catch everybody up to where we can get to for the day. Like, because there's breakpoints you're allowed to go to and levels you're allowed to go to each day for that competition. And like, the actual playtime, the total amount of time for rivals we had to put in was like probably well over 40 hours or something like that. It was crazy. Despite how long it actually was in runtime. Helps doing it on your favorite game, makes it more enjoyable. Yeah, like that taught me quite a bit about the game for sure. I had to learn some things about the Everjails and some other items for sure. I think I learned quite a bit about using different weapons with a leveled character too, because I haven't used too many at that point. It's going pretty good, Purple, dude. It's going pretty good. How are you? Welcome back. You know what? It's actually funny, man. I was thinking about you earlier today, and I was like, I kind of want to play Clone Hero because I have a feeling you're going to pop up and be like, yo, I want to see some more Clone Hero. But I don't know if it, I don't think we're going to have the time today. Maybe I'll squeeze in like a really quick stream of that tomorrow because I'm planning to take tomorrow off. So I'm going to see Faraz, but I don't know. Maybe we could squeeze in a very quick stream in the morning. I don't know. Really want to play some more Clone Hero. When the fighting game community does it? Wait, there's a Rivals tournament for the fighting game community too? That would be fun, because like that's pretty straightforward. They just play against each other. It's not like collect these items, go here, beat the whole game. Like story mode, you know? Have a Blast by Periphery came on Shuffle today, and you were thinking you should play that one on Clone Hero? Won't be here till tomorrow evening. Okay, maybe in the evening we'll do a stream then. Something like that. Bonus one. Anyways, it's gonna come up soon. I'm gonna be doing Clone Hero next week if we don't do it soon. But yeah, have a Blast is brutal on that game. Oh my god. And I'm gonna do a cover of it eventually, but I think that I'm gonna probably write it a little bit differently than how it's charted on there. Perfect, we got the extra attack. Yep, do this to stagger. Yep, some Frost proc as well. Just keep hitting them. Okay, cool. Good access there. Jump attack one more time for a double. Back up with him, double. Oh, okay. I did never revive frame that yet. That's new. So apparently that's possible. Then we got to get away from him here. Just enough. Oh, I'm dead. Can't. Yeah, don't rebuff there. Interesting. Was thinking about you too. Maybe that's why I thought of you, because you thought of me playing it. And it's funny that you thought of Have a Blast, because that's actually the song that I was thinking about. Because someone was mentioning something about, there's a comment on one of the things I saw previously about one of the Periphery songs, and I thought it was interesting because it was from an actual like drummer, so I was like, oh, it's cool that, you know, they thought that was interesting. And this was when I had like the actual stream from it from that day. I'm pretty sure it was not synced up properly or anything before I figured out the sync for it. Maximilian dude has hosted Marvel vs. Capcom tournaments. That would be pretty fun from him, because he's a really good creator for the fighting game stuff. I haven't seen his stuff for a while, because I kind of took a break from watching gaming things. And yeah, I used to watch him a lot. Wonder where he's at with Street Fighter 6. I remember he liked it quite a bit the last time I checked. Yeah, I think it was always Marvel vs. Capcom was like his main thing, right? Cool. No follow-up there. Nice. Okay, got that again. Get on torrent. Leave. Jump off. Craig Blade immediately. Oh, I can't even get anything with it anyways. Doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, it's a little bit more delayed. Okay. Watch him too. He's super excited about the new Marvel vs. Capcom. So they're making Marvel vs. Capcom. Would it be 4? It's coming out. Nick Silas, what's going on? Intake drum cover is sick. It's actually so funny at how bad that was played compared to how I could play it now. But I guess that's the nature of just like starting to make videos when you're learning an instrument versus like actually having played it for a long time. So I appreciate you like that song though. It's funny you mentioned that too, because I was literally recommended a short video earlier of a guy playing it on guitar. And I was like, in 2024, the likelihood of anyone even mentioning that song, it being featured in a video as music, or even someone playing it is like less than 0%. Like that's like such a rare song to even know. Because that band, like that was before Michael Barr left them. They got the new vocalist, and that was when they were like up and coming. And they still weren't like that out there. They're only really popular in California mostly, right? So that's crazy. But I appreciate that you like that music though. It's amazing. It's a really good band. Volumes, I saw them live. It was unbelievable. They're so good. I'm so glad I saw them before they got the new vocalist. Not that he's bad, but just it's very nice. Ah, that sucks. That would have been a stagger right after that. Since you're into hardcore music, have you heard of the band Fight Star? It sounds familiar, but I'm not sure if I've heard it before. It sounds very familiar. You got a 7-string a year ago, and it was one of the first riffs you learned. Oh yeah, the intake one. It's really well written overall. It's so sad that Diego passed away. Like the fact that I got to see him before he was gone is like kind of spooky to me. Even it's kind of weird because like it feels like he's still part of that band, and like I think that again because he wrote that like a lot of that music and did the production and everything. It's like a lot of it was him. So I identify with thinking of them as him first before anyone else. But yeah, they still make some pretty cool stuff. It's just not the same as the Via. The Via days were crazy, or even better, even before that. Just the EP, man. Like I rocked the EP before Via was out. That's how early I listened to them. I think I even showed people who they were. I don't even know. Or no, sorry. The way I found them is because I was in a band. And my vocalist, before he kicked me out of the band and the other guitarists, and the drummer, actually, no, sorry, he kicked out the drummer, both guitarists, and then him and the bassist found another guitarist, and they just did like a 4-piece with another drummer. But before he kicked us out and then like stole my guitar, he told me, he's like, you're so bad. He's like, you'll never be good unless you play like volumes. And then me going and listening to them, then I went to go see them live, and then it actually spiraled into like a really good series of events and helped my music quite a bit. So his insult was actually like one of the best things. Because I actually was curious enough to see who they were, and even though that guy obviously screwed me over quite a bit, it was like that was the best thing he ever did, was mention their name. Because it would have taken me a long time to find them until after, for sure. Definitely expedited a lot of other stuff with like Periphery as well and everything, because Sumerian, you know. Oh god. Quasi-hardcore, they're post-hardcore. First album, Grand Unification, think you'd like it. If you want to send me a link to something on YouTube that you like from them, I can check it out as long as it's in a direct message. So not in chat, but like a direct Twitch message. Was I actually bad? It's hard to say. I mean, like that guy couldn't sing and couldn't play an instrument really, but he could do like harsh vocals okay, and hardcore music at that time didn't require you to actually have proper technique for singing. So like, you had bands like Holly Springs Disaster, Alexis on Fire, like George Pettit was really bad at screaming. He even admits like he doesn't know what he's doing. He probably damaged his voice quite a bit. Holly Springs guy actually literally fucked his voice up permanently, you know? So like, you have these people incorrectly doing technique, but people like the sound from the incorrect technique. So this guy was using like probably a mixture of like okay and incorrect technique. And then he was bossing everybody around in the band saying, do this, do that. And I think he was just a very manipulative, like sociopathic kind of dude, to be honest. Like I watched him throw a chair off a balcony at a car that was parked in his apartment parking lot. I watched him try to jump out of a moving car while his mom was driving us somewhere one time. You know, he's on a lot of medicine and wouldn't take it and stuff like that. So it was not a good situation, but like we played well together. It was good. And then when he decided to do all that stuff, I just took it as like I didn't take it as an insult that I was bad at playing, because I'm like, there's a reason you obviously liked me being in the band, you know, and what I wrote and everything. But I do agree, like it did make me play better instantly after that, because like all that music required quite a lot more knowledge on certain subjects in theory that I had no idea about. And also the fusion aspect of the music opens up a lot more ideas, because it's like Volumes combined a lot of like hip hop with metal, right? But then they also took inspiration from stuff like Meshuggah too, so like their ability of rhythmic displacement with the hip hop vibe and like the still just being like, you know, this new version of metal. It's kind of like, it was like its own thing basically. There wasn't too many people. There's still not too many people that are exactly the same as Volumes, but now you have, I would call it the Architects archetype type band, where everything sounds like Architects now in that subspace, and it's like uninspired, but nothing wrong with that either. Like it's still pretty good. Just it's a saturation of certain bands sounding a certain way. Just hard to stand out. Gotta roll a little sooner than that. Sounds like a fun guy. Well, the way we met originally is he was the photographer and the filmer for our sponsorship tapes for skateboarding. So like, even though he wasn't the best skateboarder, he would take a lot of good videos, and he was just part of the group for that. So like I just kept a connection with him from those days before I got more serious into the music, and that was kind of the thing. He was like, hey, I'm making a band, you know, I know a really good drummer, and the drummer that he knew was the best drummer I've played with in real life still to this day, next to like maybe one other person or something like that. He got trained by the dude that plays for August Burns Red, and if you had them both in a room playing the same song, it would be hard to tell the difference for someone that's not like super educated. That would be almost the same thing. So his subdivisions were like near perfect. His actual ability to do like hardcore, you know, like again, like actual metal, and then also high BPMs like ghosting, blast beats, all that stuff, like accenting, dynamics, even some polyrhythms. Like he could actually do that stuff as like I think he was 14 at the time or something like that. He was really good. I even actually tried to catch back up with him specifically after he got kicked out of the band, because I'm like, yo, I got to see how good he got at drums, because he's easily one of the best drummers I've seen. But then after seeing that he was trained by that guy, it's like, if he did enough lessons with him, why wouldn't you sound like him, right? Heard Alexa Song Fire. Yeah, like they had the, I mean, Dallas Green's vocals have always been good. And then there's the other dude as well. I can't remember what his name is, but they have the secondary vocal guy. His vocals are done properly too. Like they're not bad or anything, but the technique for George is like terrible. And he's always admitted, he's like, yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing. But he kind of makes their music what it is too. It's like, that's the whole point. It's like the contrast, right? After the Burial was doing that sound about 8 years before Volumes. Didn't stand out then for some reason. After the Burial to me still sounded different though. I feel like they had a similar type of like tonality, but it wasn't really the same type of writing for the music necessarily. I don't know. It was close though. You could put them in the same wheelhouse for sure. 100%. Wade McNeil, he was in Gallows for a while. Okay, yeah, Wade. That's his name. Your boy Spectre, how's it going, dude? How have you been? Well, welcome to Gaius, an educational program where I teach you how to do Gaius level 1 as I figure out how to do it for the first time myself. Let's see if we can succeed. Don't get ready to take off, dude. Okay, you know what? If he's been that long since he took off, you gotta wait for it. Seosin? I've never heard of Seosin before. They re-released the old MVC games with some new patches, which is the biggest shining hope that it's not dead after the Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite Tragedy. Yeah, that was funny. That's cool though. So like with the remakes and all that, is it better playing them on consoles online than just using an emulator for the original ones with like better netcode and all that, like the rollback settings or whatever? Because I know that a lot of people just like emulate the older games to have better connection and everything. I guess with them being on like modern consoles, like, you know, 5G wireless, whatever, it's like it's probably, and like better programming updates the games internally, maybe it's different. Ooh. Can't get it. Ooh. Okay. Running. Ooh. Oh, again, that's always a little quicker than I think it is. Zol, I'm doing good, dude. How are you? I'm thinking there's a chance that we might beat this guy today, which is really crazy. I thought I was going to take 10 hours on him or something. I think we're going to be in the 3 to 5 hour range on him, which might still sound ridiculous, but that's perfect for me. Spectre, you moved to a new place about a year ago. Our schedules don't align, but you're so happy to be here now. You hate Gaius, but you know I'm gonna humiliate him. I'm gonna try to, but like it's funny where all the original games kind of look like you're just bullying the boss a lot of the time. In this one, it doesn't feel like you have that much of an advantage, even if you are performing it perfectly. Like it's very scary. It's way scarier because like all the possibilities. Also, dude, I'm gonna try to include it in the video, but I don't know if you guys have seen. There's a dude that actually made a map of everything Radahn can do as an attack, and he has 17 different 19 different combo options out of neutral in phase 1, and then it multiplies even more in phase 2. And the guy filled up the whole screen with every possible thing he can do. And if you just look at it, I'm like, it's insane that people even beat the fight, because if I had to like study it on paper, I wouldn't be able to remember all that stuff. Like it was so confusing. And also they proved that like there's certain recoveries he has. I remember I was saying how he was like frame 1 attacking. He was doing like 1 frame wake up jab. On frame 1 of the first thing out of recovery of an attack, he can start another attack without waiting, and he doesn't even move his feet. Like, so the attack happens and then he rotates on the spot like an action figure and then just hits you. So that's why sometimes some things are so quick that like it almost doesn't, it's not visible, because like the frame that he's done recovering is the same thing. It's like right into another attack. There's no downtime, there's no idle. And then the recovery times also being nerfed quite a bit for the attacks on phase 2 made him a lot more easier than I think what people were talking about in this chat. Because someone was saying, yeah, it's a lot more than just like the instantaneous combo that does like the scissor attack at the end, and like the normal initial scissor attack. Those were obviously a lot quicker visually, but a lot of the recoveries to punish him have been like increased, which is actually pretty crazy. So I want to go back and fight him on the original patch too. But yeah, there's just he can do so many things that I'm actually mind blown, because I want to see someone make that data sheet on the screen for every game they've done. I always found that I think out of everything that they've made pre-Elden Ring, I think Lawrence, Sword Say Nishin maybe as well, but I'm not 100% sure. I think Lawrence specifically has the most attacks out of anything. It's like over 50 different individual attacks. And that still like doesn't seem like much now compared to Radahn, so that's really cool. Gives you throwbacks to the DS3 speedruns in 2020. The DS3 speedruns in 2020. Which run in particular was that? Because I sometimes get confused. Maybe you're talking about like a challenge. I thought I stopped speedrunning DS3 in 2020 or before that. Oh, maybe it was sorry, it might have been the fist only run or something like that. Maybe one of the fun ones. Okay. Did they nerf Crucible Knight? I don't know. Actually, so the thing is, I'm probably not the perfect person to ask, because I usually get that kind of information from you guys, but I've just so happened to start doing research on gaming videos again, just to see what people have been doing on this, or just like what, you know, the backstory is and stuff like that, to fill in the blanks. And I came across the Radahn combo potential. It's so nuts. It's so funny. Like, it really does. Like, I guess obviously brainwaves, if you scanned them and did a test of brain activity for someone doing this stuff, it would just show like things lighting up. But it would be so cool if you could translate that into a visual process chain of someone's mind, because there really is so many things happening on the AI side that if you had like that process chain and then you drew other stems off of it into your interpretation in real time, it would make such a crazy map that it'd fill up a whole book probably for like one fight. Yeah, that kind of stuff fascinates me quite a bit. I think they got frame data on every attack too. Probably should have gone the other way there. What time are you going to stream tomorrow? I'm not sure if I actually am, because I plan to again spend the day visiting Faraz, because he's coming to my province for other stuff, and it's the only time we'll be able to hang out probably this year. So that's pretty important. Basically, whenever I get back from that, there's a chance I could stream, but it's not going to be a long one. It would be like an hour or two, maybe. That's what I was thinking, Clone Hero. But I'll let you guys know on Twitter for sure. And then Sunday, I am filming some stuff for the new channel that I made. And yeah, just spending time with another friend. So basically, weekend was supposed to be just taking a break from this. But again, even on Sunday, if there's extra time, I'll try to squeeze it in maybe before bed or something like that. There's SL1 and no Wyvern skip. Ooh, yeah, that might have been right before then, or I could just be remembering it incorrectly too. Because I remember I did push that SL1 run pretty close to 2020, and then I just stopped it, and I'm like, I'm done. Okay, it's actually better rolling early on that. No follow-up. Interesting. Don't go into phase 2 yet. Not yet there, Mr. Guys. Oh, God. I've been thinking of getting into Seosin because you saw that Cove rejoined the band, but they put that live record out where Anthony and Cove both sing. So yeah, so I don't know much about Seosin then. I'm pretty sure it's on the list of bands on the Clone Hero sheet, though, on the Google document. Made a competition and no Wyvern skip was because that streamer couldn't do it. Oh, sorry, yeah, that was exactly what I was doing. You're right. No, it was the competition for, yeah, the SL1 speedrun, no Wyvern skip, that's true. And it wasn't an official category, but we were running it because I actually liked the category for it. Like, the rules, it was good. I forgot about that. Wow, see, I wish I had a video. Like, imagine I made videos of everything we did, dude. We'd be fine right now. We'd be okay. Unfortunately, now I gotta, you know, have gremlins, and then there's Miyazaki that come after me, and they lock me in the basement and tell me I gotta keep playing. I can't take a break. And every time I take a break, I escape them, but then they find me again and put me back. Probably wouldn't have to worry if I just had made a video on everything. They'd be like, yeah, you did good enough. It's okay. You got like 2,000 videos on this. We're good. Do you wear the talisman for jump attacks? No, that might be something good to include, though. What one is the jump attack talisman? Oh, here we go. Claw. Yeah, probably switch that for Axe Talisman. That's way better. Thank you for the suggestion on that's probably one of the best suggestions we've had so far. See, I forgot there was a talisman that could do that. Because I probably tried it once on our first playthrough, but not for a build or anything. So this is kind of like, I guess, the centerpiece of a jump build, because I've seen, even in PvP and like just any kind of challenge you can think of, you can hit crazy damage with 2 colossal weapons, like a dual wield heavy weapon setup. And I'm assuming that's going to get you a lot of damage. Pretty good. Oh yeah, liking that. Let me get the. Ooh. Okay. What are we doing? He's gonna try to charge after this. Yep. Called it. Yep. Oh. Chug the blue and then get off. Craig Blade right now. Watch him do this stuff, and then he's gonna do that stuff, and then he's gonna do that stuff. He's gonna do this stuff, and then he's gonna do that thing. He's gonna do this thing. He's gonna do this thing, and he's gonna do that. That thing just sits on the spot and explodes multiple times? What is that? Was good when you and Faraz did the commentary for Dark Souls 3 No Hit. Not sure if you did it for other games. That was the only time, or sorry, only game. I think we had 2 different videos where we commentated it, and then we had a podcast episode that was like a one-time thing. They were trying to figure out exactly if we wanted to continue, and it was just early impressions of the game. That was pretty much it. So, how's it been tonight, Alien? It's been good, dude. I'm pretty impressed with the turn of events on this. I think we're gonna get it soon. Just need to have a good experience, or a good chunk of surviving in phase 2, just to make sure I'm not discounting anything that can happen. But yeah, that jump talisman was a good idea. And then I can always just use rune arcs again too. Yeah, how have you been, Alien? What's up? Oh yeah, it was too early. You want to try the Millennia someday? That became so infamous. You hope nothing changed? Like, when you say the Millennia, do you mean unalloyed Millennia, like the modded one? I think it would be really cool to do a comparison, because I've never tried that one particularly. That's what you're talking about. And then compare it to pre-nerf Radon and like try to debate like which one actually is more complicated, and actually dive pretty deep into the data of it and see. Just compare total attack, you know, things, potential events like downtime, opportunity windows, and you know, actual duration, HP, whatever. Like, that'd be a cool video. You've seen Unalloyed Millennia and it mostly looked obnoxious. It looked like something that'd be in this DLC. Like, if Millennia came out with the DLC, that's probably what it would look like. At least to me. He's gonna probably go into a little trot here. Oh, he didn't. Nice. Okay. Surprised that didn't stagger. Here we go. Where are we going off to here? Oh yeah, he jumps and then he slides. God damn it. I have dodged that attack before though. That's the good thing. But yeah, that's still one I haven't successfully done when we've been attempting this yet. It's happened, I think, 2 or 3 times now. One was mainly I was buffing and then I just rolled right away to the buff without even trying to check the timing, and then the other 2 I had a chance, but it's pretty brutal though. Your Radon fight for DLC glitched out and he reset and fell to the maps. He had been intending to do it again, but it's been busy. That's so funny that it randomly happened to you and you weren't even trying. Reminds me of, I saw the poison kill on him, and doesn't he fall out of the map on that too? Because he gets poisoned, he walks away, and then he just dies all of a sudden really quick. Like, not even from the status. Kind of pulls like a Mikolash in Bloodborne with the poison cheese. Ooh, brutal attack. Okay, this might be a stagger right here. Yeah. Ooh, I couldn't get a second, that's fine. Get away after this, because he might go into something silly. And then after this, he's definitely going to try to march away. Oh, he didn't. Interesting. Now he is. Whoa, can't see anything. Nice. Okay. A little too close. Stamina wasn't managed there well. Getting too greedy. Sounds similar to what happened to you. Did you just walk up the stairs into where the gate was? Up the stairs? In like the trailer? That area where America is? Mikolash cheese has been patched. Has it? When? When was there an update for Mikolash? I swear to God, the last time we played Bloodborne, that was still possible. And like, I didn't think they were updating that game ever again. Oh, sorry, you mean Millennia that people talked about being so difficult, let me solo her? The Legend of Self, yeah, that one. That's the normal one. She's still pretty hard, 100%. She's probably the hardest thing in the game next to DLC stuff. But yeah, I would heavily recommend checking out Unalloyed Millennia, because it's trippy, man. It's like so weird how crazy it is. And it's also cool because like people got pretty creative to make that, but definitely one-ups it. Looks like it's twice as hard at least. Just hoping maybe I could hit him before he takes off. I think you can. But might not be worth it. Okay, there we go. Can't see. Cool. You got here. That thing, that's fine. Oh, but it pulled me in though, so we're just gonna have to practice for a second. Oh, so like, how does that work then? I guess when he puts those down, you have to predict that like, or sorry, you have to be ready for if he goes towards you and you're beside that thing, that you make more distance away from it. So when you pass through and then he turns around again, you don't go back. Because I think I didn't run backwards from the charge attack for long enough. And that was the issue. I could have made like a pocket that was safe. You only beat 2 bosses month 2 and 3 after release, but you watch spoiler free. New enemy spawns that aren't in the patch notes. Really? Terrified of updating if they made the bosses easier and you couldn't tell. That's something that sucks because like I played this game late enough where, well, the DLC especially. Unfortunately, that was what happened. It happened with regular Radon too. By the time I got to regular Radon in my playthrough, even though I started the game when it came out, or roughly right after it came out, I still didn't get to fight pre-patch regular Radon either. So yeah, that is one thing I hate missing out on. I think it's only though when they make it easier. It's not when they make it more difficult, because then obviously that would be kind of like a bonus, right? But yeah, I could hit him one more time there too. Get some big damage into this part, but then I gotta be careful here. Oh, that's rough. Going forward on that, maybe? Saw some random enemies out in the field somewhere that definitely did not previously spawn anywhere near that area. Interesting. I wonder what those would be then, because I haven't paid enough attention to the differences in the patch notes to pick up on that. Did you play Alan Wake 2? I've never even played Alan Wake before. Like, I've always wondered, is that a horror game, or is that something that's like more of a mystery, like a Heavy Rain type kind of thing? Walk to the staircase 5 to 10 seconds later. Yeah, it just dropped. Died. Crazy. It's funny that that's even possible. Like, how did they made him so well, but then that was the biggest flaw, of course. He's the only boss I feel like that can be killed like that in the DLC, right? It's almost funny like how that works. Tried to roll back in. That bug happens when you co-op in the later fight with others and then go to Radon. Hmm. Interesting. The bug doesn't happen in single player. So how do people get the poison thing then on runs? Because or maybe that's not even used for that. I thought it would be used for speedruns and for challenges. I guess to be fair, I haven't actually seen a full run to that point before. I just saw the one clip of someone doing it, but I'm wondering. Played it recently and you couldn't recreate it after 8 attempts? Really? That's so weird though. I swear it's still there. Okay, I'll test that next time I play Bloodborne. How about that? Because you have to remember there's different ways of activating it, and like there's one room he goes in where you can't activate it. You actually have to like literally loop him through the building again. So if you don't know that aspect, that might be what you're seeing. Like he literally has to run into a certain location for it to work. But maybe you already know that though. Nice. This is good. Yes, 2 staggers. Dude, fucking crazy damage. Who is this guy? Where'd they find this guy? Another one? More? No, that'd be crazy. Too much. Look how good of a phase 1 that is. That's just beautiful. Although, again, can we pull it together, though? Okay, he's charging. We're out of the perimeter. Can't see. He's gonna do the swipe around. Nope. Perfect. I like that attack. And then just this. That's beautiful. That has an effect. Okay. He's gonna charge after this, so we're gonna get out of the way. He didn't charge. Pretty impressive. Will he charge now? Okay, wait, I'm kind of confused. So we're just gonna expect he does. Maybe he just doesn't as often. I could just play it as if he's not going to. He seems to want to out of the gravity bomb. Don't think you've ever seen Gaius use gravity missile? Really? Did you beat him without him even being able to attack much? That's crazy. Never seen him do gravity missile. That's basically most of what he does in phase 2 in my experience. That was really cool though. The 2 staggers, oh, gotta get an early one and then get a second one. Ah. The bug is specifically that Radon phase 2 is different than Radon under the floor. And for some reason spawns in and dies when... Okay, when you multiplayer on the later fight. Interesting. Because yeah, he's 2 separate pins in the map, right? 2 different assets or 2 different character models. That's kind of like how you can kill the Archdeacon from under the floor before he comes up in phase 2. In Deacons by poisoning the altar, right? Nice. Tough one. Spacing wasn't great enough to do the double roll unless I went like a little sloppier on it, and I didn't see anything before, so that was, yeah, that was rough. Fought him, mounted him with magic. That makes more sense. Maybe he wasn't at the proximity to do the gravity bomb. But the thing is, when you fight him mounted, he does another attack that he can't do unless you're on torrent. And that attack, I have no idea like how to evade. I honestly don't even feel like you can, but that's just my take on it. Maybe there's an item you can use that like repels the effect of it, but like jumping, rolling on and off torrent, and running as quick as you can, lightest equip load, I could not figure it out. No idea. That would have been probably stagger, but hey, you know what? We're trying still. Maybe right here. Ooh, maybe right here. Yeah. Keep playing. I got stuck on a little thing there. Oh, cool. That's fine. That's fine, but he does attacks right out of this though, so you gotta be careful. Then Boar's Head has an effect now on this attack. Just gotta be careful with that too. Yeah, that was about the timing where I'm like, he's gonna do that again soon. We gotta get farther away. I gotta have like a maximum amount of engagements that I go for. After a stagger, if you're on the other side, you can crouch next to his neck and press for a post, and it sucks you in. Oh, true, the crouching thing. I heard about that before. It's a good idea. I'll try that. Does it matter how close to his head you are? Can you be like on his side of his body? Or do you have to be like literally on the neck for it? Got a little greedy there. What's in your flask? Purple, it's spiked crack crystal tier and stone barb tier. So just helps break stance in mixed physic and increases charge attacks. Although the spike cracked might not be worth it anymore because we're not doing as many of those. So let me check that really quick. Yeah, we don't need charge attack one. Oh, we have the windy crystal one. Enhances dodge rolls. Ooh. I never tried that before. That's from the DLC, I'm pretty sure. I think we picked that up. I didn't even notice. Could have the stamina increase, but like that's not that big of a deal. I think that I'm gonna go for the dodge roll one. Does anybody know how many frames it gives you? On the next, the best position? Okay, for the crouch thing. Try that out and see. Luckily on that one, I was able to just get it really fast, but I think it's almost smarter to try to go for the 2 staggers in phase 1. Like really just limit the attacks you're doing on purpose so you can just over DPS them into the phase 2. Oh, I did a turn there. Interesting. I feel like you don't see that as much because I was in a position where the game, in my opinion, would favor him doing an attack with the lance, not the boar even attacking there. So it almost seems like it decided to do that before I was even in that spot. Helps because he recovers a little too fast to run around most of the time. That's fair. The part of the arena where it happens was rather uneven, so you put it down to a lineup of things like that. But did you feel kind of robbed? I'd be kind of upset if he died from a glitch. Like I would have been like, oh man, I want to kill him normally. You can kill Aldrich under the floor too. Sorry, I missed that one. Aldrich under the floor is with Tears of Denial on the speedrun, right? Like you have to be out of bounds, I think. At least that's the only way I've ever seen it. Silly damage, man. Let's just get in there and punch. Dude, imagine. Imagine staggering again. Oh, I can't even see. I'm dead. That was so fucking wild of a fight. We might have been able to kill him, or like almost kill him before he can even attack phase 2. With just that setup there, that was so good. Oh my god. And I think, again, like just doing like the punches normally there while he's going into that AoE gives me the perfect time to do 3 attacks, roll, and then I go in for another double jump. And if I get him on a wall and he has to readjust, 2 of those should stagger him a 3rd time, and then it's just over, or it's near over at that point. It's a pretty wild fight. We haven't even been using rune arcs either. I could go back to doing that. Oh, I jumped instead of rolling there. He's at 25 to 30% HP and you're having a good attempt where you're consistently dodging most things, so you felt robbed. You're like, oh, okay. Yeah, and it sucks even more if like, you're not somebody that makes save states of the playthrough like, everywhere you go. Even me with my first playthrough, I didn't make save states on each boss when I probably should have. Even this playthrough too. I had the idea that I was going to go in and make save states on everything, but I was like, you know what? I want to get so good at stuff that I could just go back and play it again and it wouldn't even be required, right? So I thought this would be a good practice file for level 1 anyways, but I'm like, no, the level 1 practice file would have all the blessings and more weapon varieties, so we could always make that later. Tried to do crouch on that side of his head. It didn't seem to work. It's all good though. Oh yeah, the quick poke right there. Damn it. Okay, actually, wait. No, let's take off the talisman. We're gonna do a rune arc for this one. I'm gonna do all the buffs in the arena and see if I can time it. Okay, it's dashed away. Cool, I like it. Take it. One of these again, nice. Yeah, I got greedy there, for sure. Oh, you know what though? I bet you if I get one stagger and DPS him quite a bit, even though it's like almost 40% of his health right away, we could build another stagger out of that into the transition where if I hit him with the first double hit from the jump attack, that might be enough to actually do it still. And then it would only be a 2 stagger fight into phase 2, but it would still push the HP into like 30% or less pretty consistently without me having to even like try to like arrange the attacks a certain way. It would just be, you know, just play and then make sure you get a lot of DPS in the first combo. Oh my god, has anybody ever seen that before? Dude, he was about to take off when I staggered him without getting hit. That's amazing. Yeah, on this one I probably could just keep playing. Oh, here we go, he's gonna do something here. We got something coming up. Something or other. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Then R2 or R1. Oh, dude, did we skip it? Guys, did we skip it? Did we skip something? Did we skip something? I'm curious. Did we skip something? Guys, did we kiss it? I'm freaking out. Okay, stop freaking out as much. Ah, fuck. Dude. My heart's actually beating kind of fast there. My hands got sweaty because I literally think we just one-cycled the fight, but we canceled the transition completely. There's only the only other fight in the game I've seen that can do that is Morgoth. So if that's possible, then we don't have to fight phase 2 ever. We could just skip it. Which is really silly, but I mean, hey, you know what? Maybe that's the way to do it. It's kind of like what I said. You just get the stagger. You save the second stagger for later by going super aggressive right away. Should be possible. That's really wild though. If that's true, at least. I swear to God, we just broke him though. Oh, I just figured out something else too. I just completely didn't even think of until now. We could do a really interesting setup at the beginning by waiting on the wall and then having him rebound the wall so we can hit him like maybe 2 or 3 more times than normal right away. Maybe like 2 big attacks, 3 regular, I don't know. Like that could DPS him quite a bit in the beginning if I actually hold back on moving into the arena. And then he's most likely going to chill in a perimeter closer to the gate, which might lead to another situation where he takes longer to do that aerial transition for phase 2, and that's always good. It's more DPS. Yeah, I think I actually kind of like Gaius now, but in a way that's kind of weird. He doesn't feel that fluid of a fight. But again, if you could one cycle, I'm like, this is pretty fun. It's not too bad. Phase 2 doesn't really change much anyways. It's just more bullshit, so. Yeah, I think that's a good call to have him on the wall here. Okay, me jumping onto his actual head was not a good idea. He feels good, but like but clunky like Dragonslayer armor. So the thing with Dragonslayer armor is though, even though he does move clunky and like the way he tracks the character and like does some of the attacks are weird, you can just walk around some of his attacks, right? Whereas Gaius, I feel like he's hitting on angles, like the geometry is so all over the place that you can't just like walk around something and then not have something else come up right away. Fight felt very fluid after a bunch of practice. Well, I hope that happens to me then. It's definitely coming together, like we're way more consistent, but yeah, he still feels a little clunky for sure. Trying to think of how I would do that now. Don't like that you put yourself through an SL1 run of this game. Was it not a good idea? I feel like SL1 on this game can be really simple or it could be ridiculous. It has the biggest contrast of any of the games. He baits people into moving in a way that make the fight not work well. It's a good point. Yeah, you end up getting persuaded or like kind of you feel like you're forced to do something that you don't even necessarily have to do for it. Can't see. Still good. There we go. Ooh, what was that? A lot of those. Ooh. Really hard to like claw grip the camera, like to do the toggle, because I do the opposite claw grip. I don't use my index finger for the roll button, and I think that's the biggest thing I've noticed right now in this fight is out of all the fights, like it's one of the few that literally punishes you for not using your index finger on the B button. Versus the other way around, because like my finger strength using index sideways to push R3 is so hard to do. It takes so much force that like I can't toggle off quick enough with the way I normally do the claw grip. So I'm gonna have to switch that. I'm gonna have to actually consciously do a different claw grip on that to survive in that last second for sure. Because maybe you can still be locked on and dodge it, but I'm pretty sure because the speed he passes through you at, it literally makes you turn back around in the animation and puts you in a more shallow pool of where you can move, right? Which just makes you get clipped by him anyways. It's like to actually clear him perfectly, you literally have to be locked off, from what I understand. Even though I think I might have done it before locked, it's just like, it seems way easier for the recovery. That's a funny one. 2 of those in a row to begin with. Excuse me. Oh, that's a bad one. Oh boy, oh boy. We're getting there though. You can be locked on, but you just angle more than you think. That's the thing I'm trying to figure out. How do you angle yourself? You mean positioning needs to be better? Because I was gonna say, like, it's hard to influence the angle if you don't have it locked off, right? Oh, I did 2 attacks right away. Okay, so 2 charges to start. Probably useless. I should just do like regular attacks if he's gonna skid right into me. You dodge sideways or 9 o'clock at a certain timing? Okay, sideways dodges. That's what I was thinking. I was like, the sideways dodge seems to be the only way point blank to clear that combo that he does. If you're already too close, because you can't leave out the back since he turns perfectly as you run by the first attack or under the second attack, whatever it is. Saboki, what's going on? Your editor's friend's client's moderator's cousin? Interesting. I'm your uncle's best friend's co-worker from a different dimension that was the dog of the fish that kept the fish company when no one was home. In a different star system. Boy. Oh my god, guys, what was going on there? That was bleed and frost stacking simultaneously. But this is bad though, because I don't think we can clear this. Oh, he's gonna go that way though. Oh, it is safe. Nice. Here's a way. But that's fucking hard though. Okay. So, okay, just out of curiosity, if anyone has like a plan of action with that attack right there that killed me, do you like look at what side the first round of meteors are cascading towards predominantly and then go the opposite direction because the later ones aren't like layered in that area as much? Like how do you pick what side on that? Or is it just forward every time? You roll backwards on that attack. Backwards on the meteors. You can iframe the phase transition. Do you mean like when he lands? Like the landing from it? You roll forward on it, Rundy? Okay, I'm gonna have to try that. If the physic flask was still active at that point, maybe I would also have the frames to handle it a bit better. That new one. Okay, so I can only do 2 attacks to start off with right there. But if I do, though, again, that bleed is built up immediately, so that's a really cool thing to have immediately. It seems like if I don't hit him with enough light attacks in the totality of the fight, even if I got the stagger phase 1 and we did the second stagger, whatever, there wouldn't be a second bleed before he's dead. Or there might be an opportunity for 3 of them in the fight. I don't know. Depends on how many regular attacks I squeeze in. Jax, what's up, dude? You're sick as a dog. Oh no. Do you have like the flu or nausea, cold, something like that? I'm gonna send the character into the doctor's office with you, and he'll use the spiked balls to assess the situation. It's regular protocol, don't worry. Oh, he's still doing this attack. Good. Found a better way to dodge that too. Damn it. Probably COVID, headache, pressure behind eyes, sore throat. Ah, hope you feel better soon, dude. Have you gotten COVID before? Works like Soul Cinder spell that requires the double roll. Oh, yeah. So you roll backwards once to gain extra space last second as it's chasing you, and then you go sideways. But the thing with the Cinder one is because the point of interest was like it was coming from the ceiling or the sky down, You could just run and it would just miss you, right? But that one's across the landscape, so it's gonna just keep going in that direction. This one seems like a harder version of that. I'll punch that. Should punch this one. Okay, cool. All projectile hitboxes in the DLC are decently misleading. You had it in 2022. Apparently all your neighbors are sick too, so something's going around. Oh no. Well, I'm gonna make sure that you don't get sick ever again. I'm gonna send this character into your body as a supplement. I'm gonna put him in a capsule like Drix from Osmosis Jones, if you ever seen it. And he's gonna help fight crime with the star fist inside your body. It's gonna help all the white blood cells. The sunflower projectiles felt you had to also dodge at a timing different than what visually made sense. Yo, the thorns are so bad. Oh my god, they suck. I was thinking about that before I started today. Explicitly that attack. Gotta remember, if like I'm close to his middle and he does the lifting up attack, it's definitely a big one. I'm closer to his neck, it's the very quick one. But the yeah, it's the very big one that's slow. The thorns can frame trap you at certain distances. That's gonna be fun to look forward to. I guess we're doing the Shadow Tree avatar soon. Be kind of nice to get it out of the way. I mean, I don't mind it, but it's not the best boss. That was amazing. Unbelievable. It's the only time I've actually dealt with that way. A stagger coming right after this. As long as I can actually get in there. It would be so cool. Oh, you know what? Charge attack into jumping one right there. Definitely. And maybe even charge regular, jump, and then that would be a stagger again. It should be. I think that covers enough poise damage there. Used to live in a really crappy rundown apartment building. Every 2 weeks you would get sick while living there, and you moved and didn't get sick anymore. Wow. Do you think it has something to do with the people there, though? Because technically they would have to spread, you know, something, right? Like, especially if you're using like a communal like laundry room or something like that, or like other facilities for there, definitely can understand like getting sick from like touching the same things, or if they're not making it sanitized. Someone just has something. Oh god. Ooh. Oh, I'm going for it. Bet I'm going for it. funny because like could have got a stagger, but just barely hanging in there for one. Need something. Give me one. Oh, that would have been good too. God damn it. So we survived long enough to have killed him probably more than what would be required if we had a good setup in phase 1. Like that would be probably a minute longer than I need to survive to kill him. So that's like, that is the fight right there. The amount of engagements there was enough to kill him, but just didn't execute well enough on them. Just gotta have better connections on the attacks. He's actually a lot easier to hit with the double attack than the Lion was. The Lion was obnoxious when it came to that. Like if that's a thing people rely on to do a run, that alone, even like, not even the notion that you're gonna get hit, but just the fact you actually have to depend on that to get more damage is so stressful with how inaccurate it was for me to do. Yeah. Again, that one's funny. It's probably mold. It was really dirty. Dirty cockroach building? Oh no. What's really funny actually, I've only seen a cockroach one time in my life, and it was outside too. It wasn't even in a building. And a lot of the stories I hear about people finding them, it's indoors, right? But there was one by itself on a fence outside when I was in the United States. They have flying ones in the south? Oh god. So they can survive the atomic bomb, but then also fly if they wanted to. They're like pre-patched Dark Souls 1 PvP builds. Ninja flipping with full armor on. Oh my god. Oh, wait, that was dangerous. Okay. Yep. Good. Beautiful. Attack there. It's trying to. Ah, dude, that meteor attack's the hardest thing he does. It's literally so much more wild than I thought, because I would always be running on torrent. I guess you could get on the torrent during it, but then if he casts that one that you can't dodge after, or that's just bullshit, then I'm fucked. So it's like I can't even risk generating that because it gives him enough time. That was still also a fight that had enough runtime to have killed him already. I didn't hit enough attacks there. Oh, I thought he was going into phase 2 there. He was still at attacks. Gotta remember that he can do that. Again, I need to save an attack. I gotta get a stagger and then not do the burrito, like where I attack him first, then get the riposte. I need to do the attack for the heavy attack after that, so it possibly will count towards the next stagger, too. We have a sanitization unit that comes every 2 months and sprays the shared spaces, and they spray inside our rooms. Check for any signs of bug infestations and stuff. That sounds pretty legit, then. I remember in like one of my old buildings, they did the checks for a lot of stuff, because there was actually a lot of people that had bed bugs and different various things they were checking for. Is crazy. Okay, just get the riposte. That's it. Then go for the heavy after. 52, perfect. What's he gonna do here? Oh, that was super good reaction, okay. That sucks, can't see. Sucks, because I probably could have got the stagger on him. I don't know where he is. Can't see anything. In the corner, nice. Where are you? Do that, nice, okay. On a tree stump. Oh boy. Oh, I rolled too early to do the pre-spacing, damn it. So that attack, I found the best way to do it is like you don't even actually roll the boar's head. You pre-roll the spacing for it to miss you on the recovery of the final, or before the final roll, then you roll back in. It's way easier. Covers more distances with the same thing. You bought a metal bed frame after you got bed bugs. They can't live on metal like they can on wood. That's actually interesting you say that, because I've always had the metal bed frame since like at least living on my own, and like even like a little bit before that I had a metal one, and we actually did get bed bugs from like the laundry room one time in the old apartment, me and my roommate, and they went away very fast. Like there was you could see that they had been killed, like the little stains from them or whatever, from them being splatted, but there was only like 3 marks, and then they never came back, and there was never a problem after that. And then I've known people that have had them where they can't get rid of it, you know. So that's interesting. Maybe the metal actually helped in that situation. I was always wondering why it was like we actually got them, but then it was like they didn't even need to do much. It was already like, you know, they were gone pretty quickly. Metal bed frame, but still no luck. You had to get a new everything. I thought it had to do more with like mattress material and like other factors too. Oh, look at that. What's going on here? I can't see. Again, it'd be cool if I could see. Like imagine if like anyone could see here. He can't even see. He's like looking into the wall. What the hell? What is this? Ah, it sucks, man. At least it's stamina there. Eat that. Oh. Room has no doors or windows, led directly to outdoors, so the only one you really have to watch out for is mold, though you got an air purifier, air sterilizer, and a few other bits and pieces to help. That's definitely game-changing, having like the purifier and everything. Torrent the internal liability element. So Torrent on Elden Beast, I don't think I've used Torrent on Elden Beast. Like that was actually a huge update they made to this. I forgot about that. this is good. He's in a combo for a second, and then we have to do that, and then we can get him. Oh, this is good. This is good. Give me one more. No, one more. I'll take it anyways. I'll take it by force, dude. Let's go. Then we're gonna go like this. Get the double. Get another double. Oh, I forgot. No, wait. We skipped phase 2 by doing that. Why am I playing as if they're... Oh, God. Or maybe... Sorry, he skips into phase 2 technically without having to do the transition, so maybe he can still do the attacks of phase 2. Because he had the effect there, so maybe I was wrong about it actually stopping a lot of the attacks. Just stops the phase transition. Makes it easier. Yeah, you can use Torrent and Elden Beast. You've been able to do that for a while, since I think either earlier in the year or last year even. That was like an older update as far as I remember. A doorless and windowless room? Wait, what? How do you get in? That's like what Yorm's doing in the capital when we find him. Well, that was really cool. Okay, he was gonna kill me anyways right after that. Perfect. Oh, sorry, it was an update with the DLC. So yeah, that would have been June then. I thought it was way earlier in the year. Like, I don't think when I've fought Elden Beast since then, if I even have fought him since then. Oh, maybe that's the thing. I haven't fought him since then. Could be that. So I don't remember doing that. Got a little bit greedy there. Sultan, thank you so much for the good luck. I appreciate it. We're very close. I'm gonna not be going for too much longer, but we have everything we need to either kill him next stream or literally right before we end right here. So just gotta put it together. I gotta also just not worry too much about phase 2. Just play it. Like, still have the plan, but not really think too much about all the situations happening. And if I'm not even hitting attacks, it doesn't matter. Just surviving is probably better at this point. Because there is some times I probably easily could survive, and then I'm a little bit too fixated on like some of the setup for the stuff. Okay, here we go. Oh, that was too late on the pre-roll. Okay, so I gotta figure out when that is. Every time you open your balcony door, you always smell someone cooking amazing food. That reminds me of like when I was younger, I lived in a building where like in the hallway, every time you'd leave for school or something like that, I'm like, dude, they're cooking with that much flavor this early in the morning? Like, what is going on? And it probably wasn't even someone that was like right beside where I lived. It was probably like down like around the other hallway or something. But yeah, they were cooking something good all the time. Ooh, damn it. Enjoy doing no blessings, no buffs. Allowed you to just focus on the flow and not worry about the strategy. Yeah, sometimes like winning on these things is determining. It's determined by having less things to think about. So I can totally see that. Crazy that we activated that during that time. So cool. Now, I've never done it like that before. It's a really interesting addition to the fight here. Oh, get that R1! Dead. Not dead. Gravity bomb's gone. Cool. Whoa. Oh, a dead. Ah, why'd I roll first? Again, that was long enough to have killed him already. All the fights are long enough. It's just like the RNG sometimes isn't the greatest, and I'm also, again, I'm not able to capitalize even close to every single time. It's very hard to. We're definitely there. Dude, sucks that we couldn't get the stagger there. Sucks, dude. It's okay, though. We'll have to deal with it. It's fine. Interesting attack, okay. What are we doing? Gravity bomb, okay. Cool. And yeah, I knew he was going to go for that, but it's so hard to tell when he's going to release that attack, though. It's kind of like, yeah, I'm like running, but like there's no cue. Zyklonic, how are you doing, dude? If you can't script or have a plan, it just stops being a factor. Yeah, it's like you just end up like actually playing the game and adapting to it more than being like, okay, even though I could be adapting to these things real time, still I'm just trying to play a plan of some sort. Can't see, okay. Two of those in a row, really? It's always missing by like the tiniest bit. Here we go. Not quite, okay. I had no stamina left and he had, dude! He had no HP. Oh man, he had one. He had 1 HP. Oh, it was funny because it was like either between I had 1 stamina point and I could win, or he had 1 HP. It was like one or the other, and like I happened to have 1 less point than I expected. I thought I could get the recovery. Like the very small amount of pixel of stamina to dodge the last thing, but I didn't. And then he had the magic pixel health. That was crazy. That was a really well-played fight, too. 50% phase 2, like a normal phase 2 transition, and fair and square. Pretty straight up. Some hard situations, damn. I couldn't even see anything there. It's tragic you've been there. Yeah, it's alright, it happens. It doesn't take a crazy long time to fight him, which is nice. It's like maybe like, what, a 5-minute fight or something? Maybe even quicker. One HP, yeah. Like the boss always got lucky, and we always got unlucky. There's no skill involved. It's all luck at that point. As soon as you start seeing 1 HP, got cheated. I don't feel cheated at all, but I am actually like shocked that I didn't have the stamina though. That was pretty interesting because I'm wearing the thing to have more stamina, but I guess again the recovery speed's not good. So now I'm starting to debate: do I just do the recovery speed one? I might be maxing my stamina out anyways, though, because all these running attacks, especially when like he does the kick attack and I punish it twice, like that does run the stamina to almost nothing. But it's intentional, so then I get the stagger. And it's probably one of the easiest positions to be in to hit him twice, is like where his back legs are, or like almost on the side of his back. Thought that would guaranteed be a stagger again. Wasn't enough momentum in the beginning. Glad you're getting to see me fight this dude so you can learn how to play against him. There you go. The hidden benefit in being level 1, teaching other people what not to do and what they could do, but just extended for like, you know, 100 more attacks than normal, so you get everything. The 1 HP was a make-a-wish because he has no legs. Oh god. You think that that was the story? Maybe, I think that maybe it was 1 HP because the boar actually had Tears of Denial. And he counts as a separate enemy. There's gonna be a phase 3 that happens all of a sudden. Oh boy. Ugh. Ooh. Okay, I could do this right here. Still not getting the double hit. Jumping at the beginning of that does some interesting stuff. I think you can actually jump that attack. Not like over his head, but maybe to the side. Gonna get it tonight. I was supposed to finish streaming at least 20 minutes ago. I was planning to, but we're so close. I want to try a handful more times for sure. Like at least a few more phase 2s. Did 2 of those in a row? Really? Oh, that's so weird. Like the attacks he just did in a row there was so weird. I don't think I've seen 2 of those into like the head slam there. The hero we don't deserve but need. Oh boy. Also DJ Rice, I forgot to say, I think I didn't say hi to you, man. Love the Toad emote. Toad is my favorite Mario character. Someone was using another totem emote from, I think it was Kazoodle recently, but he had an inverted color scheme. Like his head was red with white dots, and I was like trying to think, like, is he actually red with white dots by default? I'm like, no, he's white, red dots. I screwed up there. He has suggestions but not rules to how to do this fight. It seems like in this DLC that they don't really have a definitive way of how to do anything particularly, and it's just like up for interpretation. Because you know, I've seen people use the deflection tier even just like a little bit recently, and I'm like, holy shit, you could deflect like all the attacks if you wanted to, right? Not that that would be easier, but there's even different ways of not even using mechanics altogether. And you can even block. Apparently a lot of people are using like a big shield and blocking and like poking Radahn with a spear through the shield. Like that's pretty funny to do. It's a bit different. I don't know why I went right into that. I wouldn't count that one. It was not planned properly. His hat and his head, like a turtle shell. Does he have a hat that he wears, Toad? Dry panic. See, I feel like I have sweaty panic on this fight. My hands are so sweaty. I need dry panic, actually. Thank you for coming in at the most important moment. Dry panic. How's it going? Thank you for the brand new sub as well. Not even Prime. Even though we're not discriminating against Prime, that's pretty impressive. You don't see those these days. They could just call the site Prime TV, to be honest. Oh my god, what was going on here? He hit me before I could even move. Always coming in clutch. Okay, so that means that like within the first 5 attempts of you popping in, we're gonna kill him then, guaranteed. There's no shadow of a doubt. It's been declared. You can't undo the future that is about to be experienced here. Jumped a little too far into his back there. I don't think I've actually had that happen before. That was a way bigger of a jump that I wanted. You gotta be very careful on this one with the attacks too, because if I'm gonna do a jump attack, I have to make sure that the character is completely still, so like no input from movement could overlap the jump. Like at least in that scenario, maybe not overall. Like some of the jumps, obviously, I want to move, but yeah. Oh. I knew he was gonna do it, but again, it's so fast when he does that it doesn't seem like you want to do anything but like literally run into him as he's running away from you. And I think on a certain type of camera angle, like you can't actually do that because he's already tracked you a certain way. Like he's not gonna miss where your direction is. It seems like if he doesn't track you at all and then he starts to do that, but he was previously aiming towards you, you can kind of like walk around his side and he'll just miss because he hits an area that's not determined really beforehand. It's kind of like whatever. I might be wrong about that, but it seems like that attack is very weird. thought that was gonna be a different thing going on there. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Oh, dude, what? I couldn't roll out of the landing? That would have been a really good one too, because we could have staggered out of that. Oh, the frost proc is so satisfying. I love it. I never actually really used frost in this game until people were like, yeah, you should probably infuse the weapon with frost and then also bleed simultaneously. And I'm like, wait, you can get both status effects? You're still in the air when it hit? Oh, it sucks. It felt like I landed and then I tried to do a roll and it didn't even start. Nice. That was really lucky, but you got it. Oh, whoa! Okay, not nice. So he staggered out of the charge in a really miraculous way, and then canceled back into the middle of the animation with no startup right after recovering. That's crazy. So, like, we did that before. We've interrupted that exact attack many times. He's never canceled back into it, though. So maybe because it was interrupted too soon, it just wanted to continue somehow, like after he got back up. Rolled back a little too soon on that one to do the spacing. I might even want to do the physic flask later because of the iframe tier and the stagger. It might be better to do last out of all the buffs. Sounds crazy to say that, but yeah, I might do it last. Because the timer on it does last the longest, but who cares? Let's just do it last. Oh, he's doing that attack. I'm dead. It was good. Oh, maybe not. We good. We good. For a bit. Can't see what he's doing. Ah, dude. I thought he was doing something completely different. You've got this? I know, yeah, we definitely do. It's just annoying because, like, I tend to get in these situations when we have to go, and I'm just like, I want to do it. I got greedy there. Okay, no more light attacks in general, unless we need them. Who cares? Who cares about the light attacks? Unless it's like maybe one. Ooh, okay, so doing a shorter jump on that got the guaranteed hit on the head there. Usually it's the neck that I get. Can't see. Couldn't see anything. No point of even trying. Bad camera. Oh man. Okay, he does 2 of those, 3 of those. Tanker Darren, what's up, dude? So it wasn't the plan to be on this late, but yeah, that's I guess what we're doing right now. I should have already been done, but I want to kill this guy. How's your day going? This fight is so scuffed next to the wall. I'm trying to actually make him go close to the wall though, so I can get a really good setup for the beginning, but maybe we don't do that. Maybe we just kind of try to stay, maybe not like completely in the middle, but a little bit farther away. Because again, I get a pretty good start, and then when he does the phase transition, he gets stuck on the wall and doesn't take off nearly as quickly, and it almost works every single time like that. And maybe around here, just in case. So he has some more room to move backwards if he's in front of us on this side. That wasn't quick enough. Starting to get sick. Oh no, we were talking about there's people getting sick. Well, I hope you don't have like that bad of an episode of it, whatever it is, and hopefully not like bad COVID or anything. Definitely get some sleep. Make sure you get rest. And don't play Gaius level 1 past your bedtime either. Pro tip. So weird to see him do that opening. You had COVID recently, so you hope it's not COVID. Isn't there like a kind of like a downtime though, where your immune system's sort of calibrated to not be able to get it for a while? Because like it just fought it. Maybe if it's like, you know, maybe compromised enough, it's possible to still have it. But I always thought that you couldn't get it back to back. Oh, it's 2.5 months. Okay, I see. I don't know why I rolled that early. Like, why am I still going back to doing that? No point. No point of rolling right away. I think I had the habit of doing that on the Lion because he actually had some things I wanted to pre-space, but on this one, the only pre-spacing is, like, at least by rolling, is literally that one combo. That's it. And only at certain distances. You got his initial charge to run into the wall for a free hit because he stays in range. If you make him bump the wall, makes the camera miserable though. Yeah. Yeah, the free hit stuff is, it's tempting because it's like if you can pull it off and you can see, then it's a way quicker fight. Can't see. Here we go. I got. Oh, yes. Okay, I think the physic flask is still working its magic. That tier. The iframe tier. Ooh. Spooky, though. Oh my god, spooky. So I didn't want to jump there. That's unfortunate. I didn't hold that direction, but because of the way that the command activated, the way the character was facing it, like back boosted me. That sucks. That would have been it, I think, because we would have staggered him the next attack after that and he'd be dead. So that's really unfortunate that I did the inputs to like just mistakenly do that direction, even though I wasn't holding it. It's so weird how that works, like the momentum and the pivots and the side jumps, back jump, back facing, forward jumps, whatever the fuck. Crazy. Oh, this fucking stamina coming back wasn't enough there. So I had to double spam. I'd only tap the button once to roll. On the second tap, I would have had the 1 pixel and it would have been perfect, but I didn't spam the button though. Didn't notice that it was depleted fully. Probably because, again, the trades were like frames closer together than normal because I was executing it really fast. So I didn't have the extra overhead stamina there. Oh, boy. Only paying for all that bacon. Guess so. Whoa. You know he's gonna go for it. It just went. I can't see. It's not the greatest fight, but okay. Buffs ran out quite a bit. Ooh. If we can get this to go somewhere, maybe we can save it. Can't see there. Unfortunate. fucking dead. Oh, that was a crazy one, dude. That was hard. That actually was really hard. I don't think it was bad as Lion. Like Lion genuinely like just gave me a run for the money, but that was rough though. So that's the third remembrance we did on the run today, or just in general, not today specifically. Only fight we focused on today, but not bad. That was like 3.5 hours of time on him. Probably almost a third of how long it took to kill him on the first playthrough. But I think that like now that we have it down to that level though, it's like we've covered all bases. We got the phase 2 straight up. We got some tricks, even some like multiple ways to do everything. So I'm gonna go quickly grab these blessings and we'll end at the area over here. Have I done Rolana? Yeah, Rolana was super quick. She was really easy. So it's the three of them now. So the Lion, Rolana, and Gaius. And then because we got all these blessings, I think I get 2 level increases. So I'm gonna get blessing level 11. But yeah, we're gonna just chill inside this big cereal bowl and then be back again. I don't know if it's gonna be tomorrow or Sunday. Again, like I said, I have a lot of stuff going on this weekend, but I'm gonna try my best to stream a little bit tomorrow night, if possible. And if I do that, it might not be Elden Ring, it might be drumming on Clone Hero. But regardless, Monday for sure. And yeah, I'll keep you guys updated on Twitter otherwise. Here are the socials if you want to check out the other channels on YouTube and you want to check out also just my Instagram, TikTok, whatever. What's up, guys? Welcome back. This is, I guess, technically episode 3 of the level 1 playthrough. I think it's number 3. So we just killed Renala and Gaius, and now we're doing Mesmer today. So total playtime on the character at the moment is 17 hours, 4 minutes, 8 seconds. And that's literally just for this run. That's it. So welcome back. Hopefully you guys are having a good week so far. We just killed Gaius, so we're at the chalice over here. Picked up the, I think it's 5 fragments that you get for the blessings. And I think did I put them on the character? No, not yet. Okay, so we got to go do that. I think to get to Mesmer, we want to go to the upper part of this area. I think that's where he is, I'm pretty sure. Layla, what's up, by the way? Yeah, so the typo in the command's not actually a typo. I'm literally using a word that's kind of just like a play on words. So notifying Cation being the thing that pops up, and its purpose to be notifying. So I just kind of split it into 2 words, but it wasn't even a typo. It was actually like purposefully typed that way. And you're not the first person that said that. That's pretty funny. Okay, so to get to Mesmer from here, I think I am going the wrong way, maybe? There's the back gate, there's this way. Yeah, if anybody has any type of direction to go to get to him, I'm pretty sure we already opened the bridge, and I can't remember where to go to get back to there, so we're gonna be running around in circles. Like, we were just over here, right? So, yeah, the bridge would be up. Chris, what's going on, dude? You fed the fish a lot and you won't believe what happened. Did the fish turn into a whale? Okay, so we got this part up here, and then... Was it up through this part right here, maybe? What's going on, Schofield? How are you doing, dude? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Chris, you're having a regular week? Okay, that's better than a bad week. It's a good start. Growing the beard out? Yeah, I haven't really decided what the direction for it is, but it's definitely there. Oh, you know what? Wait, I think I see where we're supposed to go. Good to see you back on the challenge runs again. I'm so excited to be doing this. I know it took a while, but this run has been super fun. And I think it's going to be pretty helpful for the next couple things I'm doing too. Thoroughkey, thank you for the 70 months, dude. Welcome back. How's it going? Cards fan, welcome back as well, dude. By the way, so the thing that I use to connect to YouTube chat, basically I merged the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat together, and the software wasn't working that well for the YouTube side of things, so it took about 30 minutes for it to import the chat. If anybody's typing anything on YouTube and you want to just verify by letting me know you are, then we can know for sure that it actually worked, but as far as I know now, it might not be connected fully, because I don't have the badges turned on to show where each person is from, so... yeah, if like you're sending messages on YouTube, I'm not seeing them at all for the entirety of the stream. You can always come over to Twitch and let me know, but I probably won't be able to check unless it gives me some sort of update on here. And I think it took about half an hour to do that before. Like, I'm definitely gonna find a better service for it, but I've tried 3 different things so far, and there's been a problem with each time, unfortunately. All right, I think this is where we're supposed to go. And see the snake. Oh wait, that's going down. Wait a moment. What the hell is supposed to be over here? Wait. If this goes all the way down, where does that go? It's your nickname. Is your nickname Squilla because of an ancient Greek monster, or because the fish became Squilla, the fish that you fed that you're talking about? No, my name is actually kind of random. It doesn't have a purpose. It's mainly just because no one else took the name, and I made it when I was 14 for PlayStation Network. So basically, just an original name that no one would have guessed, and I wanted it to rhyme as well. So it has like absolutely no purpose at all. And if I had chosen to plan this stuff out and like build into being a person that makes videos or takes this seriously, I would have actually like made a name that's particular, but I didn't start doing this thinking that it was actually going to be a consistent thing. It was mainly just to try it. And the name still works because it's not taken by anybody, so I'll probably still use it until it's been taken on certain platforms. Wait, this goes all the way down to here. Okay. Interesting. So then, how are we getting to Mesmer then? Like, where was the entrance to get to Mesmer? I feel like the loft was the right area, but yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Been playing a lot of the Resident Evil remakes recently. Thoroughkey? Oh, nice, nice. Which one did you start with? Got to go through the hippo? Really? Because I actually opened up his area, though, without doing the hippo. Like, his bridge was... we already ran by the bridge on this character file. And I didn't kill the hippo. Thought you can skip it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can skip the hippo. Like, I've already done all this stuff. To be able to get up here, I don't think you can do it the way that I'm thinking. Okay, I guess we're going to take this back up here again. I'm pretty sure you have to keep going up, right? Also, Happy, welcome back. Is this the run? This is a run, for sure. You get to Mesmer through the hippo? Interesting. So... yeah, my only other guess is like this right over here. Could be where we're going, but I think we were just over there. There's a few different places we can drop. Like, my guess is there's a grace I didn't grab or something like that. There's got to be something I missed. Because, like, I've seen his area was already open in this playthrough. And we ran by it, and then there's something I didn't do, I'm pretty sure. Unless I'm going crazy. Alright, so there's one cage going up right here. Or is that going down? Oh, shit. I'm about to die. Okay, this guy's probably a good sign. We're in the right area if we're near this guy. I think I remember this being correct. Oh, but that's back out to here again, though. So if we're over here, and that brings us up anyways, how do we get out of this area once we're over here? You have to drop down again? It's through the specimen storehouse? Okay. How do you use these balls without poking your leg every 5 steps? That's a really good point right there. I don't know. He's gonna have to hold it out to the side like this, like he's carrying buckets. Something's got to be adjusted for the way he carries it. Okay, I'm literally gonna run around in circles up here until we find something, because I literally have no idea. I know exactly what it looks like once you get to the right area and where to go. But to be able to find the hole in the wall or whatever you have to do to get to that bridge section, I have no freaking clue, man. I have no idea what's before that. So we're just going to keep going until I find something. I'm pretty sure we've covered most of up here, so I don't think we can drop into the area that I'm thinking we can yet. Which would mean there's some other way to access it. Liam, what's going on, dude? Yeah, we're doing level 1 right now. Also... Hyperversity, thank you for gifting Rock a sub. I appreciate that, dude. And welcome back as well. Oh my god, I'm dead. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Okay, I'm probably not getting back over there. Oh. Almost dead again. Ah, oh boy. Okay, so there's this. This is
soul of the lost withdrawn from
nothing.
Its vessel.
And there's this part too, which I've already been to before. I want to say that we're close. Hyper, thank you for gifting Schofield the sub too, dude. I appreciate that. Schofield, enjoy your emotes. Welcome to being subbed courtesy of Hyperversity, the #1 sponsor of gifted subs as of lately. Not included as an official sponsor of the channel. The best private third-party sponsor you've ever not known about that no one even told anybody about until now. Why does your dude look like Geralt? Or Geralt, whatever his name is? I have no idea. That was not intentional. He was supposed to be old and a little bit buff. That was pretty much it. Man, I have no idea where we're going. We've already been here. That's where you go back to go to Mesmer. Okay, so let's just completely forget about all this. Do we have anywhere else to warp? So I have the storehouse back section and loft. We did both of those places. That's definitely not it. I can go back through the church district entrance to get there, to skip the area where the hippo would have been, which I think is the only way we can go through this area anyways. Tree worship passage above that. I don't know if we missed maybe where you go to Mesmer because we were above here, but I could try it. Too high up? Is it not Mesmer you're looking for, Eternal? Yeah. It's around the 7th floor Grace. Where is the 7th floor Grace? Like, what would that be called? Because I obviously missed quite a few things, right? You don't know where I am and you beat the game 30 times. Yeah, this is one of those things where it's like, it would help if I just looked up a guide of where to get to it, but I don't really want to do that at this point. Because I'm too lazy. I'm too lazy to make it easier, but I'm also like not lazy enough to, you know, I guess, have done that ahead of time, if that makes sense. I don't know. It's a weird position to be in. I don't like going and like watching like, oh, you go here and then go there, then go here. Because it's like, I've already played the game. I should be able to piece some things together, but yeah, I don't know. I literally ran by the area that he's in. Like, we've already opened up the ability to go to him. I just don't think that I got the grace right beforehand, because we've been through the area on the playthrough. Like, I'm pretty sure I looked at his boss fog gate and said, okay, we're gonna go there later. And that was probably about an hour before we were done setting up, so I could rewatch the video. But I'm not even sure if that would explain everything unless I went through each part to see where I came from and all that. Benno, what's up? How's it going, dude? Yeah, this is back down here. That's like really far down in the area, so we don't want that. Back gate also wouldn't make sense unless I went up from the back gate, so maybe I can go upward, like upwards from here. I think the easiest way to figure it out is if you guys know the name of the grace that you have to go to. That's the closest to Mesmer. Obviously, I'll look for that, and if I don't have it on the map, then what is the grace that's the closest to that grace? And if I don't have that grace, then we're really screwed. Then I'm pretty far back. But if it's below the loft, then yeah, we might be able to go this way. Just trying to remember. Yeah, okay, that's right here then. So if we're over here, this door's not open. It can't be open from that side in general. Maybe at all. Then you come back around from over here. So if we were going to go in Shadowkeep from the other direction, you would enter from this side of the area. You would go through there to the Tree Worship Passage. And then you'd still have to go up from here, right? So he's obviously higher up than this point. Like, I don't think he's below here. Oh, no, he is. Sorry. No. I'm wrong. He's right there. Okay, so you can see his area right there. So it's going to be down on this side then. Okay. Ooh, don't kill me. Ooh, don't kill me. Nobody kill me, please. Just for a little bit, that's it. Tiny bit of time. Okay, then how are we getting down here from there? That's the next question. Like, is that... It's probably easier said than done. I don't know if we could drop down here and do that. Maybe onto this part. This is definitely not how you're supposed to do this at all. I think it's because we've moved the contraptions and all that. Oh man. Might have actually had better luck dropping on the other side underneath here than dropping into that section, because I think that's where we need to go. Like, obviously, I'm not going to die if I drop here, I don't think. Maybe on the wall? Let's see. Oh, dead. Never mind. Dark Chamber entrance grace for Mesmer. Dark Chamber. Okay, I have to check and see if I have that one then, because it's obvious that there's going to be something I'm missing. Like, there's no way I have all the graces. So, got Storehouse Loft, Storehouse back section, main gate, Church District entrance, Tree Worship Passage, and Shadowkeep back main gate. So we don't have the one they were talking about. Trying to think of where... Like, we could try the exact same thing I just did, then drop down again. But I'm wondering, like, why do I not have the grace before then? Isn't he on top of Shadowkeep, not down? So when you go up this area here, he's actually above where you are. Or sorry, below. You end up above where he is. And you can kind of see, because I was looking to the side and you can see the bridge. So I basically have to drop into that area, like at least based on what I'm thinking you're supposed to do right now. There's obviously another way to get there the normal way, but it's going to be just as long to figure that out. So I might as well just do it with the way that we can see. And if that doesn't work, then we'll figure out something else. But I might be able to drop on the ledge below the rafters I was on the other side, and then like there's another ledge under that. Squishy saliva burgers. How are you doing? What's going on? You have diarrhea. Milk. George Foreman, 1942, Wisconsin. Extra sharp cheddar, for sure. Did you try going in the rotating pillar in the middle of the storehouse and pulling the lever? The rotating pillar in the middle of the storehouse. So the thing is with the storehouse, if you're talking about like something to activate the area so I can get through it, I'm pretty sure I've done most of what you're supposed to do to get through the area. But because we didn't kill the hippo, there's a chance, like, I don't know. The only thing I can say is what I do know is we've been on the bridge that you have to take to go to Mesmer. So I've walked on the pathway to get to him, where there's no more things to do to get there. You can just walk right in and do it. I obviously don't have the grace that's right before that, though, based on what you guys have seen of the map. So somehow I got there without being able to do it conventionally, meaning we can do it again. So that's all I do know. I'm not sure how you normally are supposed to do it. I've only done it one time in general on the first playthrough, and then I did it one time on this playthrough differently somehow. All right, so if we're going in through here again, the pathway would have been from outside. You can see. Let me just double check, make sure we're going the right direction, and not die as well. Yeah, so it's right here. So he's below where we are right now. This is kind of close to the top, but his tower is disconnected, I guess. So somewhere down in here. And then if we look on the map, yeah, there's like no graces anywhere other than back section and loft. So it looks like you could just kind of fall down there if you wanted to. I'd have to fall into the thing that's underneath. Have you just knocked on the door? Yeah. There's a shortcut, but it's impossible to explain with chat. No worries, no worries. It's all good. How often do people tell you you need to level up when you're doing level 1? Not that many people say that kind of stuff. Like anyone that says anything that would be obvious, I would imagine like 90% of the people are just saying it because they want to see what I say. Like they already know the answer. Like as a joke, obviously. And then there's probably a very small percentage of people that actually don't know, but because it doesn't happen that often, I wouldn't say it's like a common thing. A much more common thing would be people thinking that a character that I have that's leveled isn't leveled at all, because you can boost the stats on level 1. So like the health bar, the endurance, all that stuff doesn't really matter too much up to a certain point. So like way more people now will be like, oh, like why aren't you leveling the character? And I was like, the character's level 150. And they're like, oh. So I've heard that happen throughout the entirety of me playing this game since the very beginning. They're like, oh, you're doing level 1 for first playthrough, you're doing level 1 for this. And I was like, no, I got a lot of stuff on the character. The bookshelf on the left side of that drop seems survivable. Okay, let's see if we can do this again. And then the door that is connecting to where that lift is, I'm pretty sure that's the other side of the bridge. I might be wrong, but that's what it seems like. Or wait, no, it wouldn't be. No, that door is lower down, so maybe it's a different shortcut? Yeah, the bridge is over here. And this place is like, it's a maze, but it's also very open at the same time. Yeah, so this bookshelf right here, maybe? Yeah. Okay. That's how you get back to Mesmer. Wait, there's got to be a better grace, though. There's no way that's the... Okay, what if I go down here? What am I going to find down here? Because we came up this way. We've come up this staircase in the playthrough. I'm pretty sure. So maybe I missed hitting one of the graces over here. Wait, what is this? I'm so confused. Wait, there's a platform that's empty? So you have to go from a different grace, then drop down into here? Is that what it is? Okay, that run back is going to be kind of a pain in the ass, but I guess there's the Statue of America, I'm pretty sure, so we will respawn at the door. I'm trying to remember how I did this before, because I swear if I had played the first playthrough this way and there was no quick way to run back, I would have remembered that for sure. Oh, of course, of course. Are you serious, man? What music does Mesmer listen to? If I had to guess, I would say like emo music, probably. The real question is, where is your pants? I didn't need them. I needed weight savings of every sort because we're going against the best fighters of all time. So any single thread that's not counted for, we don't need it. Just pure punching power, imperceptible dodging, and a skin tone that is so tactical and stealthy in every single lighting situation that you could turn from a reflective object into invisible in 2 seconds. Some Kind of Fire, you DM'd me a Fight Star song the other week. Did you get a chance to listen to it? I haven't actually checked my DMs for a little bit, so I'm going to go through all the Twitch DMs soon. I've caught up with Twitter, Instagram, my business email, and I think one other platform. I'm trying to remember what else. Yeah, I caught up with some of them, but I haven't gone through all the Twitch ones yet, so I'll be messaging you back when I listen to it. I'll make sure I let you know what I think. Not gonna lie, your character looks like the average Icelandic person. Yeah. Well, you know what? We gotta represent for Iceland. They don't get enough attention, right? Can see Mesmer enjoying a bit of Tool. Tool seems a little bit too developed for Mesmer, though, because he's still cursed and everything, and he's got, like, the terrible mom, and I don't think he's over that drama, so... To me, I think that Tool would be the next stage he would get to once he becomes more accepting of himself, but right now, he doesn't seem like he's mentally there for Tool. I don't know. Seems like he'd still be in, like, the rehashing the trauma stage in his life. Like, how old is Mesmer? It's probably a better question. Like, how old is the guy in the first place? How come we didn't get to make it to the statue? Did I not die close enough to the door there? Bongo music? Maybe, yeah, maybe he likes some indigenous music, who knows? But he would be like kind of undercover about that. He wouldn't be telling everybody explicitly that he's into like some tribal music. He'd be like, yeah, guys, I like to listen to the top charts, you know, like the pop music and stuff like that, radio, ha 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 ha. And then he'd go home and he'd be like, oh, bongos, I love you. And he'll be like playing his own bongo solos and recording them, and no one knows he's so good at it. And then his brothers and sisters, they discover it, and they're like, Mesmer plays the bongos, and everyone's like, what? And then Mikkel is like, you shall not play any music in my vicinity, for I am the god of this dimension, and only I make music. And then they get into like this like heated battle of who can play a better drum solo, and then Mikkela's got like 18 drum kits with 5 million arms playing at the same time. And it becomes Elden Hero instead of Elden Lords. We have to make a Guitar Hero game as a sequel. Mikkela's a flute kind of guy. Mikkela definitely strikes me as someone that would play the flute for sure. And he strikes me as someone that would also yell at you for, like, if you picked up his flute during like orchestral practice or whatever, like band, and you made a mark on it, he would yell at you for that. He'd be like, yo, like, why didn't you wipe off my flute? He'd want it placed back in the case perfectly. Okay, so we got back up here again. We come in through here. Gotta drop down on the other side. I think I went the wrong way here. Yeah, we don't want to be up. We want to be down. Don't die. Don't die, don't die. Don't die, dude. No, don't die, man. See, I got confused again. Mesmer is definitely an NF fan. If he liked rap music, I think NF would be part of his arc that he goes through to get back to freedom again. Like when he's finally not cursed by anything, like NF would be his music for the turn of events of where he was and where he is. Wim Hof is Dutch, you're misinformed. The character kind of does look like Wim Hof. If I was going to be imagining what someone would look like after submerging themselves in Antarctic water for a record-setting amount of time, this is what he'd look like right after he came out of the water, for sure. Maybe even like a little bit red. Rad, what's up, dude? Mesmer is a classical music kind of guy. Who knows? It's kind of hard to say. Like, based on how he dresses, I would say Mesmer likes heavy music. But then, based on his personality, he seems like he would like emotional music. And the best combination of that would be like, what, emo and stuff like that? Like maybe like early 2000s before they transition purely into art alternative or like all these subcategories. Okay, wait, so if we start off here, we go right to the right side. Just gotta do the bookshelf, that's it. And then I should respawn at the door. So don't die on the guy at the door. And we're good. How do I achieve that, though? How do we do this? Like, we need him to walk over here. I'm gonna sneak, actually. Do I have Gambit? Oh, we haven't picked it up yet. Or maybe I did, but I didn't put it on any object. Like, I should be able to sneak.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
So I'm not sure if I'd be able to kill him right there, but we're gonna do that and run away. Seems good. Oh, look, it's a Grace. Go figure. Exactly what I needed. It's as if they made the game possible to beat for regular people that don't want to run back for 20 minutes each time they get to the hardest boss. Yay. Rad, thank you so much for the brand new sub. I appreciate that, man. Welcome. Silky, holy shit, it's Dark Souls guy. That wasn't actually me that put that in the title, by the way. That was my editor that made the title originally with Dark Souls guy. I don't claim to actually be anybody that could be called Dark Souls guy by default. I just, yeah, it's a funny random reference there. Okay, we got 5 blessings in total. So I'm 1 short, I think. Oh, no. What? Oh, I must have had an extra one, so I had 6 in total. Yeah, so we're at 11 now. We're at 9. Perfect. That's very good. And that's only 1 away from the soft cap where it doesn't scale as much for the blessings, meaning that if we have 12 for the entire playthrough, it's not going to make a crazy difference having 20 of them, which is the maximum. So that's pretty good for Mesmer. The talismans we had on last time when fighting Gaius was the jump talisman because I was jumping quite a bit. We had the stamina, ritual sword talisman, and Radagon sword seal. One of the conditions of this run is that I can't take damage on the fight if I'm going to move on from that boss and complete it for good. So the final fight has to be damageless, including my health bar being full the whole time. So I can't use Red Feather or Branch Sword. I have to use the Ritual Sword Talisman, which is full health only, that it activates at. And if I took any damage, then we have to redo the fight. But it should be pretty easy to build up to that. So I'm going to take off the Jump Attack Talisman, I think. Charge attacks probably would be a bit better. And then for stamina, I'm not sure if we're going to need stamina too much, but I'll keep it on in the beginning until we start to use the rune arcs and boost the actual stamina with that too. Morgott being in the classical, I could totally see that. I could see Morgott like in a chair with his legs crossed, fluffy slippers, a hairless cat, listening to classical, smoking a pipe that has bubbles coming out of it, like actual bubbles, and yelling at the regular Margit, even though he's the same guy, being like, "You're such a scrub. Like, why don't you like learn how to, I don't know, upgrade your outfit or something like that." He's like, "Please, can I have some runes?" He's like on the street just begging for runes, and Morgott's listening to his classical
That tarnished
with his little bubble pipe.
seemeth.
He's like, I'm the same guy as you. He's like, I don't care.
Mother, wouldst thou truly lordship sanction in one so bereft of light?
Why is the snake so cute? It's a pretty damn good looking snake, actually. Although, if I saw a red snake, I would probably run, because that's not a good color in nature.
My purpose standeth unchanged.
Red is definitely something to be worried about.
Those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death.
What do you think about the difficulty of this level 1 run in comparison to other Souls games? I would say it's the hardest one so far. For DLC, at least, it's the hardest DLC. I didn't roll in. Okay, nice. Forgot about that. So you can roll into any explosion he does in general, I'm pretty sure. What about pink animals? Should you run from a flamingo? Pink is definitely not dangerous compared to red in nature. Red is usually like a lethal thing, right? So I think you're good with pink. Actually, if the flamingo wasn't pink, I'd be more worried, because that means it hasn't eaten, probably, because it gets the hue from eating the shrimp and all that. At least from what I understand. So it might mean that it hasn't eaten for a while, and that you should definitely run. It might eat you. Took damage, time to reset. Like, the whole run's over now. Oh, rip. Okay, so roll back, then forward.
In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
Messmer's flame. He sounds kind of tired. He likes BB King. That'd be funny.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
Okay, there we go. I'm gonna check that alert right after this fight. Okay, that goes farther out of his weapon, so I gotta stay pretty close on this one from what I remember.
In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
Rad, thank you for gifting Blue Memory a sub. I appreciate that. And Galaxy, welcome back too. Can tell by the shape of its head that that one's not poisonous. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, what were they trying to go for there? Why were they making it cute but also red at the same time? It's like, just make the snake a friendly color. I don't know. It's like it's not real. Like, they want us to be like, yeah, I'll believe it because it's not real. It's a game. Although that probably ruined everybody's life, though. I shouldn't say that.
In the embrace of Messmer's.
America's overlooking you overlooking you dying immediately after sanctioning lordship on you, and she just shakes her head in sighs. Hey man, this is all her fault though.
The grace of God.
Okay, so basically on anything that pokes in general, go left.
Messmer's flame.
So right there when we backed up, I want to go left instead of right. Can I help you lose weight by reducing your bone density? you could just live your life, and you should be losing bone density as you go on anyways, right? there you go. The easy step they don't want you to know. It's like losing bone density by the day by just existing and not optimally managing your health. It's like, did you know you could deteriorate bone mass even quicker than before with these 3 easy steps? Oh, the delayed one. Okay. Damn.
In the embrace.
If you lose too much bone density, do you become a bird? If it was that simple, I wish, you know, I would have totally done that a long time ago. Unfortunately, you can't become a bird just because, you know, you lose a lot of bone density, though. Stuck at Fia's champions on level 1 run, Lacko. If you check out the the hitless version of it. If someone's done the hitless version or a damageless version, that'd probably be the best reference for you. Because there's definitely an example out there done at level 1 perfectly. I only have a character that's leveled for Fia's Champions. Like, I've done it level 1, but I don't have a video of that as far as I can remember. So I would say check out anybody that's done the run level 1, but perfectly. And it's probably going to be something similar to the leveled character using the Elden Beast weapon. But yeah, that's one that I unfortunately have not done like consistently on level 1. It'll happen though, definitely. Like if I can get around to getting this whole run done with the DLC, with the areas being damageless, like the whole thing being damageless, and then add on the remembrances from the main game, then I'll totally, make like a reference of how to do it. Okay, that's not the right order. I'm getting a phone call anyways. Wait. Okay, perfect timing. I gotta answer a call. Give me 2 seconds. All right, guys. Sorry, some stuff came up. I'm still gonna be live and everything, but I'm gonna have to take a break for like a good 3 to 5 minutes in the next few moments. So we're gonna try a few more attempts, and then I'll pop off for just a second, and then we'll come back and we'll get as much of this done as possible. All right. Oh man, it's a little too soon, apparently.
In the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Okay, give me 1 second, guys. I'm just gonna take that break right now, and then there's not gonna be a break for the rest of the stream other than to get water. Just need to handle something really quick for somebody, just help somebody with something, and then I'll be right back. I'm still gonna be like right here. I'm not gonna get up, but I'm gonna put on the BRB text because I have to be on my phone for a second. Again, apologies about the timing, guys, but should be good now. And yeah, let's go back and let's do this. Oh. My voice is muted. Yes, that was actually on purpose, so you guys don't have to hear pointless conversations. All right, so let's get this Mesmer fight down for good. Let's actually learn this properly. And for everyone that like waited during that little break there, I appreciate it. Thank you. I know was not expected, but hey, we're here. I gotta drink this physic flask too. And I'm dead.
The grace of God shall all death. In the embrace.
I was telling my past self how to reach Mesmer. No, definitely not. Why no bubble? What do we mean by bubble? What does that mean? Bubble physic? Oh, so this is a damageless run, so I can't actually kill him by using that. Which to me, I mean, it kind of just works out better to focus on damage with the physic tier if I'm not going to be able to use it in the final fight anyways. Because like you could use it to practice, but I'd rather practice staggering him quicker. Because it's more realistic to what's going to happen. What's my shadow blessing? It's at 11 at the moment.
Of Mesmer's flame.
The stream will be shorter for the viewers in the earlier time zone since I told my past self how to fight Mesmer. That's hilarious. Oh my god. It's just enough blue bar for all of that. That's perfect. Still too quick. Okay.
In the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
I'm a pro at lip reading. I'm saying Bloodborne 2 just got announced internally by Nintendo. That's exactly what I was saying. How did you know that? Like, where did you study lip reading from? Like, are you like a previous informant for government? Like, what's going on here? Okay, so there's good openings on everything so far.
Death.
Definitely
In
enough
the
for a charge
embrace
R2 on all the
of
attacks we're going for.
flame.
It's got to be a bit quicker. Curbs, how are you doing, dude? We're trying to kill Mesmer level 1. I have to remember how the fight works, though. It's been a while. So I killed him one time on the first playthrough. It wasn't perfect. I think I did understand every single attack opportunity, except for there was one where my method of trying to survive it wasn't perfect. Like enough times to say that I understood it fully. So there's one that's kind of iffy, and I think I get the idea of what you're supposed to do, but we'll see how that one works. Everything else, pretty much every basic attack was figured out. And I don't think I punished nearly enough things on phase 2 that I could now, so we'll work on that. Oh yeah, you already got staggered and frost? Nice, okay. So yeah, this is gonna be pretty good. This won't be too bad. There's just certain attacks gotta watch out for. That one. And that one. That one also, okay, so he kind of escapes you. I don't think I have to do too much there. I'm pretty sure he'll leave our area and probably won't hit me if I move towards the direction that he came from there. I can't really say I have an idea for that could guarantee would work right there, but I'm thinking just similar to the other attack, kind of just go through it. Started Demon Souls again after 12 or 13 years. Is that the original one or is it the remake of it? Also, Salyu, how are you doing? So that wasn't too bad. That was pretty good. I think everything we need is there for phase 1 now. It's mainly just, yeah, again, those attacks I was talking about. It skips right to that. It's the biggest weak point is just those 2 giant combos that he does. And then second phase, same thing. It's going to be those 2 combos and then whatever snake attacks that I'm rusty on. Or just didn't handle properly in the first bit of the fight that I did. Oh god. It's a little weird. Nice. Perfect. So that one is one of those ones where, like, if I pre-rolled, I could have gotten the second one there, or I would have had to have angled my character to be missed by it, because that's like a pre-roll situation. That's very, very quick escape on that, the first little part of it. Boy. I don't know if I had to dodge that or not, but might be able to run around him. Ooh, that was weird. Okay, those are very slow attacks.
In the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
Jofus, it's going good, dude. How are you? What's up, man? I'd say it started 12, 13 years. The remake version of Demon Souls, okay. Yeah, that one, that's much more worth playing if you hadn't played the full original one, or maybe you didn't get a lot out of it. Definitely the remake is worth it. It's worth trying. Never able to beat Elden Ring yet. I've heard a lot of people say that. I find it interesting that people played as much of it as they did, but then they just stopped. Because I was pretty sold after the first, like, 20 hours. Or even before that, I would say. And I hadn't even done anything major in the game yet, but yeah, I have some friends that are like at parts of the game that are pretty major, where it's like, oh, you made it all the way there, but like you didn't know if you were going to continue to play it at that point even to make it into the DLC, like to do everything you need to get to the DLC, play like the first 10% of it and then stop. It's impressive because it means that, you know, obviously there's something else that's more important. Or obviously you're really busy or something. So I couldn't imagine getting to the DLC or getting into it and then stopping, like completely.
Rip. The grace of gold shall all meet death in the embrace of Messmer's flame.
Messmer is the best designed boss in Elden Ring, average. He's definitely designed very well, so there's nothing I could really say needs a lot of improvement or anything in my personal opinion. But my bias is more towards difficulty, so it's like if he's not the most difficult enemy, and there's another enemy designed pretty much the same with the same integrity, but it's just harder, I'm gonna pick the harder one by default because that's my bias. So if we're making it just a quality comparison, I think he is one of the highest quality ones. For purely that measure, but difficulty definitely not the hardest, so it's hard for me to put him at number one. So I definitely lean towards that a lot. It's a very quick start up there. Okay.
In the embrace
Just killed Gale for the first time. Tarsi, nice. Nice, dude. You love doing this fight level 1. Think he's the best fight level 1 or just in general? Because yeah, a lot of people were saying that Messmer was their favorite from the DLC. I would say he's definitely up there, but particularly like Radahn would be like a whole nother level for me for sure. So I guess we'll see if that changes over the course of me playing this run, because maybe I'll end up hating it. Who knows? Oh. So you do have to still roll a little longer than I thought on that last one, because he did connect one of the pokes, interestingly enough.
Those stripped of the grace of gold shall
I thought that was an animation he was doing to pick up his weapon. That's pretty cool.
Messmer's flame.
Kameen, what's up, dude? How's it going? I think it needs to be well designed. Messmer level 1 was great, but only took 45 minutes. Wow, that's amazing. 45 minutes. Elden Ring's challenge level, lower level. I would say, yeah, this one definitely gave me the most hours that I needed to invest, or it gave me the longest amount of playtime to beat every single boss on the first time through level 1. Even just so far compared to like the DLC, such as Ring City. Ring City was like what? An hour and a half for Gale, 45 minutes for Half-Light, 4 hours for Demon Prince, and I think Midir is the only one that took a really long time. Midir took 7 hours, but even already up to this point, just the first playthrough of the DLC, Radahn took 9.5 hours. So I would imagine that this will be like, even on like a numerical level, like the longest I've ever played a DLC at level 1. And that one, it's pretty impressive actually, because that one was blind level 1, so if I had already done it level 1 before that, it might have even been shorter. This one I already actually had beaten the stuff, so it might still be longer even with having extra experience beforehand. Oh, nice. I didn't think you could get that in that position, but apparently. Nice. It gives you a lot of time. Probably not much compared to a lot of other bosses, but definitely compared to Radahn, it gives you a lot.
Of Messmer's flame.
How long was Millennia? Millennia on my first playthrough was 4 hours, 15 minutes. Level 1, I decided to parry her, so it's not a good measurement because I only was accepting a fight that had every attack that you could parry being parried. And that was like 20 hours or something. But if I killed her regularly, I'd imagine 5 to 6 hours maybe, something like that. Don't share the Radahn opinion, but you respect it. Just found him to be poorly designed in Phase 2. Certainly an interesting challenge. Radahn took 8 hours at level 1. Ooh, that's pretty rough. It's a serious fight then. Yeah, I think a lot of the feedback on it's just like the difficulty aspect of him is more artificial than like thoughtful, or even like the inclusion of him as an enemy is like not that high quality of an idea. That's what I've seen like for feedback that's like not supporting it as much, but at the end of the day, you could say that about any choice that they put in a DLC. It's like, yeah, this is not the best portrayal of this character, or this character would have been better over this one, etc. I think for what it is, though, they definitely... They made it very fluid feeling. Like, it doesn't feel janky or anything. It feels pretty fluid. I didn't play the original version, so I think that's the next thing I have to do is go back and play original Radahn. Oh, that was already a mistake. Damn it. How long would it take you to beat the DLC at level 150? I have no idea. I've only played it one time other than this, so the time estimate would be based on nothing at all other than just purely random chances of winning. So I couldn't tell you. It could be 20 hours, it could be 5 hours, anything between that. But what I will be doing, though, if this takes a long time, if we don't get this done by the weekend, I'll be throwing in a randomizer on the DLC with a leveled character so we could see based off of that at least. And I might also do that with no blessings as well. We'll see. Don't know how silly I want to make it. Ooh, so quick when he jumped away there, damn it.
In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
Remember the painting boss of DS3 that one-shots... Painting boss of DS3 that one-shots. You're probably thinking of Gale, right? Like when you're saying the cape? 17 hours to beat, you played offline, yeah. So that's the funny thing. So he was the quickest boss in the DLC out of the notable ones for me. I don't really count Half-Light because Half-Light's not really like a solid fight. It's just an NPC, right? Like it would be almost like trying to count Leda as a boss in this. I feel like that's not a fight that's easy to compare because of the way the enemies are made. So aside from Half-Light, Gale was actually the quickest fight in the DLC, which I didn't understand fully. I don't know why that was able to do that. I think I played it very boring. Like I was really far away from him and only baited his range attacks mainly for most of the fight. But I wouldn't be surprised if it took, you know, way longer than that for most people. It's a tough one. He's got a lot of different layers of things going on. He's got a lot of defense to every single element too, actually. Get 2 staggers before phase 2. That's pretty good. Damn. Okay, so Snake bites within like a second as soon as it comes out. Wait, did he do 1 bite as a snake and then he like cut into the combo of him doing the cartwheels halfway through him biting off screen? What? I don't know if that was supposed to happen that way. That's kind of scary though. He was like in a combo of the other attack out of the snake and I couldn't see him escaping it. That was really strange. 2 staggers is crazy. With the physic flask stuff that I have, it actually definitely makes a difference. It is helping quite a bit because I got the the windy tier actually is helping with rolling. I don't even necessarily need that at all. I could switch that out for the charge R2, the spiked cracked one, and see how that is. So it's hard to say. Like, well, let's see if I start dying a lot more for switching it. Because I was using the windy tier for Gaius, because that roll through his body is pretty hard when he's charging you. If I used spiked cracked for enhancing charge attacks, which I'm doing constantly, maybe the damage that I do by the time we get him to that point in phase 2 is enough to put him forward quite a bit into the fight, right? Might be a lot of damage. And also it might be an extra stagger in the whole fight, who knows? Played Dead Space Remake on Halloween Purple. I'm not a big fan of Dead Space like I used to be at this point. I've played it a lot of times, that's the thing, right? So like the first one's hard for me to get into just because I've played it so much and I've streamed it I think multiple times before. Silent Hill though. Silent Hill might be fun. I just don't know if I'm going to be streaming on Halloween. That's the only issue as well. But if I am though, Silent Hill 2 in the morning probably would be what I'd be doing.
In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
How long did Orphan of Cost take you at level 1? I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. I think it was 5 hours for the first playthrough of the DLC, and then at level 1 I did him on, I want to say I tried New Game Plus first before anything else. And it was quite a bit of time, but I remember it taking, yeah, roughly 5 hours with a leveled character at level 60 or something around that range. The cute constrictor snake, yeah, I know the red snake he has. It's like it's too red to look that cute, in my opinion. Gotta get out of there soon. Challenge run other games than FromSoft games, Tarsi? Very rarely. Very, very rarely. For me, like I didn't challenge run games particularly even when I was interested in this stuff originally. It was more so PvP that I did. Then I started streaming for the reason of PvP, and then I switched into challenge runs when I quit PvP, or most of the PvP related events that we were doing. So it wasn't like a baseline default thing I would do in games in general. So most of the stuff we've done challenges on is definitely this. I've done like tournaments in other games before for sure, speedruns, whatever, but like not enough to really even like mention any of it or to focus on that. I think the only thing that was kind of cool was I won a tournament for speedrunning a game that had just come out, like without even really practicing it, against some people that were actual speedrunners of a variety of games and always would get world records. So like that was kind of cool. But it also could have been lucky though, so it's hard to say that it actually mattered too much. Yeah, who knows what would happen with more hours of practice and all that.
Stripped of the grace of gold shall all
Your rejection for world record when this game came out was stupid, Purple? It happens. I mean, like again, the way that things work when it comes to speedrun submissions for things, a lot of the time is based on the rule set that people make that like approve them. It's not like a general policy that's across every single game. It's just particularly community based. So there's that aspect, and then there's also there's a lot of groups for things when it comes to submissions these days for like playing for an event or, you know, something being verified, whatever, that is a lot more clicky as well. So like maybe the opinions of people are very common amongst the group, but they're not very common to the average person that would submit the stuff. So it's like there's a very big disconnect there of like what you think makes sense. So it depends. I don't know. I don't actually take submitting anything to anywhere for any game seriously at all in general. It doesn't even matter. Even if I had the world record for like a classic game and I had the quickest record and it hadn't been beaten in 20 years, I wouldn't care compared to the satisfaction of actually doing it. Like, so if let's say right now I beat the SM64 70-star record and they say it's not valid, but it clearly is played perfectly and there's no cheating, it doesn't matter if it's not on the leaderboard. But for someone else though, that hadn't had those experiences previously, that still took those mediums of ranking things like very seriously, they might be heartbroken because of that. But no one telling me anything about what I did matters at all at this point. It's mainly just if I care about it or not. But I am very weary of submitting runs to things because, like, if you have to prepare them a certain way and you're wasting the time so they can, you know, not really take it seriously, that's on you, obviously. You should have known better, but it's not obvious. Kind of sucks still. All right, here we go. Kneecap. How does he zoom all the way over there? I'm wondering.
The grace of gold shall all meet death.
Is it because I keep moving that he's able to even reach me with that one poke attack in midair? Is that... I'm trying to figure out what's going on with that. Mesmer's the Frenzy God. I think that technically the Frenzy God is Midra. Also, Watson, how are you doing, dude? What level am I? Are we talking about me or someone else? Didn't you play DBXV2? What is DBXV2? Your rejection for a record when this game came out was stupid. Oddly enough, Millennia, Sister Frida was the hardest for you, not Orphan. Sister Frida's hard if you don't get backstabs constantly, yes. Like if you couldn't backstab her at all, it'd be a great challenge. Ah, that was not worth it. I'm gonna just use this one to practice though. And then that happened, so it's perfect.
In the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
Some weird rules out there, like GoldenEye, they only allow in-game time that doesn't count fractions of seconds, probably because so many people have shared a world record. That makes sense, yeah. He's a soldier of one of the M characters. Interesting. What does that even mean? Dragon Ball X V2. I've never played a Dragon Ball Z game on stream before. And then the only Dragon Ball Z game I played in the last decade plus of my life was the FFZ, Fighter Z, when it was free. Tried it for like, I don't know, maybe like a total of 20 to 30 minutes across a couple different occasions. So you probably are thinking of someone else. We definitely talked about that game a little bit, but I think I'm gonna not play that one just because I'm more into the fighting games. It's more of like just an action game that you can play pretty freely. It's not like sanctioned as like a competitive game. I need there to be usually like a balance of some sort, like a preset meta and then like a demand for a certain skill cap to be able to play the game, not really, you know, just enjoy it for fun, like leisurely, if that makes sense. Why'd you never go for DS3 Master Run? What is a DS3 Master Run? Turn the dialogue down for Mesmer. Oh yeah, on the deaths. We forgot to do that. I can turn off the dialogue until then. It's a good call, because I forgot I put it to 10. Thank you for mentioning that. I would have normally just turned that down already. So want to go forward there. Mechi, thank you for the compliment, dude. Also, I hope that everything's going well in Germany for you. NG +7, no upgrades with a fresh character. Never heard of that before. That doesn't sound that fun though, I'll be honest. So that probably explains right there. Maybe if I had heard of it, why I didn't do it. But I don't think I've heard of that. Is that like a common thing? Like a lot of people have tried that, or is it not as known of a run? NG7, no upgrades. Yeah, that's Like, to me, there's not a clear enough objective there for it to be worth going to New Game 7 just to play it without any other conditions. Like, I'd say if you could add conditions to that, it could be a really, really strong run for, like, being super, super hard to do. But then it's like, okay, what condition are you going to add to New Game 7 fresh character? That is possible, and then that's where it becomes kind of a pain in the ass, because it gets so specific that it's not even really doable in a feasible time frame for how small the runtime of the game is. Like, if you're only doing a single playthrough, then that's where it's like, okay, marathon runs are much more appealing because they achieve a lot more quality of events with the same amount of perceived difficulty and runtime you'd have to invest. So it's like, what's going to be more interesting for the person to watch if you're going to invest like a year, half a year to a quarter of a year or something like that, you know, at the least. So, you know of a few people that have done it. It doesn't seem like it's something that's that tricky though. If the goal is that you're supposed to just beat the game in general with a new character on New Game 7, wouldn't it just be a playthrough of New Game 7 with no upgrades? Like, you're just beating the game in any amount of hours from that file with any method, level, whatever you get to. Do I like carrots? I love carrots, yeah. That one attack so far, I think it's happened, I want to say that's the third time we've seen it, but second time it's hit me like that. Virus, you're milking the game at this point. That's the thing that kind of sucks, is like, you have to technically imagine that this is a like, you're a farmer and the only way to beat the game or do anything is you're literally milking drops of anything out of it. So to simply play this game would probably put you in the crosshairs of being a very good farmer in the milking aspect. So if you want to go into dairy after this, like, almost flawless transition in like the mindset and the approach. Your patience will be there. Any other stuff, I don't know. That's that's a debatable one. So that one poke attack, I have no clue on if the movement needs to be stopped. I'm going to try to do it where, like, we basically stand still after I roll through the first part, and then we'll see if he moves forward right away or if he waits. Because my guess is that, like, let's say it's preset, like he actually has to move forward, we might have to strafe to the left at a certain point. Because dodging backwards on that wouldn't make sense anyways. That's not as optimal, right? So we're going to test it, stand still, see if we need to move sideways, and if not, then I might be making him do that by moving early. Do you think Elden's the best game of all time? It's my favorite game, personally. Out of all the games I've played so far, I don't think there's anything out that could be a contender for it right now, but in the future, I'm sure there'll be a game that's better. Like, every 2 to 3 years, there usually is a new game that I like the most. Oh, okay, that was good. Nice. Ooh. Ooh. Do 2 attacks there. Okay. Pretty fast. Standing still? No, so standing still there got me killed immediately, which means we're still not even close to where we need to stand by default. So that's not the issue then. I might be too far. Again, these assumptions could be like not basic enough to actually apply to what's happening. This might be a bit too far into the, like, reading the situation, but if he handles the second part of the attack differently depending on how far away you were on the first part, I might need to be closer to him when he starts it. It's the only other thing I can think of. Otherwise, we just keep getting farther back like we were before, and that's it. And that's good enough. Just have to add some extra dodges to it. But I think that if we have the wall behind us, that's where it becomes like rip. Like you're basically you don't want to be in that position, and that's scary for a real like a run that's consistent on this part. So there must be a better way of doing that. I just wouldn't have expected you'd have to like control the arena, like the space of the arena on this character too much. You made a salad and loaded it with carrots and cucumbers. It's delicious. Nice, dude. That's cool. I sometimes add carrots to salad, but usually cucumber is like a main vegetable in most of the salads. It's a good one. You haven't done a faith only run, and incantations in this game are really good. Technically, my first character was a faith character, so I used a lot of incantations. I probably have used the most of incantations than any other type of casting, but I haven't done like a pure magic run of any sort. No, I wanted to try one that had like all the magic that you can use kind of rolled into one, but then make the conditions of beating the game difficult, like a randomizer or some sort of mod that's difficult, and then it gives me a reason to use the magic, but against stuff that's hard, right? From what I gathered though, this game's not hard. Like it's different with magic than some of the previous games where it doesn't actually, magic doesn't make it that much easier. That's what I've gathered. Like some of the best builds I've seen aren't using castings to do damage, rather than just buff the character and make a weapon stronger. And previously it used to be like a lot of the game's magic, when you get it to a certain point, is better than weapons. So I don't know if that still stays in this at all. How many hours do I have in the game? I think I have like 600 and something at this point. Let me check. It's actually a really good question. I should know that because it keeps changing every time we do more stuff with the DLC. 657 hours is how much I have in the game. So probably still less than a lot of you in chat, but we're getting there though. Like I said, by the time I have 1,000 hours, I do truly believe I will be able to say that I am good at the game, like without any reservations, any kind of takebacks. Like under my standards, I should have enough time in that time with what I plan to do to actually be good overall. And that's not just with doing this kind of stuff. That's like in general, like the full grasp of the game in every single regard you could possibly imagine that is mainstream or important. Are you on Xbox or PC? I'm on PC for this. Oh, we need the stamina. I'm just gonna get out of here. Grab that really quick. There we go. Oh, we can go into that. Interesting. Wonder if we can hit him twice. Yeah, probably only once when he gets up. Just gonna heal here just to extend the fight a bit so we can practice. Yeah, so that's still an okay escape, but it's not really doing anything for the damage. Like I can survive, but that's not enough. We really need to figure that one out. Unless you have 1,000 hours in the game, you're shit. That's literally what the streamer said. So toxic. No, I think that like you can be like the level of the level of skill is different depending on how you chose to spend the hours, right? So if you want to be really good very quickly, there's probably like a lower threshold in the range of like I'd say 300 to 400 where you could be insane, but then all the hours you put in general, other than the first playthrough, which would also have to be adapted to that goal. You know, they'd all be different. Every hour you put in after the first playthrough would have to be very specific. And it wouldn't be as fun, unfortunately. You wouldn't be able to do as many things, but that's also just good in regards to like, you know, overall knowledge on information and mechanical performance. But if it was like PvP grasp on the metas and, you know, how to be more creative with like making builds and I guess different types of challenges, speed and just, you know, surviving certain things, whatever, it would be like different for every category. But I think you could be really good overall in like a very small amount of hours. It's just like a big sacrifice. Might not be worth it. How hard is this boss? This guy, I would rank him, like if I had to make a difficulty list of the DLC roughly right now, he would be in the top, maybe, we'll say not the highest tier of difficulty, if there's different tiers for it. He would be like one level down from the hardest difficulty range. And he wouldn't be the hardest in this difficulty range. He'd be like maybe second or third from the top of this level. I think Bale would probably be a little bit after him, or the top of that difficulty level, and then Radahn would be the hardest for sure. And like even Millennia would still be just behind him, or maybe even like she would be anywhere from behind, tied, or ahead of him. But yeah, I'll be making a video on that stuff once I'm done this run. I want to make sure I played it at least with a challenge and with a regular playthrough to get the best type of mindset around it. But yeah, I'd say he's definitely top 5 most difficult in the game, for sure. But unfortunately, again, that doesn't say too much about the game, because the game has some stuff that's much, much easier than other things. So he still is in that category of being a pretty big gap of difficulty easier than Radahn, for sure. Probably go for the backstab version on this. I just don't want him to turn around and do the fire casting with it, like elbow me, I guess. Would be a good idea. Oh, that was weird. That was kind of lucky because I was turning as he started it, and I don't even think I dodged that. It just missed me. Couldn't finish your first playthrough because you got bored. Definitely, yeah, you shouldn't be playing this game if it's boring to you. That's a huge waste of money and time at that point, because the DLC's not cheap either. I'd say like the minimum barrier of entry should be that you're not bored by it. That's a huge thing. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna run and get water, guys. I'll be right back in 2 seconds. Time me. I'm going to say 30 seconds or less right now. Let's go. Ten seconds, world record. Easy. It's like streamer died. Why do you say that? Oh, he's gone for more than 5 seconds off screen. Definitely not alive anymore. Oh boy. Okay. We got water. Let's do this again. Goes for the most delayed attack right away. Nice. Yeah, DLC, it's like at least $40. Oh yeah, I just remembered something. We haven't even used a rune arc yet, so this is actually really good news. Made it a lot harder. For just long enough to adjust, so that's pretty nice. I think I might be able to utilize the extra stamina as well. Just a little bit safer. Okay, so that one's 2 dodges. It's 1 through and then 1 about like 1 full second after that away in the direction we were already heading, but we turned the camera, so there could be an easier way to do that locked. That one I don't think was ever a problem to dodge. It was mainly the one with the pokes that was really tricky. So I'll have to figure out something for that too. If we even have it happen at a bad time, I might kill him without him even doing that, which kind of sucks, but hey, you know what? It happens. I was hoping that on this run, every fight that I actually have to play gives me like the full spectrum of possibilities, so we actually learn everything. But you can't always guarantee that. Try to go a little bit more into like the hilt there. So the timing of that roll would have worked if I walked off, because the direction would be better then. DS2 over DS1, would I rather play DS2 over 1? For PvP I would, for PvE definitely DS1, and for mods as well. Yeah, you get, I think is it 12 frames in Elden Ring? It's like 11 or 12 frames per roll. So about 0.3 to 0.4 seconds between that time. You could say about a third of a second or so. Rolled a little too early. Okay, I'm gonna hit him up with a rune arc and see how that goes. Basically, as long as I have enough for Radon, we're fine. I think I have like 600 and something at the beginning, 699. We're down to just over, or sorry, just under 400. I think is how many we have left. I shouldn't have gone for it, damn it. Are your eyes solely fixed in the boss? No, there's not really like a thing that my eyes are fixed on in general. You don't really want to like focus on a certain detail when you're playing. At least in my opinion, like most of the visual aspect of playing this isn't looking at one thing, because you would miss a lot of details. So you have to kind of not focus. You're sort of using, I don't know what the actual scientific term is. You're not using your peripheral vision, but you're using like a macro vision versus like a micro vision. Would be the best way to put it. And then there's microvision moments, maybe. But if it has to get to that point, you probably haven't gotten down the details of the fight so well that you can feel the flow of it. Because you can, there's different levels of reference you could use. You could use audio, you could use visual, and you could use feel. Feel is the least reliable, but it definitely can help for certain things. Visual is, it's pretty good. And then audio is pretty good too, but it depends on which kind of situation. Which would indicate which one's better. So they flip-flop. Visuals usually better than audio. Audio exclusively is usually never better. But yeah, I would say that you have like a combined sense of all those things that change based on what's happening. And for me, it's like, it's usually the feel. And then like a combination of audio and video, but more so video than audio. I thought there was a follow-up after that other attack, so I kind of got ready for it. Never happened, and then because I was still on that thought, I didn't get ready to get away from him there, and the hitbox of that attack actually hit me early. In the starting frames, I guess, are inside his wrist, and they happen probably about a half second earlier than I usually get hit by the attack when I'm outside of him, so that was early on that. Boss reminds you of the monkey in Sekiro, like the guardian ape. Switched up Mesmer's voice actor from the trailer versus the game. Really? Maybe that's why I had so many comments about his voice right away, because I was like, it didn't really seem like something I had heard yet. I gotta go back and check on that and see, because I definitely watched the trailer. I didn't have any opinions on it originally, as far as I remember. But definitely when we played the game, like he does sound very depressed for sure. Nice. I like this. Yeah, we're screwed there. It's the worst place for that to happen. I don't know if you can survive it, but maybe. Wish you had a PC for the mods on this game. They seem so fun. Definitely a goal to work towards if you are ever going to get a PC. Definitely get one that can play the mods. It's 100% worth it. Like the amount of value you can get out of the game, like for your purchase, it's like infinite at that point. I thought I could roll twice on that. Damn it. What's going on, Nadine? Still having issues knowing, is it dodge towards the boss or away from him kind of situation in general? Also, hi. How's it going? Are you talking about like on this particular enemy or on some other part of the game? Clone Hero tonight? I'm not sure if that's going to happen. If we beat this guy in the next hour, then yes, I can play an hour of Clone Hero. Because we probably won't have enough time to get into another boss fight right after this and beat it. But if it's pretty close to the end of the stream, for how long I plan to stream, then we'll have to do that in the future. Yeah, the sooner I beat him, if I beat him like really quickly, like right now, then sure. Nice. Just bosses in general? Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I don't think that there's a clear indication that it's going to give you of what the best thing to do is until you figure out a thing that flows pretty well. So like maybe you beat this guy by only rolling away from him somehow and then punishing him on opportunities that I don't even go for, or that I wouldn't say are as easy for me to achieve when hitting him. And you beat him that way, right? That could be a completely different way of doing it. Or maybe you are really aggressive. What I will say is, like, fighting something for a really long time is much harder than fighting it quickly, in my experience. So finding a middle ground where it flows pretty well is a good target to see, are you, keeping up with the boss fight pretty well? Like, is your pacing good with executing it? Should have been a little bit more delayed on that other roll there too. Soul Arts Queen, I don't think... No, I've never had a wife before. So maybe you're thinking of somebody else? Like, unless you're referring to a particular situation of some sort that I'm not aware of, but no, that's never been the case unless we're thinking of something different. I have had some people like say some funny things about that though. Like just that topic, but other than that, yeah, I don't think there's ever been a situation where that's been like publicized anywhere. So secret, I don't even know about it? Yeah, well, definitely not, no. Oh, come on. You don't like girls? No, I don't. I don't like anybody. Part of my punishment, actually, for not liking beings that are alive is that I have to do this channel for the rest of my life and suffer. So I'm slowly learning to be more compassionate by having to read chat from humans and do this as punishment for Miyazaki. I can't tell you my base origin story, but I can say that much though. Oh, come on. People made out of flesh, yeah. That's funny. Oh, man. All right, I think we're going to be able to get him. Oh, my audio's being weird. You can hear it, but I can't hear it. There we go. Wait. Testing, 1, 2. Is there audio? There is audio. Wait, there's not audio. They stole it. Is it back? Yes, it's back. Okay, I think we're good. Perfect. Everyone can hear things, I'm sure. Yeah, for some reason, the thing that extends my headphones, like it doesn't play the audio clearly unless you have it on a certain angle. And I have 2 of them. I have a brand new one and I have one that I've used longer. They both do it. I guess I got to start trying different brands or something like that. I have no clue. Even directly plugging it into the device does it, but then not as much. So I'm not sure if it's the socket on the actual output for the sound card or this stuff is just typically a problem. I have no clue. Perfect. Oh, he didn't go into the jump. Okay. Yeah. Well, I like flesh people if you could replace your limbs to serve the amnesia. What is the amnesia? Omnissiah? Is that how you say that? Purchase an Alberneric mask for Halloween event at work? No way. Are you serious? That's so cool. That's a really good idea. I should have done that. Like, I was thinking of dressing up and stuff like that, but it's just the effort level. Like, it's not really that interesting to me to do for the effort. So it's like, maybe I'll be convinced if there's some extra time. But I do have a plan. I have some options, and I have some pre-existing things that are really easy to throw together that I can just repeat from other celebrations and stuff. But that's kind of boring too. I wanted to do something. It doesn't take a lot of effort, but it's like, to make it look good, it will take some focus and my own effort beyond just buying a costume. So I might only do like the head portion, like a portrait version of it, and not the full body costume. Because you guys aren't even going to see anything. If I stream that day, you won't even see anyways. But it could be a really funny combo stream on Halloween, especially just because there'll be like obviously the holiday, and then I'll be playing, if I played Silent Hill, it would be completely off brand playing Silent Hill in a costume like that. Can't breathe it in though, that eye holes are nostrils. And you breathe through the slit of the mouth. Oh yeah, that sounds like the alien mask that I used for the Bloodborne run. It was so hard to breathe. Like, the difficulty was purely not being able to see anything because it was so foggy. As long as you can see the people at your work. You're gonna take off the mask and then realize that no one's there from your work and it's actually real aliens. You're like, wait, when did everybody leave? Like, I'll be like, drink this blue liquid and become eternal with us. Do it. I tried to roll back again. Do I still have the alien mask? I have no idea if I have it or not. I might have thrown it out. I know I have the Squid Game mask, and I have something else. I'm trying to remember. Oh, I have a mask that's like it was meant to be like a thing I just picked up as like a buy one get one free, but there's this light up mask that I have, and it kind of looks like it's from ancient Egypt or something. I don't know. That it's not like a real costume, but it would be something I could wear if I wanted to. So got both of those masks. I could paint my face a variety of different things. That's pretty easy to do. But yeah, I had a costume I wanted to do. It's just that it takes some effort, so we'll see. Like I'm one of those people. I'm perfectly fine not doing anything special for that day. It does not matter at all. But it is a good excuse to stream Silent Hill 2. If we haven't already done it by then. Damn it. I mean, this is pretty scary too. I could stream this on Halloween. You regret that you didn't get a sleep token mask? Ooh, that'd be really cool actually. The sleep token masks look pretty serious by default. You could probably make your own even. Dress up as a Kool-Aid jammer. Don't need a mask to scare people. They run away hearing your voice. That's like me without the voice changer. If I go back to the normal voice and everybody can hear it without the modifier, then it just sounds kind of scary. So I always turn it back to the version that's enhanced with all the effects so you guys don't get terrified. Wait, why does the chat say 0 now? No, I'm joking. What's going on, Berserker? How are you doing? Entire stream with that voice. One. That's just my life. That's what I sound like. So I have to come on here and pretend. Well, not anymore, now that you know. I probably still will do it, though. I'll still have the buttons enabled for the regular voice, or what you think is regular. Never celebrated Halloween, but you want to because you love haunted places. That is another way to do Halloween as well. Just let's go to some abandoned... Let's go to an abandoned hospital or an asylum and then just stream there. That'd be so fun, actually. If there's people doing that, I would do that. I would try it. We made it like a legitimate event. It's like, could I beat DS Remastered or DS on Switch in 1 hour before I have to refund the game? Or do I have enough time to beat it before the refund is not allowed? And I'm also in a haunted house while moving around constantly? That'd be amazing. Great content. A ghost stream with the real voice too? Oh man, all the ghosts would be chasing me then. I wouldn't want to do that. That's why I had to stop doing it in the first place, because all the ghosts would chase me. Haunted Forest Purple. I've been to one of those too. I think that you saw the pictures, right? Unless you didn't catch that in Discord. How was your trip to the Haunted Forest? I rolled a little early on that. It had been a while since we got phase 2, to be fair. Oh man, oh man. You're not part of the Discord. Yours was spooky and romantic. Okay, cool. Yeah, on ours, we actually, I got some photos of actual entities, so. Me and one of the friends I went with, we both, from 2 different cameras and 2 different angles, got some really interesting pictures, so. I was wondering if you maybe had the same kind of thing happen. Yeah, that was a really good phase 1. I just need to, learn how to survive that combo that he does with the pokes. Because, like, that doesn't count for the run, unfortunately, unless I do that. Can't figure it out yet. I think I'm going to start off a little bit closer when he starts doing it. Just stay very close to him the whole time. And maybe play it that way. That could be a good idea. Because he'll do this, he'll get far back away, then he'll start it, like, right there. So when he goes backwards from that, I want to be, like, pretty much above his head so that if he has, like, a predetermined distance that he has to, like, dash away from you at, then he'll stay at that maximum distance and he's not going to be close. It's the only thing I can think of, because at this point, if he has like maybe he has to go 10 feet behind you and you're already 5 feet in front of him backwards, then he's only going to go 5 feet past you, right? And you're going to be closer. So then running backwards at that point means nothing, because if he's tracking you, then he's going to get closer every time he attacks from that second point of the combo. And there's no point of even like trying to dodge it the same way anymore. It's already too late, right? So there's something that's happening where I think it's too late for us to do it the way that I'm trying. Direction wasn't that good on that. I did dodge twice, but I think because I headed towards where his weapon was going to start the attack, he just, like, frame 1 got me there. Ah, man. Most of the ghost hunters are fake nowadays. Interesting. Imagine having a business off of a fake, like you're a fake ghost hunter and you've made money off of it, and then like you find a real ghost. And that's what derails the career. It's like finding the thing you said you were doing the whole time actually is the problem. It's not even the opposite. I could totally see that being a thing, because like there's a lot of other scams out there that end like they end ironically like that. It's like the thing that you're trying to say you're doing is the thing that ends it. Okay, I was farther away there, but I also had to roll, which is not good. I don't think we were going to want to have to do that at the end. There's something in between there we're not supposed to be doing or needing to do. But it's based on how we handle the first part, I think. Staying next to his arm might not trigger the fast thrust. Next to his arm. The thing is, Amir, when you're really close to him, he still does it. Like I've handled that attack point blank, following him the whole time, and he'll do it. There's never been a single instance where he doesn't do the thrust. Even if he's beside you, ahead of you, over top of you, whatever. Unless like you're talking about something so specific that it's before you even get into the situation that he does that attack, and you have to be there the whole time, like at the beginning of it, but roll into him once, drift back, and then dodge the spear thrusts. Okay, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. So we have done it successfully, but it didn't feel smooth. It was like still kind of janky. So I was like, you know, I gotta get that better. But I guess, yeah, I guess that's the way to do it. Do I want a beer, Soul Arts Queen? I do not like beer at all. I'll be honest. I don't like alcohol, period. I don't drink, but beer, if there's anything that I could pay to not drink, like out of alcohol, I would rather drink, I'd probably rather drink like some really, really hardcore shit before I drink beer. Beer is just not good. No offense to anybody that likes it. Like I like to drink black coffee, like very strong black coffee, and I know that's an acquired taste, and I will say that like I still couldn't understand the acquired taste with beer, personally. Like when I did drink, I guess that's the best way to put it. Because I did try quite a few of them. I did try like higher quality ones, lower quality, did the full gamut. Oh, there we go. Nice. So the secret right there was literally just walking instead of running. Or, sorry, instead of rolling right away, I had to walk for a little longer. But that still wasn't that clean, though. I think we can get it with more spacing. Oh, damn it. End up fighting Gaius. Finishing Gaius, I did. Yeah, the last stream we did, we killed Gaius. Vampires are real too, but very rare. Interesting. Vampires are real, but rare. So where are they then? How do we find a vampire? Do I want a mastiff, like the dog? Heavily depends on the kind of beer, in your opinion. Yeah, I mean, for me, like, I'm pretty sure I was made to not drink. Like, I did everything that you could possibly do to try to get gatewayed, and it didn't work. Like, and it wasn't even like I wanted to be that person, but more so, I tried all the stuff you would need to try. Like, I know I'm made to drink physically. Like, I can handle the alcohol really well. Like, my body's made to take a beating, but I'm not made to enjoy it, as far as I know. Or to fit it into my lifestyle in any way that's helpful, or even like, you know, very, very mild in terms of effect. Mastiff is an alcoholic fruit drink. Okay, so if you're talking mixed drinks, I don't know anything about that stuff. Like, part of the enjoyment of the alcohol menu at restaurants is just like laughing at how many names there are for different combinations of drinks. So yeah, that would definitely have never clicked in at all. That's a tricky one. You thought mastiffs were dogs? A mastiff is a dog as far as I know, but apparently it's a drink too. I don't know how popular of a drink it is. Oh. That'd be a fun game though. It's like guess if I'm talking about the real thing or the drink version, and if I guess right, then I get some sort of reward for it while we're playing. It's an Italian drink. Okay. SL1 DLC, you madman. What's going on, Vivi? How are you doing? Yeah, this is not the craziest version of level 1 you're probably going to see, just because there's definitely people doing no shadow upgrades. But the funny thing that I've noticed though is those runs, typically a lot of them actually do more damage than my character is doing with using the blessing. So I don't know how that's happening, but yeah, with 11 shadow blessing level and you know, having upgraded weapons and stuff like that, we're not doing terrible damage. It's just somehow I've noticed some people that don't do the blessings do better damage. So I got to catch on to whatever they're doing. Yeah, I'm gonna look into all that stuff after we're done this run. I feel like this is like my version of trying to learn how to play the game competently, and then after that, then we look into all the details that we missed that we can use to really optimize it.
Squilla, missed a few streams. How did you enjoy the DLC going in blind? Favorite boss? Squill.
Mishi, thank you for the 41 months, dude. Welcome back. Favorite boss from the DLC? Definitely Radon for me. What about you? It's unfortunate just because I think that we weren't on an angle that could have dealt with that properly, but okay. Let's heal right here and then get some practice. Nice. That last one I gotta roll in on, I believe, and then, yeah, we can punish again when he comes out of there. And, like, I guess a lot of the fight's gonna be just purely like 40% of his health, or even less. If I can get a critical and the health goes over a certain point too, like I stagger him right before the phase transition, that could be really good. Okay, we'll try a Rune Arc on this one again. Does level 1 run use blessings? Well, I mean, blessings aren't a thing to do with character level, really. So it's up to you.
Might be mended. So the world
I've been
might
doing
be
good,
mended.
Vivi. Thank you for asking.
Squeal.
Pure Arcane level 1 and call it the Meshuggah run. That's pretty funny. Level 1 Arcane only. I don't think I've ever heard of that before. That could be something new for sure. Perfect, okay. Should have some bleed built up too. Oh, it's because I waited to roll in the first part a little bit later. Now I got to be earlier on the second part. If I go last second, it's got to be like slam 1 roll, not slam 1/4 roll or 1.5 roll. I think we're getting there though. We're definitely getting it. Okay, we'll try another one without the Rune Arc now. Tried staying at his right side, backtracking to his left, then turning to attack. Roll to his right side. I don't stay at his right side by default because the weapon is on his, like if we're talking about like our view of his right side, so his actual left side, but our right side of him, it's the most dangerous spot because the attacks he's doing, obviously a lot of them happen from the weapon. What happens is if you get hit frame 1 from a startup that has early damage, you're actually dodging the attack at a different timing than if you're in front of him. So I try to reduce every single early frame event like on an attack that's possible by just being in a spot where I could strafe out of it pretty quickly. And part of that also is that like if he does attack and I'm walking and I don't react to him, he'll miss me with like a few of all the attacks he can possibly do. There's a few attacks that are major that'll miss me completely, even if I'm wrong. So like being on the right side as a focus doesn't seem to help me unless we're talking about his right side. And that's just kind of how I go with any enemy that has a weapon in general. Like again, if they can start an attack and they have to wind it up, but then that wind up has a frame of damage early before it extends out from them, then you're already screwed basically. Try to do the running there too. Can sprint into the snake during phase transition, get 1 to 2 hits in. Interesting, because like you know that yeah, like so you could do that. The thing is, if you sprinted into him to get 1 to 2 hits, do you miss the 1 to 2 hits when he lands though, or can you get both? Can you get both opportunities? So like about 4 or 5 hits. In that case, I'd be interested. It's just the idea that I'm actually trying to make him land in the center because I want to punish him on the end of the transition attack as the primary mover there. So if I could do both, then that'd be amazing. I was assuming you can't make it back over to him if you were to run over there. I'm doing more damage than your level 130 character going into this fight. Pixel, you know, that might feel kind of shitty, but to be fair, I'm doing more damage than my character at level 150 on this fight, or around 150. I don't know what the blessing level was, but yeah. So I'm saying I think you can do a lot more damage, even than what we're doing too. But one thing they've done a good job of is they balance the DLC well enough to not be like way too ridiculous with the damage that you do. Especially at level 1, like does seem like each fight is pretty straight up. There's no like big gimmicks or anything. He'll still land wherever you go. Oh, okay. So like I could run in, hit him twice, and then make him land right where we are, right after hitting him. Jump, I'm doing good. How are you? Thank you for asking. Why is he over there? That's weird. Weird landing spot. That was kind of tricky to roll again because I think we were already like recovering from a previous roll, so I'm not sure on that situation. You might have to just run forward and then he goes around you by dodging backwards. And then you do your first roll when he would attack out of landing. Never use fists. You're not sure how clunky the attacks would be. They're pretty good. They're not clunky at all in this fight. I think the worst with the fist is probably Bale, because Bale's character model pushes you away quite a bit from the center of him, and you can't seem to be flush against him that easily. Just getting a phone call, guys. Give me 1 second. Hello? Yep. All right, guys, sorry about that. We're back. Let's continue. I've been away from family, working for the last 6 months, heading home in the morning. Ooh, that's amazing. I hope that you enjoy your time with your family after being away. That sounds exciting. I appreciate you coming back to say hi as well. Maybe even catching Mesmer die. Just maybe. Crazy that that actually worked. I don't know how. Okay, what is this fight right now? What are we even doing right now? Do Craig Blade really quick to get phase 2 going. See, I try to go back with the direction of him, but I forgot that he takes a little bit of time to go into that spinning attack. So I gotta wait a little longer there. And then when he goes into that, I can hit him one time when he recovers, then I gotta get ready, essentially. Quick call with Miyazaki to get the boss on this attempt? No. Yeah, sorry, I usually, if I have anything unexpected come up while I'm streaming and it's important or whatever, I'm still gonna try to handle that stuff, so just some unexpected things, but I appreciate you guys being patient and everything like that. And like I said, I'm not gonna take like an actual break today, so it's not like there's much of a difference. But I try to not be on the phone while we're live. It's not a normal thing. Hopefully next time it's a scam caller and we can screw with them on the mic at the same time. That'd be really nice. Waste some of their time. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, nope. Never mind. The mod that replaces Radon with patches and Mikola and a cardboard Miyazaki. I've never heard of that before. That's crazy. Ask a personal question if it's not against the policy. I guess it just depends if it's TOS or not. Wondering what my age is. I usually don't tell people straight up. I'll let you guys guess one time, and then if if you don't guess, I'll usually just be like, well, better luck next time. And it's only one person I let guess, so even if someone else said the number, I wouldn't say. But yeah, I'm curious of what you guys think, for sure. Below 13? That'd be an achievement, dude. If I looked like this at 13, there'd be a couple like really concerning questions. Yeah, there's a big range. Usually it's anywhere from like lower 20s to like mid 40s somehow, and I'm like, that's a shocking range in terms of like how much the body can like go through in that time. That's a whole teenage human's worth of gap in the age right there. Oh man, that's funny. Yeah, none of those numbers you guys mentioned are correct. None of them are right, but it's okay though. You don't have to be right. Maybe one day. Like occasionally, I'm just gonna tell you guys, like I have mentioned before, but I like to kind of make it a little bit of a game because it's fun. I always get funny feedback about that in person too. Like a lot of people in real life, strangers and stuff. If the conversation gets to that point, it's really funny with what their reactions are or what they say. I think at this point, I'd rather the number be impossible to guess. Like for the rest of my life, we should just make it the goal to never be possible to know, unless you're like really smart. About it. See how the last one phases right into you. Like even if you dodge, I was so far away from all of that. So no matter what, that last part I have to avoid that way. I was here during the shattering. That's so funny. Yeah, like I will be honest, majority of the numbers you guys guess are pretty far away from the actual number. Like there's some that are close sometimes, but most of the ones that get thrown out there are like significantly far away from the number. And significant being like a large handful of years, right? So that's the funniest part. 47th birthday. Oh man. If I'm 47 and I'm still this bad at the game, then please just get me banned, dude. Just like get my channel reported and taken down. That many years and I still can't kill Mesmer level 1. Now, if I started off being 47, that's different. That's completely different, but that much time passing by while doing this would be kind of scary. Shouldn't have punched after the big attack there. Damn it. Don't mind telling your age. I think what the platform typically recommends people to not share their age just because it gets into like the personal information thing and all that. And like you totally can, like people can, but I'll never ask anybody their age here unless like maybe there's a discussion where it relates to a thing you're telling me and it requires a certain age to even, you know, be part of that subject, or maybe it's like I'm wondering what the legalities are of certain things, like where you are. Maybe there's like a program you went into for school or something you did for like your work and there's a certain amount of years you have to do it for. Maybe then we get into it, but usually it's not even something that I care about too much. Ooh. Isn't Faraz almost 50? Okay, so whoever told you that if you actually believe that genuinely, that's funny. That's really funny, dude. He's nowhere close to 50. He is older than me. Like he is definitely like I won't say how many years older, but multiple years older than me, but definitely not 50 though. Not even close. Your date told you that she likes cranberries? Wait, why are you on a date and in chat at the same time? I'm so confused. Because like that would mean that you are a red flag then, if you're in Twitch chat at the same time as on a date, unless there's like a really good excuse. Oh, I thought I could stagger him early. That was my bad. Whatever age look good. You know what? I appreciate that, Rad, but the thing is, it wouldn't be the case if I was like 18. So like that's the if we can go back to like a certain number where it's like, okay, if you actually are this age, then you don't look good, then we can't say that. One day though, one day I want to epigenetically be like, even just for like a fraction of my life, it'd be so cool to get to like 20 on the epigenetics, or even less, even 19, seeing like a 1 digit or the number 1 for the first number. I got down to 23 the last time I did a test for it. But we need to get like Brian Johnson levels of epigenetics going without doing any of the stuff that he's doing. On a date in chat is the red flag. There you go. Yeah. I'll be honest, if anybody even was on their phone, like talking to somebody for a significant amount of time, that would already be concerning if the whole point would be to get to know the person. But I guess it depends on like what stage you'd be in, right? What if the date is taking a huge poop and you're stuck waiting? At that point, then, I mean, you got to respect the rules. Everyone gets one number 2 every single time they go outside, right? So you're good. Everyone gets theirs. So I mean, like, you just because you didn't cash yours in that same time doesn't mean that it's not all fair play, right? And I think just because the rules work in such a way that you can't stack them up and redeem them all at once. Like it's only one per time you go outside. At least give the person a break, right? Like at least give them some leniency. Oh, okay, that's not good. No more kneecaps. The real voice sounds like a teen going through puberty. When I take off the voice filters for the keyboard, it's pretty rough, isn't it? Oh boy. Okay, we're getting close. I need to really survive for a while in phase 2. I gotta get the opening down well, and then the next thing he does with the snakes is like, well, other than the one attack we haven't seen yet with the snakes is not too bad. But I need to die to that at least once, I think. Couldn't change the thing. Date keeps asking how to beat Mesmer level 1. Oh my god. Starting to wonder if maybe the Physic Flask would be better to save for part 2. Because like, I definitely won't get a stagger that easily in part 2, and we hit him so many times in this first part. It's not too hard to do that. There's even extra opportunities I don't even get staggers on because it's like too excessive, right? So I think we get a stagger at the beginning of phase 2 if I play the cards right. Oh, I don't have any blue left. What am I doing? And then right when he comes out of the ground with that, that's instant. Okay, so it seems like if he bites you, then the snake disappears and it goes back to a normal move. And if he doesn't, then it keeps attacking, because it doesn't the snake have to attack 3 times minimum every time it appears? Or am I not understanding that? Can the snake actually attack 1 time and that's it? Oh, why'd I chug the other flask? Oh my god. Streamer, it doesn't count anymore because you healed even though you had full health. No, so the thing is, I'm reading everybody in chat that I can actually see here. If there's people from YouTube that aren't having their chat read, it's because my multi-stream thing's not working properly, which I've mentioned at the beginning of the stream. So anyone on YouTube that is not seeing their comments read, you can come over here and on Twitch and talk here until I can have it fixed. But there's no solution I've found. I've literally troubleshot it for days and also asked other people using it. They have the same issue. I've been looking into alternative softwares to use that other people use that works, but this is the third-party application I've been on for trying to merge the chats. And there is a downside to one of them that's not detrimental, so I could switch back to that one, but then the chat on screen looks terrible. And then the other one just straight up doesn't work. So this one at least works, but it doesn't sync YouTube quick enough, but it looks amazing on the screen. So we need to find one that does all that together. At the end of the day, though, it's not like a big deal because you're not technically like really supposed to merge both chats together. So like eventually, if we're doing it by the book, then we can't really have the YouTube chat in the eyes of global administrators and all that. So we'll see if that changes in the future. Rip. Thank you for streaming on YouTube anyways. No worries. I wish I could read both like we were before, but again, the cost of that was having to have the chat on screen look terrible. And I could put both on screen, but then that's even bigger of an issue because they don't really want you doing that as far as I know. If you need to drink more water to lower your blood sugar because you don't drink a lot of liquids. Blood sugar is not really dependent on that exclusively as much as like when it's problematic, it's more so, you know, from you eating certain things, right? I would say make sure you have like a sufficient amount of hydration, but I don't think you're gonna solve a blood sugar issue completely by water. Like you'd have to solve it by how you eat, because water doesn't have anything in it that would change blood sugar. It would just more so be your body regulating itself and needing hydration as a part of that. So like one example would be if I drank like a liter of water and then I had like 1 gram, like, well, let's say I had exactly the amount of sugar you need to spike the blood sugar, like 1 gram more than that's necessary for the threshold. I went 1 over, and I diluted that with like a liter of water versus having no water and having the exact same amount of grams of carbs. It wouldn't make a difference for your body's blood sugar, as far as I can say. It's just going to spike it either way. So unless you have a condition that I'm not really familiar with that could be managed better with water and other things, maybe, but I don't think that has anything to do with the levels fluctuating, really. Like, to a significant degree that would actually cause damage. So, I don't know if that actually helps answer the question, if it even answers the question at all, or if we're even talking about the same thing, but that's my take on what you said. Now, if you wanted to do correlation science and just like plug in that, you know, exhibit A is water, exhibit B is blood sugar, and exhibit C comes out where it's managed because you had less things that had sugar in them because you drank more water, that's a hidden variable that's not explained. So you could say, like, there's a lot of studies that'll say stuff like that, but then they're not mentioning that because the change only happened because something was taken away that was implied to be a part of the person's diet that never was mentioned before, right? So let's say you eat like 5,000 cupcakes a day, and then because you drink more water, you only eat 4,500 cupcakes, then like that's not a good study or a thing to even propose as a conversation, because I don't know that you're eating 4,500 cupcakes. So the causation or the mechanism of action is actually the variable that's not disclosed in the study, and a lot of studies are based on that kind of stuff. They're based on details not mentioned in the study, and the causation has nothing to do with the control variables. So you're 100% right that the water would affect blood sugar if blood sugar was being affected by a deficit or a surplus of items being included that are being replaced by water in this new format, right? Damn it. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of factors. If it's a management issue that's like a actual health condition that has transpired to be at a certain like rate of that number being higher or lower or whatever, that's a little bit different. But if it's mainly just managing it on a regular basis, it would just be not spiking it, right? Watch this guy on TikTok who has a blood sugar monitor and it tests many different meals. It's interesting to see that, I think, for people that don't know how to calculate like the value of what a carb is like from every single source and how many is required to spike the blood sugar. But I think surprisingly, in the case of like if you look at a meal from a place like a restaurant or something and you're like, okay, this is this much food on a plate, like it looks this big, I eat this much, I feel this way. Like that type of mindset is very, very good for that kind of discussion, because it's like, oh, I thought that if I just ate that number or that rough amount of food physically, I would feel this way, but I don't. It's like because all the components are different, right? So if the ratio of macros were completely biased towards, like we were talking about protein, someone said something about protein being better to ingest, to manage it, you know, then of course it's going to be different. But like the actual weight in grams or pounds of the food has no value at all. It's mainly just the denomination of the macros for it and how it's going to spike the blood sugar. So you can't actually base on anything but that alone and what was previously consumed in the overall spread of the day, right? But it does have to be spiked in that situation. It's not going to just randomly happen later in the day. Yeah, drinking more water will make you eat less food. So that, like, that's a correlation kind of study thing. It's not actually the proposed mechanism of what we're talking about. And that's why I think that, like, that might be a really good question to ask just as a random question. But for someone to propose that as like a study is very dangerous, because then it makes people believe that water is the thing that's reducing blood sugar as a direct mechanism in the body, which doesn't make sense. Like, on a scale that's sufficient, right? So there's a lot of actual science, unfortunately, that's not even presented properly for us to even have discussions about this stuff, even on top of all of the nonsense with all the products that are, you know, meant to be quick fixes for things that aren't even real situations. Like, there's so many like scenarios that have been created to even sell products at this point that's surprising, where I bet you we could run with this discussion and make a product about water helping blood sugar somehow. But again, the effects won't be from that directly. It'll be indirect, and then we'll frame them as direct, and then people will get some sort of benefit and then catch on to it, right? But by the time they run the course of it, they still won't have the results they want, and you can just move on to another product, and enough people bought it to believe, and you can just rebrand it, make it another thing to sell to people that just don't know the literature, I guess, right? Anyways, off of that rant, let's go back to this.
So the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Hey, Smile.
Firestar, thank you for the 26 months. Welcome back. I appreciate that. Hope you enjoy me spanking Mesmer. Nice, that was actually a really good one. Probably could have hit him twice there. See, I shouldn't have... Yeah, no, I should have assumed that he was going to be recovering for longer. Gotta pretend the whole entire fight is just as risky every single time I hit him. Even if there is more time. There's not, like, enough time to comfortably hit him twice, so why even try at all? Gladius, it's going pretty good. This one's very, very easy compared to what I originally thought it would be, and I think, like, as we got closer to this part of the playthrough, I was like, you know what, Mesmer's probably not going to be too bad. And funny enough, the two attacks I was worried about, we actually have down 100% now, but it doesn't really change anything yet because I have to grind out a lot more phase 2. So that's where we are right now, just trying to figure out phase 2 completely. And still being performatively accurate with the phase 1 attacks. They're tricky. How are you doing, though? What's up, dude? What? Okay, I hit him with 2 there. That's even better. Like, that was probably one of the few opportunities you can actually get away with that. Why didn't he go phase 2? Okay, I assumed he would right there. People who lose their foot process too slow. Still too salty. They never gave us Godwin. Godwin would have been really cool, but the thing with Godwin is, like, what would you do to fit it into the timeline of how they portrayed the DLC? Like, would he fit in with this timeline at all? I don't think it would be possible to do that. But maybe I'm missing something. I assumed from the way the timelines are aligned that it would be still not the right time period. You need to get a Christmas gift for a friend that plays acoustic guitar. Any ideas? Does he have a capo, or does he use a capo at all? I would say that. If he plays standing up, a guitar strap, a capo, or even maybe even a tuner if he doesn't use a tuner particularly. Yeah, strings is a little bit tricky because if he's really particular with strings, then that's a hard thing to give somebody where, like, unless they're very simple, where you can, like, improve upon it. But yeah, like the first thing I thought of that's actually useful that he could use pretty consistently would be a capo if he doesn't already have one. Or a better version of whatever one. Any accessory really, like a strap, capos. Picks are a little basic. You could get him like a bunch of picks that are really cool, but the problem with that is if he doesn't like them, then why get a lot of them, right? Could get him Rocksmith for the PC so he could plug his guitar into it and play on there, maybe. I don't know if that's like in your budget for it. Perfect. So yeah, 2 is safe on that opportunity. Dude, it looked like he was doing a different attack, the way that he changed the direction there, damn. Used to have magazines with popular songs to learn the music on. That's an option too. Like any book that gives him music, but I guess it depends on if you know how they play music, like what they typically do. If I had to get, like if I had to make myself the person and think of what I would like as a gift the most for guitar, it'd be almost impossible because like, again, you'd have to know so much that I would know what you're getting me because you'd be asking me specifics and it would tell me exactly what you're getting. So there'd be no way to surprise me for things that actually would be the most effective or helpful. And then there's nothing in the budget of like an average person getting me a gift that would be like an amazing gift because then that would be a full-on instrument at that point or an accessory that's like way too expensive. So music's a hard one unless you like really know what the person's doing at the moment, what they're working on, how they like to play even in some cases. So maybe even at that point, a gift card for the music store. I don't know. It's tricky. Like a lot of people that play music that I can like even point my attention towards, like probably have everything you would need to, like every accessory that I mentioned by default, or have a version of something like that. What Ash of War on the actual fist? So we have a Craig Blade on the fist, and it has cold infusion. I need to have more blue bar though. I need to actually drink this. Sorry, wait, that's not the right order. For someone who's called the Impaler, he doesn't do a lot of stabbing. That's what you might think. You might think that, but then wait till he gets going, dude. They'll be like, oh, wait, I have a spear. He's like, I'm gonna stab you. And he's like, I'm gonna stab you again. He's like, wait a second, that was too slow. Let me stab you 2 more times. And he just keeps going. And then the best part of all is at the very last stab, he forgets that he's out of energy and then he takes forever to attack again. So you get to punish him. But if it hits you, then it kills you and then he gets lucky. So that's where like the time potential events to change the future occur, where we could be the best time traveler ever or we could be the worst. No stamina there. Got greedy. How many tries am I on, Cappy? I have no idea. I don't count tries on things because it's too quick. But we've been playing Mesmer for, I would say, at least, I would say close to 2 hours of this stream has been focused on him, maybe a little bit less than 2 hours. Because we had to get there to get to him, and then I had the phone call and stuff, so. Between all that, I'd say the better part of 2 hours. I love that opening. It's so good. So brutal. Buying gifts instead of a gift card's really hard. A person getting it would rather have a gift. Yeah, I think the gift's always a better idea, but if you really can't pick something specific and you want to get them something from, you know, a particular store that you don't know anything about, it could be a better idea. Just depends. Like, if you even got them a guitar strap, you could maybe get them one that's personalized or something that's, like, one of a kind. Even guitar picks, too. Sometimes you can get custom ones. But then that would take planning that might
so the world might be
require,
mended.
like, months of time ahead of time.
So the world might be mended.
Holy crap, it's been so long since I tuned into a Squealer stream that he has hair now. Oh.
Like, I'll be honest, some of the best gifts I've ever gotten, you can't, like, it would have taken months for the people to plan it. Like, even though the value of the gifts might not be, like, a crazy amount of money or anything, it's like, to actually be able to find the thing, time it on the day, and everything like that, it would have taken months of consideration ahead of time. So, like, unless you're going for that level of detail, I would say you're good with pretty much any of the things we've been talking about. At least for someone that likes music. So this one's mainly just going to be farming phase 2 knowledge right here. So I'll heal at the beginning. It's a little bit early. It's okay. Get a punish right there. He attacks once, 2, and 3. It's a little bit delayed. Just got to wait a bit for 3. So 1 and 2 is down. Hugh, thank you for the 42 months, man. It's been so long since you've tuned into a stream of mine. I have hair now. That's so funny. The hair thing's always hilarious because there's tons of times throughout the time you've been here where I've had more or less, but it always gets mentioned that I have hair. Because I think that there's some people convinced I couldn't grow hair at all, right? So we did like the shiny bald 0 on the buzzer, reflective on the ceiling light kind of look, and then I think some people actually thought I was bald, so if you were one of those people, let me know. Or if you're just saying that just to say it, because I'm actually curious if I convince somebody of that. If so, then the internet is much easier to convince of things than I ever thought in my life, and we should have been pushing a lot more agendas. Because that's like way too easy then. Oh, you have so much time on that. Okay, there we go. Just got to get it right away. Perfect. And then I'll do Craig Blade right here. I don't have any blue though, so I gotta be careful. Couldn't see where he is. Okay, that's fine. Oh, okay. So he can attack out of... Okay, so he can basically jump back, and then he doesn't have to become the snake. He could just go right into regular moves. I thought he had to do something where he becomes the snake every single time, but that is not a thing. Cool. Not too bad. Oh, it was back when I didn't use a cam? Okay, yeah, if it was when I didn't have a camera, that's more understandable. What does Ash of War do? My Ash of War, Craigblade, it makes staggering the enemies a lot easier, and it does a little bit more damage too. Okay, I'm just gonna redo this one. Dancing Lion is in another league so far this run. Oh yeah, definitely. I think that, yeah, Lion was harder than this guy for sure. Gonna wish you all a good night, sweet dreams, good luck with your boss, Squilla. Thank you very much, Soul Arts Queen. Hope you have a good sleep as well. Thank you for hanging out. Pretty sure it's a partial wig. Ain't no way you grew your hair out that long that fast, Purple. if you think I actually have a wig or some sort of like fake thing for hair, I mean, I'll be 100% since I've always had like very fast growing hair, very strong hair. Like it's not, to me personally, it's not really like a big deal. Like I could see how you might think that by default, but for anybody else that's actually been here almost all the time, that'd be a really funny thing to pull off. That'd be harder to pull off having streamed and recorded as much as I have versus if I had actually just like came back out of nowhere. But it's very endearing. It's kind of the same thing like when people think that I took some sort of like, which this is like very uneducated people saying this, but like people think I took some sort of like enhancement for training or something like that. Like there's been kids that have asked that obviously don't have educational backgrounds and they're not developed mentally to be able to even understand what that means. That's fine. But for any adult that's ever said that, it's in the same category as that for me. It's very, very, very endearing for sure. But also a little concerning if you maybe think that that's the only possibility. If it's like a rough guess, sure. But if you're like, oh, there's no way you have to have like fake hair, that's kind of funny because it's like, how does anybody else have hair then? Like, why am I special? How does anybody do that? It's like you'd have to, it would have to just be the case. There'd be no other way, you know? My hair's also not even that long. It's like, what, 4 inches? It was at, every single time anyone asked me, I'd say, I think I said 3.5, like many months ago. And before that, it was like 3 and then 2.5, whatever. So it's been growing pretty steadily, but it changes based on the shrinkage, right? So it's actually, it should look a lot longer than it is now, but could also make it look shorter or longer than now within 24 hours just by how dry it is alone, even just that. Or if I don't even sweat tomorrow, for example, it'll look different. So very, very many possibilities. Convinced that I'm AI. There was somebody that was saying that. There's a couple comments that actually. And I thought that was funny because I'm like, that's such a lazy, like, unless it's actually like a legitimate, like maybe they were confused or something like that. It seems like a lazy thing to have as like a take on somebody's content because like it would be so hard to pretend you're AI. Like, how could someone convince you they're real that's actually AI at this point? Like that means that you were fooled on a level that I don't think anyone's been fooled on yet. Like that's actually like kept up with this generation. So how that would almost say a lot about the person observing the thing, right? If they were able to be fooled and that was true. So I think if you think something's AI and you're not 100% certain, it's probably not AI. Like if it's a person talking and stuff. Like it's, I don't think you could be on the fence about that. I'd be the most convincing AI that you've come across. Really? Why though? How many fingers do I have? Enough to play the game, but I can't tell you the legal amount of fingers I have until September 14th, 2025. Definitely AI. Never gets to the considerable length because you want to shave it off after you grow it. Yeah, I've been there before too. That's why it never was long when I was younger. Like maybe here and there occasionally, but after a certain age, it was mainly just buzz cut every single time I got a haircut. Those hair transplants from Turkey are also really bad quality. Yeah, that's also something that would be kind of obvious. I think if somebody like needed one of those, like a major operation, you'd be able to tell. But also I've seen people do like extensions that are fake for like for dreads and stuff like that, and I didn't know that was a thing until recently, but it looks really bad though. Like it to me, I can tell like without you even saying much. Like I could look on if there's a video clip or something, I could tell pretty quickly. So yeah, apparently that's a thing. People do that. Plan to have Chris Barnes kind of hair. I don't know who that is off the top of my head. You might have to remind me. Got the mandatory bowl cut. Oh, you're rocking the Quee line, like the guy from the DLC with the blonde hair that has the mesmer magic, the fire magic. Okay, so we're definitely having to redo this one too. Original singer for Cannibal Corpse. Oh, okay, I can't recall who that would be. Oh boy. Dread extension sounds crazy. It's a thing that people do apparently, but I'm like, it's a you could tell. Like, there's no way. Remember the movie Joe Dirt? His hair was fake and it was nailed to his head. I think I've seen that movie, but I couldn't remember that scene though. That is pretty funny. It's nailed to his head. Man. Too much detail for AI. There you go. I think that it was a comment based on the way I was like talking about the thing or whatever, which, yeah, I could definitely like make it more robotic by explaining something, but at the same time though, you'd be able to see, like in the video, the actual game would look weird. Like there's every element of the screen that was changed would look weird, right? But maybe they've gotten to that level where like you can make streams look like they're real, that it's actually just AI edited. I don't know, I'm not familiar with that. Oh, I wanted to do an extra hit right there. Damn it. Okay. Cool. Cool. Oh. See, oh man. I don't know what went through my head there, but there was something I was saying to myself where it's like, oh yeah, we're fine. I'm just gonna hit him, and then he did the really quick attack right there. And it misses you if you're on a certain angle. Also, dude, Soulfruit, thank you for the 61 months. Welcome back, dude. How have you been? I know we were talking about just catching up on Discord lately as well, so I'll definitely have to send you what I got down from those songs you sent, like the drums that I came up with, because it's been a while. But yeah, next time I'm in the room actually recording stuff, which should be tomorrow, I will make sure I send you an example of one of them for sure, and then you can tell me if it's good enough or if we need to do anything else. Oh, he's still attacking. Oh yeah, okay, cool. No rush at all, getting back into the swing of things yourself. Okay, perfect then. I guess that works. You got kicked out of Cannibal Corpse. What do you have to do to get kicked out of Cannibal Corpse? The guy didn't say stomp, crush, kill quick enough or something like that. Like, didn't sound like the Cookie Monster enough. You work with someone that has bad extensions, but you pretend to not notice because she's so proud of it. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that it's good to, like, you know, recognize them as a fashion thing. Like, they're fine. There's nothing wrong with doing that if you want to. But, like, there is an obvious difference at a certain point, especially, like, the better you are at realizing how these things get installed and just different qualities that natural hair has. It's like, you definitely can tell for some of them. There's ones where, like, maybe it'd be difficult too. Like, you could have the assumption, but yeah. Depends on the starting point, I think. Tiny bit agreed there, but you don't really think so either. There were a lot of good opportunities in that attempt. That's fair. Yeah, though when I got up and then he did that double quick swipe, like I get caught in that situation a few times here and there, and it's mainly just like I could spam the roll button even sooner, but I think I have more time, and then by the time I realize what he's doing, it's already too late. I would have had to have pushed the button twice. And turns out because of that, I'm not even pushing the button properly for the thing that I'm realizing it from. So it's already too late, but it's not hitting me though. And I think that's because it's missing me, and then I'm cluing into it, then I'm reacting to the first part, but we're already on part 2 after that. Yeah, the thing with this fight that's interesting too is that, like, it kills you very quickly, despite how easy it is to complete. Like, this is not too hard to do. We could do this before we're done. But I'm not even sure if we will, just because of like the survivability of it, like the consistency of it. That last poke. Like, where are you dodging? Are you dodging sideways on it? Are you still going backwards? I'm trying to figure out, like, what is... Like, does it track you perfectly if you go sideways? Maybe that's the thing I'm missing. That you don't backpedal at all. Because, like, you can make all of it miss you, and then he just somehow catches up, and the distance that he tracks on it changes based on how far you are. Like, one time it was 5 feet, the other time it was 15 feet or whatever. Like, you could clearly see a difference, so it's not based on predetermined space. It's just like wherever you are, right? At least that's what it seems like. Run towards. Interesting. Okay, I'll try that. Timing of the rolls tight due to the last poke. Okay. Yeah, like I can't count that. Like, I can't count based on the animation itself. I'd have to count based on something else. I'm not sure what to choose for that. Like, eventually, maybe I could count it, but it's just a bit too quick right now for that. That was an interesting play against the wall there. That worked for a while, apparently. Nice. The Dreadlock Helm gives decent stats, like plus 10 BPM on regular blast beats. Oh wait, was he their drummer, the guy you're talking about, that got kicked out? Because I was thinking, like, the vocalist of the band, I was under the impression he was always the main guy. But I don't like Cannibal Corpse at all. I don't pay attention to their music even for like a second. So anything I've seen, I didn't even try to look up. It was just random. And I don't really know much about them, unfortunately, so I can't speak on that. But I thought it was always the same guy for the singer. Or at least for a majority of their lifespan. Like, I don't see where the time is to roll in, because I can't reference anything before he attacks like that. So it's almost like you don't actually dodge at all. You just start walking towards him as he's attacking you, and then you roll randomly, and then it works. But then to me, that seems like going forward would be more dangerous, because I don't really need to close a gap, right? Like, if I just need to roll it in general, it doesn't seem like forward would make any sense if we're not already hanging forward before that. You roll in for the whole thing. Okay, so I used to do that, but that was way harder for me to do than this. I guess that's a good thing to switch back to if you have to do that, if you have no choice. Yeah, I wonder if it's like better combining both of those methods, or maybe just continuing to stay far away. I don't know. It almost seems like when I roll it any other time, I'm not actually focusing on trying to dodge it at all. I'm just already rolling, and then it happens to go through me. So it's not calculated at all. It's really random. But I'm trying to think of a calculation I could do that accommodates it still, even though I'm not really reacting to it at all. Like maybe we can already be in an area, have rolled twice, and then those 2 rolls account for it at the exact same time every time. Like, because whenever he does that attack, I'm going to be at different distances and stuff like that, or in different situations. Stand under him when he throws the spear to the ground, dodges the multi-poke as well. So yeah, I tried that, and the thing is, like, so when you're saying you dodge the multi-poke, you mean it doesn't even scuff you at all? Like, you don't even take 1% of damage from it every single time you do that, and it's consistent?
Feels good to catch
or
a
is it still
stream
hitting
again.
you, but you're
Love
living?
the hair and beard. You look amazing.
That's what happened to me. Like, it was hitting me, but I was still living, and it was good enough to beat the fight, but, like, it wasn't good enough to do perfectly for me. That's why I switched it. Rusty, thank you for the 2 months, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for coming back to enjoy me getting my ass kicked by Mesmer. Did I get hit on this one, guys? I think I did. That's the last part. Maybe I didn't. Did I get hit on this one, guys, at all? And then that, okay, that's the big attack. All right, doesn't matter if I did or didn't. I was trying to make sure if I should kill myself at the end or not in case we survived, but yeah. So that when he starts it, I gotta get back immediately. I gotta be looking for the purple and also listening to the sound of the gas. It was the pokes not hitting you. That was your no-hit strat for Mesmer. Going towards him was much safer for you to dodge. Interesting. Okay, so maybe we'll try doing that again. That's interesting that it was your no-hit strat, because I tried the same thing and I could never get it consistently like that. But we'll give it a go. So just dodged in there, died right away. So yeah, I don't get it. Unless it's dodging back in after, because he hits so many times that you can't be in like the area. Like you can't dodge the count of attacks. You'd have to have been missed by a significant portion of the entirety of it, like to be able to do it, right? Unless it's involving a different type of amount of iframes. It's precise, you can't count it. Interesting. Has the same timing, like same rhythm to it. Okay, so I'm gonna do something like what you guys are saying, but I'm gonna do it the opposite though. I'm gonna go backwards because it's harder for me to reference anything if I'm in front of him, I think. Especially with like, I get an idea of how bad my timing is if I back away. I get to actually see for a second without dying immediately. And then I have a chance to adjust. I think that's better. Ooh. Still did the thing on the ground too. Gave up at Altus Plateau Gaming. Did you? Why was that? Mesmer's one of the more rhythm fight games in the DLC. Interesting. I will say he doesn't have a lot of attacks that seem to overlap each other, so maybe that's part of that right there. Okay, so that the one that he hit me with, or not hit me with, that I avoided right before he did that attack's a different snake attack. That basic one is within a second of him appearing, he's going to attack. Okay, makes sense. Are you the only person that thinks that Mesmer should have 2 health bars or just more health in general? He definitely doesn't have a crazy amount of health, for sure. 2 health bars, though, I don't know if that matters as much, because you can split it into 2 health bars, or you can do it with 1 and it be the same thing. But yeah, like more health, 100%. I think that would be cool, because he does die pretty quickly. Like for how significant he seems in the DLC, at least. Okay, we're just gonna farm some phase 2 on this one. As long as we can make it there. So if he pops up as that, I don't have to back up as quickly. I can wait just for the snake attack, because I keep thinking it's going to be the attack with the purple mist around it. Just made it past Leda and Dana on level 1. Are you cooked, Walrus? I don't know. You let me know what to expect, because I haven't done that before. So you tell me what to expect. You just run at him and dodge when his attacks are about to start. Okay, interesting. You just run at him and dodge randomly and it works? It might be one of those things at this point that we've learned the other way, like we've gone too far with the other direction to justify doing it like that now, but I'll switch back to that if I have any more issues and try the whole thing going forward for sure, because I don't like going forward into it. Like I did do that for the first playthrough quite a lot, and it did help sometimes, but it was way harder for me to figure out. So I'm gonna keep that in mind for sure. That'll be the go-to. I guess it'll be the true test. If someday I switch to that, it'll probably be the better method. At least for my playthrough. Oh god, I thought he was gonna stagger there. I assumed. You wouldn't wish Leda fight at level 1 on your worst enemy, no? It seems like you'd have to be very, very airtight on getting punishes as soon as possible on all of them and not having any of the timers of them spawning in overlapping. What's he doing over there, dude? What was that? He's like, I'm just gonna start making up attacks that don't happen typically so you can have a fun time. If you go forward, you might want to try the Crucible Talisman. What does that do? Can't remember what that one does. Also, CL, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. I'm not sure if you're saying bye or hi, or just saying that in general, but whatever it is, though, I appreciate it, dude. I hope you're also doing good. Oh yeah, that was not good. How you're excited to see how I'm going to deal with Leda level 1. I haven't even taken like 1 second to think about how that would go. Like, I've acknowledged that it's a thing we have to do, but I haven't really thought about it that much. Kind of the way I approach a lot of enemies. It's a good point. I probably shouldn't have done that again. You already got the buff. Oh, you can get 2 of those. What? Oh, that's massive. Okay, where are we going? Nice, that's okay. It's a good attack. Yep. Get away. Can't move, no stamina. Yeah, it already had low stamina before that, unfortunately. That sucks. Okay. Oh, which bosses have I done so far on this run? We did the Lion, we did Rolana, and Gaius, Commander Gaius as well. So this would be the 4th one. I mean, like, technically we have everything we need to do it, but I'm not quite satisfied with just that. I want to actually be able to do the fight really well, so now we're at the point where it's like possible, but the gap to doing it really good is different than just doing it, right? There's still a big stretch to like get really consistent. I might not get consistent at this before we beat it, but if we do it today, then I gotta figure out how to do that other attack that was having the pokes on it consistently every time or most of the time. And then the snake attacks have to improve a bit, and I think we're good. Might want to nuke your damage at some point. Oh yeah, of course, yeah. So the thing is, like, this is practice for doing a level 1 0 damage run of the DLC, so I'll have more damage on that character than I will on this one. So this is like my version of low damage for that goal. I'm definitely not trying to practice it to do like 0 upgrades and all that, but for doing like a run that's damageless of the entire game and also this, whatever, I think this is good practice because it's still technically harder than it would be on a run like that. Yeah, 100% agree. If you're going to do something that's like way more challenging than this, then you probably want to do like bare fists on them or something like that. Any tips for reducing brain fog, Jax? Unfortunately, that's a long list of things. That's a very, very divisive and lengthy question. My better question back to you is, what do you think you're doing that's increasing it? Like, what are you aware of that you are doing right now that 100% directly contributes to it? Ah, no stagger yet. Ooh. Right now, maybe? There we go. Oh, I got too greedy and I was trying to hit the... And then there's even transient brain fog, so you're going to have like a roller coaster of effects when it comes to that, trying to gauge how foggy your brain is throughout the day if you don't know like when you're doing certain things and the severity of how much it's affecting it, and then when it peaks and then when it goes back down, and what the baseline effectiveness is of your brain without having spikes of anything. Usually that would be due to food and stuff like that, but let's say you eliminate food as a factor in general. Like, do you know what the baseline without food would be? And all those other things. So it takes a lot of effort, I think, to like establish, but if you can grasp onto like some major things that's causing it for you and then just try to do them differently, that'll already be a big start. I feel like doing that twice is kind of rare in this phase. Yeah, invalid run. We're going to practice still. Still valid for practice. No worries for that. Ooh, I went a little bit early on that one. Apparently. Another variation, instead of sprinting towards him, early dodge the first attacks, and then you spam dodge twice towards him immediately after the first dodge. Yeah, if you have a clip art, you can definitely send me it. I'll definitely check it out and see. Like, what you're talking about seems to be what I'm doing, but like I'm doing the opposite direction. I'm going backwards and doing the same thing. Oh, I should probably be able to chug this right away. Dead? There. Okay, I can chug it right away if I actually chug it right away. That's the only catch. It has to be immediate. Nice. Rapid Spear Thrust is a progressive hitbox, so better roll into it. Interesting. What does progressive hitbox mean?
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Welcome back, brother.
Fox, thank you for the 81 months, dude. Welcome back, man. How are you doing? I rolled twice on that, but I don't think the first roll was early enough to even cue the second one. I definitely knew what was going on there, though. That wasn't good enough, though, unfortunately. So if you do a charge attack on him as he recovers and then he does snake, you can't actually dodge it. Like at that timing. So I have to actually not do a full charge there just in case. There's something I did not know fully. Okay. You can roll through it clean with one dodge, okay. Interesting. Like the whole entire sequence of him poking can be one dodge, that's it. It's kind of what it seemed like before, but I don't know, I obviously didn't do it quick enough or like in the right placement. That's the hard part to figure out is like what's the placement for it. Also, we could beat him without it even happening, which is funny, but like that's, to me, that's not as satisfying, so it's hard to say. Like if we roll forward here, we run. Okay, running doesn't do anything. Or something I did made him closer to me by default, so I don't know what that is. Maybe you need to not roll. Like maybe you need him to go over your head and then you just walk forward or something, because like I swear to he was way closer there by default, and I was taking off from the same spot. Got to be moving towards him. Probably gonna do it right now. Oh wait, why was I assuming? Oh, here we go. Okay. Yeah, so he just kind of goes to wherever you are. There's no preset range on that at all, so it doesn't matter. It's just the timing that I dodge away from when he leaves. That's the only thing that can change how far away he is by default, it seems. But that also just be purely timing of how quickly I get in that situation. I don't know. Like, I think I'm looking at it in terms of actual measurable distance, but it has nothing to do with that for any of it. It's all just predetermined. It's all timing related. So that staggers him right out of there if I do Craigblade again. Nice. It's a nice confirmed bit of damage there for phase 2 to start it off. I like that. That's fine. Okay, let's just survive now for a little bit. That's one attack from the snake? Okay, so it doesn't have to do the 3. There's that 1 second attack from him. Nice. So it can go into 3. It can go into 3 here for sure. That third one is weird because I rolled back, but then it does a hook from behind you, which would have been in front if I waited to roll a little later. So I have to wait till it starts moving, I think, on that one. The thrust is a little bit delayed. It could be because the hitbox, or sorry, the angle of how he comes into attack, it like attacks a certain angle then turns or something with it, but I'm pretty sure the timing on that's a little later. Should be positioned underneath him when he starts the attack, but it's not doable 100% of the time. Okay, so underneath him was the reason it was a little bit farther away, or it seemed like that. That's what I'm gathering from what you're saying. See right there, he was so far away, but like I also didn't do what we were just talking. I did the opposite of what we were talking about. I was far away from him to start off with. It was just the timing of when I dodged, so nothing with my placement mattered there. Or at least seemingly it didn't, so I don't know how to explain that. That was the best one for sure, and we didn't do anything we were talking about. See if we can stagger him here. I thought maybe. Okay, that's cool. Yes. Move around the side a little bit just to get some room. Nice. Nice. Like the redemption. Unfortunate. That attack's still the hardest for me right now. Doesn't seem to be like a super clear indication on it. It's pretty good though. Your chat thing isn't working for Twitch, Catherine. Is it not? Oh no. Did chat break for both websites? What happened? Why isn't it working? You have to roll forward for the Fury attack you're talking about? So that's what like I used to do and it didn't work consistently, right? That's the thing, so. What I'm trying to recreate is like the gap where like it can't possibly hit you till the last thrust and then we calculate the last one, right? I'm looking more for something like that. It's more comfortable for me to do it that way, but we'll see if that's impossible. I mean, like I literally just did it multiple times, so we'll see how many more times I can do it like that. Because I get going forward and everything, but the going forward never, there was so many other elements to it that were a problem before even getting to the point of surviving to be able to attack him. Like the first bit of it was already like a problem every single time, so I want to see if maybe I can get away with it a little easier. But I guess time will tell. Okay, you should get a stagger here. Yep. It's very nice. You get 2 attacks here, but I'm going to be a little bit less greedy than that. Big attack with the snakes. So that third one, that's the one that I was trying to avoid last time, but it missed me because we were rotating at the same time, I think. Or I just dodged randomly and it was lucky. So I was assuming, I keep thinking that like the last part of that attack is what's going to get me. Okay, we'll do a rune arc again for this one now that we have it down a bit. Really weird, but okay. Take it. I mean, that's kind of like easy weird, not even hard weird, but yeah. Strange still. See, that sucks. Okay, cool. I guess we'll practice. So no, still stagger on that one, even without Craigblade. And I don't know if the carryover of stagger was there at all, or if that was just fresh. It seemed pretty good. found that snake. Found the one I need to find. Dodge there. That one's immediate. And then not immediate, so it's like... I gotta look at its face a little bit more. See, this is the reason we were talking about before. Someone asked me, like, what do I look at during the fight? Like, do I focus on the enemy or whatever? And I was trying to say how I don't focus on anything in particular. I'm almost never focused. That's one time where you do need to focus, because there's no cue that I can think of that's that good for that part, unfortunately. Like, I'm pretty sure the snake's face is the only thing. I don't think there's a sound, and I don't think his body or any other part of, like, the whole structure of that tells you anything. This place feels foreign, Bard. The arena that you fight Mesmer in, is that what you're talking about? Oh wait, we don't even need to do this. If I'm gonna use the rune arcs now, I forgot about that. Could definitely afford to use like a good 20 of them on him. Just see if we can get it before we're done here. Oh, YouTube chat feels foreign. So wait, you're joining from YouTube chat and it works? Is that what you're saying? That's actually good news. Because I was thinking that the YouTube chat was broken. It still might be in between. Like, it's hard to tell if this software I'm using is actually good enough because it doesn't indicate if it's working or not. It'll just say it connected when it's successful, and I never saw anything saying it connected to YouTube, so it might have already been by default. But yeah, as long as you're on there and you can be read through my chat, that's amazing, because typically you need something to join them together, and the software I'm using as of recently does not work that well for it. Okay, I'm just gonna practice on this one again too. If we survive. Let's see if we actually survive. Apparently I did, can't see. Yeah, I'll try to get a stagger early on this one again. Should work pretty consistently. Yeah, I think you can get that every time. Greedy on this one. Try to get a big greedy. Just because it doesn't matter on this attempt. Woo. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, let's heal up just to survive. Let's see what we can do here. And then we punish that, but then as soon as that happens 1 second later, then he attacks. He's not going into other snake attacks. He's doing this one. That one from far away would be one roll forward, one roll back immediately. Yeah, I think we'd still be in there. Okay. Twitch chat is not connected, so you can't see our previous messages. Precious messages? Really? It's not connected. How's that possible? Oh, did the software fail on, like, did it actually disconnect Twitch finally? That's funny, because it disconnected YouTube and then failed for, like, multiple days to reconnect. I wonder if it actually failed on Twitch. Okay, my chat finally just bugged out right there when I launched the software, and now it refreshed everything. And now it's black, so. Saying the accounts are still connected. Chat's fully refreshed now, so I can't see anything. Are we back? Yeah, now it says that we're back. But again, nothing ended there though, so that's weird. Yeah, I'm sorry guys. Any issues we're having with chat's mainly just the software I'm using. It's not that great. It's really good for displaying it on the screen, but just terrible for having both platforms connected apparently. So again, I'm going to be fixing that very soon. I'm just trying this out for the meantime until I can find something better, but I might have to switch off of that and just do Twitch chat again for a bit. So anyone that wants to come and say hi that's from YouTube, you can in the Twitch chat, but we'll see if we can just roll with that tomorrow maybe, because I think that this is going to be too all over the place for now. Broke everything in GG chat. It's funny because YouTube was the only thing having issues with it before, and then I talked to someone else, they had the same problem, couldn't fix it, and then now it's a completely different issue than that issue, and it's also affecting Twitch, which is less likely out of any of these softwares having a problem, right? That's kind of funny. But that's what you get though. 'Tis the way of things. Okay, I figured that out. I figured out a better way for that at close range as well. I think we're good. You have to pre-roll the ending of it in the middle of the spikes, like we were talking about, but it has to be still delayed by a little bit. It can't be immediate. Perfect. Okay, that was a weird situation because he called the attack behind where I was, so I couldn't see it actually doing anything. Is that just like one of the buggy things that happens on Mesmer and Phase 2? Because I've never died. I don't think I died to that on the first playthrough. As close-up bad hitboxes. So basically, is that an attack though that he doesn't typically do unless you're far away? Like, is that why it seemed kind of weird? Because I couldn't see the attack fully. It was like just the neck of the snake, right? Yeah, I might have to be careful there. Hit you through the screen. Yeah, what the hell? Yeah, I think we could have already killed him. It's just the idea that I have to do a damage list that makes it harder. So I guess in the context of that, it's kind of delaying it. And then also, yeah, I don't know. I guess if we got good RNG, we definitely could beat him right now for sure. Not that that matters too much, but hopefully we'll get him. Oh boy. I wouldn't mind getting it. It was the stream crashing on Twitch that caused it. Your stream only has 23-minute uptime right now. Oh, so it reset itself. Interesting. See, and then that's also less likely, I find, that the actual stream would crash on Twitch in general without OBS saying anything. That's kind of weird. Also, Chris, have a good sleep, dude. Thank you for hanging out. And good luck managing the goldfish that you turned into a whale as well. I hope you find a good program to take care of it, because unless you're releasing it back in the ocean, that sounds pretty ridiculous. I almost think that doing Phase 2 right this second with the Physic Flask activated at the beginning is the best play. Like, even more than using Craigblade, just because... Like, we get staggers in Phase 1, but that's not why we're beating Phase 1. Like, I can definitely just do the first part a lot better. So I'm going to try a fight without Physic Flask in Phase 1 if we don't win right now. That will be the goal. Oh, I tried to push the button, but it was too far away. Kind of curious of how many attacks I'd have to land on him to stagger him in Phase 1 without the Physic Flask as well. Happy, have a good sleep, dude. Thank you for hanging out, dude. I appreciate that. It's pretty late. Okay, I have another way that works as well for that one. There's two different things we can do there. Ooh, he did an immediate attack, and we had... I think we had stamina, but I didn't spam the recovery roll there because I didn't think we needed it. So we have to watch out for that too. Meaning that if I can only hit a regular heavy attack, I shouldn't do the charge on it. Like, it should just be charge R2 and then R2 on that part, just to be safe. And then, yeah, the Physic Flask will get us a stagger after that part, which actually is probably better than getting it right away, because then it cuts out some of the unguaranteed time of what he's going to be doing. So that might make more sense. Okay, wait, let's set this up properly. There we go. Whenever you see the snake chilling above Mesmer, you have the urge to pick him up like a lunchbox handle. That's pretty funny. I like that. I don't think I've ever looked at it that way, but now because you said that, I'm not going to be able to unsee it. Rad, thank you for gifting Barb a sub, dude. I appreciate that. It's very nice of you. It's a random one. Gifting Barb a sub over here. Nice. He also didn't transition. Yeah, this is interesting. We got quite a lot of damage into phase 2 for some reason, and Physic Flask hasn't been used. It's not bad news. Okay. 1 and then 2. Just in case. Let's do the big attack. Get away. Sneak's coming in there, then he's coming in here. We're drinking Physic. Cool. And that's him. Yeah, that last attack on the snake, I have no clue of like what the timing is on that. It seems like it changes based on where the camera wants to position. Like, or not even that, like where you're placed. So he didn't attack on an angle that he could have, or it seemed like he would have attacked on. He went behind me on the other side now, even though I was closer to the handrail, so that my positioning might not matter. And if that's the case, then I have to think of it as like, just again, purely where I'm facing at the moment as the priority of how to dodge it. So if it pops up, like, you know, I guess behind me, 180 degrees, whatever, then it's completely different timing, even though the actual attack's happening the same way. Because I'm going to hesitate a little bit, so I guess I got to adjust to that still. It's kind of tricky. Delayed dodge. It is, but the thing is, though, the Q for it's not, like, readable for me that much. Like, its mouth opening can be obscured by a lot of different things. Like, you can't actually see it all the time the same way, so that's going to make a big difference. Gonna have to find. I'm trying to find something that accommodates every situation with one answer rather than like a different answer depending on what the scenario is, because that's usually not good enough for consistency. So there should be a way to do it based on the feeling or the counting of it, where I don't have to look at the screen even. But the question is that way the best way if I can see it, right? Or is there a better way if I can see it? Sometimes there's one where it's like just timing it out, even if you can see it, still better. And for me, the way that I like to play the game, I think that makes more sense, just using like a timing-based thing for it. It's looking for a visual cue. Okay, I'll use Physic Flask right here. Ooh, wasn't ready for that as the recovery. Okay. You're panic rolling and it worked wonders. That's what I did on the first playthrough. I panic rolled everything for the snakes, so I had no idea really of what was going on. It was a good attempt. Yeah, I keep forgetting that like some of the basic stuff you have to do on this is be ready to react when he gets up very quickly. And so like even frames of a difference isn't good enough. Like I'm usually cutting it by the wire every time. So that was surprising because like some of those parts just feel like they're automatic. Like you don't actually have to do anything. It just happens. And I keep forgetting on this one, it's so close that you do have to actually pay a bit more attention every single time you hit him, like right after that. I thought I was really safe there. Apparently not, but that's okay though. Whatever. Oh, got lucky there with it going over my head. Damn, I shouldn't have been too greedy there. Because I keep forgetting that like sometimes it will push phase 2 quite later. I was trying to see if I could skip that one attack that's kind of a problem. But considering we dodged it the last few times, probably don't need to try to skip it anymore. Like I definitely have it down enough. Just gotta trust in it. Rad, I'm assuming you meant to say I got this. I am this? I'm Mr. Krabs? No, I don't want to be Mr. Krabs. Damn it. Okay, drinking the physic flask. No time for Craigblade. Minimal time for this. But we're trying. There's a stagger, nice. I think he was trying to do something there. I'm not sure though. It's hard to say. Craigblade definitely helps the damage a bit here. Okay, now he's going to big attack with snakes. I don't like the placement because I was gonna say if I'm going left and he already is gonna cut me off, like why even do that? Should just try to dodge the snakes at closer range and go the better direction, just stick with it. Or just keep going left there. Mr. Krabs would do a banger stream. I think he would actually. Like he seems like he'd be doing pretty good for streaming. I tried to go early on that too. What games would Mr. Krabs play? I don't think he'd have to do like any games. I think he could do just chatting and it would be perfect. Like he could try to do one of the Tycoon games, but like I bet you he'd probably have more interesting stories just talking about stuff. I need him over here. Much better. I went early because I was thinking, oh yeah, set up for the second attack, but he that was so early that we were telling the future there. We were ahead of what he was thinking. He's like, man, he was so fast that he actually was slow. Damn. Okay, so we got the Physic Flask again. It's a little late on that. Still got the stagger, we're good. I should go behind him on this part. That'd be a little bit more timely there, I don't know. That was not good. Okay, so we're sticking with the same direction. Oh, again, it's not even no, it's not even sticking with it. It depends on how he is centered with the way that the wall curves. It has nothing to do with that. So yeah, there's going to be times I'd have to go left then right, or stay like kind of centered then choose at the last second, depending on what cuts me off more. Okay, that makes more sense. I could also just dodge both AoEs, like his landing and the second proc of it, without trying to space it as well. But I don't think I tend to do that too much in phase 1, so it might be like a bit of a toss-up at that point. Could try to learn it that way, though. Don't front stabs do more damage? Maybe they do, I'm not sure. But for positioning, if it's only marginal, like in the damage department, if it's only a small difference, you might as well go behind to get a better or a safer situation later, right? Yeah, dude, I can't see anything on that last part of the attack. Like, there's nothing but the delay. That's it, the reference of the delay. So I don't even have a count going or any kind of like measurement that I can think of that I could do, because the thing before that's also not easy to see. So I'm gonna have to just kind of feel it out and guess until I get the guess right, and then work backwards from the guess. Roll inward. Yeah, going forward definitely seems to help too. That's something we were talking about before. But the problem is I don't know what direction they're going to be facing me and then how the character is going to correct, and you don't have enough time to think about all that stuff, unfortunately. So it's a little bit of a toss-up with those. So more so just on the aspect of timing, I definitely need to like have some sort of kind of like aim for the delay on it that has nothing to do with the Q, because the Q is screwing me up a lot. I thought that would be the transition for the face, so I went for it. I shouldn't have done that. I assumed that was enough damage. It wasn't. I gotta play the fight as if there is no way to guarantee what's gonna happen next at all. Like there's no actual plan or direction, and just play. That's it. And then see what happens. Okay, interesting. Fist weapons with Craigslist Ash of War really breaks stances fast. Oh yeah, for sure. If you have the fist weapon, Craig Blade, and you also have the barb tier and spiked cracked, oh my god. It's pretty wild. Whatever type of attack you're doing the most often being buffed, as well as just having the spiked barb for stagger, like breaking stance. Even on a weapon that probably doesn't stagger that well, it's a good combination. So at that distance, obviously, I'm not getting away. I think that attack's sorted at any distance but against a wall at this point. Because then I would have had to have gone forward twice. So the only thing that changes up is the direction of the first roll, but even forward twice would be kind of weird at that early timing versus like the way I was doing it before. Ooh, okay. Interesting. I tried to go forward there, and then nothing happened when I did the input. And I think I rebounded off the body of wherever the other head was coming from. So I did the input at the time I think you needed to, but nothing happened there. It could have been me getting lifted off the ground or something like that. There's too much going on to actually see. That's the only issue. So I don't think we're really fighting with anything that's like obvious at this point. A lot of the circumstances that happened on that attack have been funny. Like, I'm pretty sure it ate the input, or like the character got into a state that couldn't read the input, because I actually did it at the time that, like, he didn't even do the animation. There's nothing that happened, unfortunately. So I must have been moved or something. Or just never went through in the first place, but something probably happened. Okay, with Physic and that many preloaded staggers should be instant on this one. So we got one extra hit there, that's nice. And we'll get one right here. 2. Yep, 2 is safe, okay. Oh, I was paying a little bit too much attention to the stamina. Should have been thinking about that at all. Okay, but why was the reason though? What did I do? Oh, because I think I didn't think he was going to do that attack. That's why. So I hung around for a weird amount of time before that. Then we're already late on the back pedal. So got to get out of there a little sooner. I got to assume he's going to do that every single time. And it's because I did the second attack on his wake up too. So that's not a good opportunity unless... Well, actually, no. In phase 2, it's in general not a good opportunity. You can't do that at all. Should be the rule. Because I was thinking too much about my spacing, and like you can definitely survive by trying to consider that and like reading where you are, but like I shouldn't have to even do that. There should be a predetermined lead I have on him every time out of that attack, every time he does it, and I don't think about anything vertical. It's only horizontal when he jumps in. That's it. Imagine how effective Mesmer would be if he ran a hot dog stand, poke the sausage, and insta-burn the tip. Yeah, I think that Mesmer being anything except for what he is right this second would probably be a lot more doable for sure. Unless maybe he became really fast, like a world record track runner or something, that'd be pretty bad. Because he doesn't sprint around too much, but I can see that being scary. I went forward on that one, but that's the only one where he was in the middle of the arena, so it was easier to see. And that one was completely different. The feel of that changes 100%, like depending on what area he's in when he does it. 100%. Like, because there I was like kind of more inclined to use the visual because it was really clear, but I didn't think it was going to head in that direction before it happened, right? Didn't think we'd be ending up in that position. That's why the timing's got to be like, it's really got to be based on timing, because there's so many angles you can't see that attack. So you should be able to do it just completely without vision, and then I think you're good, no matter what. It's kind of funny too, because like when I thought of this fight originally, like what would be like the final thing, this is exactly how it went in my head. Like every single thing played out the same way I thought of, which usually isn't the case. So, because I don't really think that into like the fights before I do them, but this one I was pretty spot on with, and I knew that that attack would have been the problem. I just didn't think it was going to be that part of it, but pretty much the same thing either way. Something with it was a problem. It's unfortunate that we were heading too far towards it. It sucks. Make a mesmer mob with all the ground spears having marshmallows on the tips. That'd be pretty funny. And then like, it'd be funny if the snake was made of, what's it called? Like a Tootsie Roll or something like that. That was a funny intro, but it was not going to work. It was not going to work no matter what. Replaying the snake hit sounds in your head. Oh, there you go. That's a good way to reference it. I think going off of how it hit you versus like it making a noise before it does anything is probably a lot more helpful, because there's no clear audio cue I can hear personally for that one at all. Okay. I think that fighting him in general in this little area at the beginning is worth directing the fight into the middle over, like right away, even though it does eat time and it's annoying to have to like play the fight, particularly in a certain area. I definitely will just move him into the middle. So him doing that like there and it not tracking, wonder if it's because I locked off at the second he did it thinking it was the other attack. I wonder. That was weird, because he usually does that same range and I'm able to do it properly. I think I locked off like just a second earlier than normal. Oh, I already did that attack. Never mind. So I have just enough time to do this. Whoa. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Amazing. Okay, so I have 300 and around 360 rune arcs left. Is that what it was? Something like that. It's not too bad. Ooh, couldn't see anything there. Okay. Oh, I rolled early? Okay, so if he goes back into that, we can't punish it with a charge attack anymore because of... Or did I do 2? Wait. No, I don't think I did 2. I'm pretty sure I did. Okay, so yeah, I can't do that either, just in case. Because we shouldn't really need to do lengthy attacks on phase 2 at that point. Like, he's going to die pretty quickly after that, so no point of trying to get a stagger anyways, even though technically it's queued up. Okay, good pacing on that Physic Flask. Should get another stagger in here too. Perfect. Another big one. Nice. Way bigger than before. Huge damage. And then just a little bit when he gets up. Back away. He's going to do this thing. Oh, he did something else. Weird that he did it from far away though, because I did the attack. I dodged it the way we do it in phase 1, and then it didn't apply. It happened completely differently there, so unless the properties are different on this phase, that didn't make any sense. He must have got stuck or something triggered it differently than normal, because that does not make sense. And there's the dodge on the snake properly. Okay, so we're gonna have to just survive here for a bit. See when we die, I guess. He's got that weird attack that he comes out of the snake with sometimes. That doesn't do anything different either. Okay. So imagine we go in here, boom, charge attack. Yeah, we can't do that too. Way too fast. So just do one regular R2. He didn't do it this time. Single bite. Grab. Easy. This one is Big Boy. It's right there. This one's a single within a second, and this one within 2 seconds, this one within 3 seconds roughly. Or no, sorry, it only changes by like about a half a second, so. Second one's not within 2 seconds, within like 1.5, then the next one's within a little bit more than 1.5, I think. Gonna do all the side remembrance bosses or just the story ones? I'm just gonna do anything that drops a remembrance in general, and then anything on the way to kill those bosses that you have to do to kill, I'll include in the video. But just the remembrances. That's the goal. Okay, that was like enough knowledge farming, I think. Like we're in the range of like overkill for how much information we have now. There's like no doubt there's any information I need. It's mainly just how do I use it really well. Some things are not being executed that well, unfortunately, on a regular basis, and there's some things that are pretty much like perfect, so see if you can bring everything else up to that level. But I think if I beat him at this point, I will be satisfied, actually, which is nice, because I had no idea how to deal with that one other attack, and that was really annoying. Yeah, that last janky one, it's rough. It's like, it's a fraction of a second later than I keep thinking, but it's like a weird amount of time that's different. It's like just so close. And I think it's because the hitbox is pretty wild on it too. It's not just like oh, I'm gonna slice you with a weapon. It's like I'm gonna bite, and the bite's gonna continue to keep going for a while. And the movement of the neck is gonna, you know, pay tribute to where the hitbox of the bite travels once it's active too. So it's definitely a lot. That part, that's easily the weakest thing on the fight right now. Oh. I didn't even want to roll there. Oops. So, like, How does it move? Like, dude, I swear to God, the timing on that changed. Maybe because we're just closer to it? I don't know. It seemed like the second one changed. There's going to be a lingering hitbox in the last snake attack you found moving forward works slightly better. So that's what I've been doing every time now. But the problem is, though, is that, like, depending on the scenario it happens in, it just reads differently on the screen for me. So it's like the delay on the second one there felt like it was way different just because of how close I was to its head when it attacked the first time. And so, like, its wind up and how close it is and everything. I can't use any kind of visual as a proximity for it. My mistake with it is that I'm heavily leaning towards a reference that is not relevant for it as much, and it's hard to not refer to it because it's the only thing I have to base it on until I get it right. So I haven't yet to get it right based on actually confirming a timing that I chose. The only time that it was right was not actually, like, completely in my control. I feel like I was a little lucky, so I didn't have actual awareness of it working properly, and I didn't guarantee it was going to work. If that makes sense. Like, sometimes you just know it's going to work ahead of time. You could say, yeah, that worked before it even went through. Because I can't say that yet, I feel like it's not really being grasped properly. And it's because I think I'm just specifically trying to look at the screen and you can't. Like, it's not enough, unfortunately. It's not going to tell you the same thing every time either. I don't know why I went to the left there. I think I thought something else was happening. Like, the dodging forward thing would make sense if, like, the hitbox is traveling through you and then ending behind you, for sure. Like, if it lingers and then you pass through it. But in terms of also, like, the point of death or the point of it making contact in the sense that you didn't have iframes in that moment, going backward would actually take more of a risk, you know, leading you to a situation where, like, it hits you before that, like, you even are able to activate the roll, right? Whereas the roll forward, you're heading towards it sooner. So I guess it just depends on what reference you're using for it, how you're referencing it. Definitely a bunch of different ways, though. Just still pretty bad at that attack. That was very slow as well. Ooh. Yeah, this one I definitely want to have done before we're finished here. I think we're, like, way past the point of, like, being able to do that, so I definitely am going to try to do that before we leave. Why did I use the blue? Why did I do that? Why am I alive as well? That was kind of funny. Attempted a low damage consort kill in phase 1 without transition, lasted 21 minutes. This is going to be a fight of all time. Oh, good luck, dude. Yeah, I heard that, like, well, the fight with buffs and everything, level 1, what would take like 25 to 30 minutes normally for the whole thing, right? Like, if you're playing it on the average RNG of, like, what he would do. Maybe that's without blessings, though. I always assumed it would take around, like, what you're just saying for phase 1 for the whole fight. So that's pretty crazy, though. Like, over 30 minutes for the whole fight on a successful attempt is the territory where you start to, like, fail based on, like, your hands are going to start hurting and stuff like that. Like, your mind will just wander. Like, it's just a little bit too long to focus for that long. For me, it's about 40 minutes or so, and I start to lose focus, like, for a successful attempt on something. So longest fight I've done was like 57 minutes on Throne Watcher Defender, fists only, and, like, it wasn't even a perfect kill. If I had to do it perfectly, I would have failed probably many times. But yeah, just surviving that fight with fists only, no armor, and then, you know, so many consumable buffs back when I was bad at the game for DS2, that was rough. I don't think there's been anything that's taken over half an hour, though, for a successful kill on a run that's not, like, modified heavily or something that's, like, weird. So, yeah, over 30 minutes would be wild for Radon. Gonna hopefully keep it down to, like, 20 minutes or less. That'd be nice. I'm chilling so long for the snake, thinking of like the attack later, and then I die on that one. That's awesome. Oh man, that was so funny. And of course, he just does that right away too. Dude has almost 50,000 HP. That's crazy. Yeah, I think it was 40,000 something. Level 1 new game plus 7. No blessings though. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Because I've seen some people's fights with him on like a regular new game, no levels in the character, and they were in the 20+ minute range for the successful video. Like the whole video was about 20+ minutes. I'm sure it's way quicker though. I'm sure you can do it much quicker, but whatever they were doing was taking a while. And I know my fight with him took a long time on the leveled character, so I'm basing off of that too. Oh, he does the immediate on that one. Okay. Interesting. Fab, how are you doing, dude? He does the immediate. The enemy scaling at New Game plus 7 is not fair. Getting one shot with 99 vigor and the highest overall armor is insane. That is pretty wild. It almost makes you wonder what the point of them making that much armor and all that would be, right? Like if it can't defend against like something at least. Okay, so I've never seen him go into that from that initial attack at that distance. That's weird. That would be really frustrating on a hitless run, like especially if I had practiced quite a bit and I hadn't seen it. Like that'd be wild, dude. But to fight this guy for the first time tonight, Genova, I hope you have a good time fighting him. Good luck. Use Golden Bow inside the Fog Gate. Shortest of the buffs. I thought the shortest was Flame grant me strength at 30 seconds. Or maybe I'm wrong. Okay, here, let me do this first then. Oh, I thought he was going to go into multiple thrusts. I don't know why I'm assuming that now. I'm starting to assume things. Can tell you're going to get pissed off fighting him. I think that he was one of the few fights in the entire game where if it took me twice as long to beat him, I wouldn't mind, because it's actually a fun fight. Like a lot of people I know that get mad at stuff pretty easily too has said the same thing. And I only say that as a reference because like they technically don't do this stuff on the game, but like a lot of people I know that made it there that played more casually and can get mad at stuff and rage, they were saying like it didn't bother them that much. It was surprising. So I feel like you'll be good. If you enjoyed, at least. If you don't enjoy the fight, then whatever. But yeah, it's definitely fun. Oh, wait, what? Did I not roll there? I'm so confused. It looked like he killed me, but I wasn't in a roll animation. It's so hard to tell though. Like again, I can't say I even noticed that. Not enough time to look at the character really. Dude, that was weird. I knew he was doing it and I rolled, but nothing. It almost seemed like he got me before it came out, but then it also looked like the character didn't do the input. Like he just pivoted or something. I can't say for sure though. It's hard to tell. Very hard to see stuff at that point. Interesting. Got Miyazaki, that's the only explanation. There we go. Got really mad at Dancing Lion, but that was because the frames were awful for you? Okay. So you killed Bale before killing Mesmer. If you killed Bale already, I feel like this won't be nearly as bad, because Bale is I feel like if I had to make a reference to what would piss somebody off that can get pissed off by this stuff a lot, he would be up there. He'd be near number one for the whole game of like most likely to annoy somebody. Being more difficult as a factor, but also just from like the conditions of his character model shape and like the environment, all that stuff. Mesmer I wouldn't rank as high, so I feel like if you've done Bale, then you're already ready. You're good. Lion as well. If you've done the Lion too, this is not that bad compared to Lion. Though I do feel like there's like less ways to do this fight effectively than those two. Like you could probably do the other ones a lot of different ways. Could have probably got two there. 2 charges actually. Ooh, that'd have been really good. There we go, we got him. There's Mesmer. I know I didn't show the screen for level 1 on all the bosses we killed on this run, but I hope that it's consistent enough for you to believe I did it, because I'm not going to go back and do them again if I didn't show the screen. But that was Mesmer. I think he took a little bit longer than we needed to take on him. I still don't know that snake attack that well, but that was a good example of doing everything in the fight properly that he normally will do, so... yeah, other than like maybe like one of those random melee attacks on phase 2, but that's good. I think that I could kill him fairly consistently for hitless with enough extra practice, like maybe another 5 to 10 hours, it'd be completely fine. Like every single time. But yeah, he's good. He's looking probably the best out of any of the fights we've done so far on this run. Like better than Rolana, better than the Lion for consistency. And that's mainly what my goal was for today, is just get on and beat Mesmer. We did it. Streamed for a little bit longer than I planned to, but I'm going to be live again tomorrow. So if you guys want to see I guess it'll be a toss-up of what boss I do next. I'm not sure. There wasn't a plan, so could do the flower. I could do like the Shadow Tree flower guy. I could go and just unlock the area for Bale and do Bale right away, get him over with, so that Radahn's the only hard boss left. But yeah, we'll decide tomorrow though. We'll figure that out. You guys want to know when I go live and all that stuff? Here is the Twitter first and foremost for when I am actually going to be going live. I'll post on there. And then there's the other the Discord channel, the other YouTube channels. And also, if you guys want to see the first playthrough that I did of the game, but unedited, all the parts are slowly coming out on the second YouTube channel. So if you click the second YouTube link, or the one that says long play channel, if you're on the Twitch stream, you will be able to see the channel that has all the unedited stuff from this first playthrough that we did. And it'll have all the parts of this playthrough as well. So every single minute of me grinding away every fight to be able to get it for the final video, that'll all be on there.